Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Empires of the Ascended Seasonal Swiss Rounds. I will be your host for these festivities, joined by the legendary Scarzig. What's up, buddy?
I'm just so happy to be here. I think it was foretold in a long time coming that we would end up on the desk together, ready to get started.
We've been two ships passing quietly in the night, with you on the EU desk and me in the Americas. But we finally get to unite for this awesome event, the Seasonal Swiss Rounds for the Empire of the Ascended Seasonal Tournament. But Scarzig, before we get too deep into all of that, let's introduce the format here and talk about what the players are going to be playing today.
So a quick refresher, this is going to be 9 rounds of Swiss. Players are going to bring 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combination, and no more than 1 deck without any champions at all. The players are going to ban one of their opponent's decks before they play their best of 3, and they cannot use their deck again after getting a win with it. Each round of the Swiss will be lasting for 60 minutes at maximum. And just a small refresher, the Swiss round coverage for today's stream is going to start from round 3, now that they increased the number of Swiss rounds overall.
Absolutely. We've got that 9 total rounds for today. We're coming in at round number 3, so a lot of you may have been watching your favorite players already. But let's take a look at what the players are going to be playing for here in the seasonal. Of course, it's not just for glory, it's also for a chance at $10,000 for first place for the top 32. Of course, the players today, we're going to be whittling it down to 32 who will be playing next week in the seasonal playoffs, and the total prize pool for the entire event, $20,300. Whew! It's a lot of cheddar for a nice couple of days of Legends of Runeterra, Scarzig.
Right, you know, they're putting their money where their mouth is. They really believe in the scene, and you know, it gives us the players something to really fight for. And we've got our other player who also was able to get that sweet $10,000, Majin Bay, who we do have some words from coming up here in a second.
Yeah, let's see what Majin had to say about his winning of the last seasonal.
Winning seasonals was a really big deal to me. Obviously the money was pretty nice, but it was great to be solidified as one of the top competitors in the game. My stream has been doing a lot better than it was before the tournament, and people come to me for advice a lot. Everybody's been so nice since I won, and they were nice before it. People have been going out of their way to congratulate me, which has been so cool. There is a little bit of pressure going into this tournament to put up results, but I will say it's less, for me at least, it's less than the previous tournament. I had top 32 the first seasonal, and I felt a lot of pressure to top 32 the second. I was a growing content creator, and I felt like that could do a lot for my brand. But winning a tournament after top 32 in the first one, I think, like I said before, really solidifies me as a top player, no matter how this seasonal turns out. So yes, there is some pressure, but not as much as I feel like there was before. My favorite decks have been Zoe Karma. Is it the best deck? No. It suffers from a slight case of being bad, but it's definitely my favorite deck. My favorite deck to play on ladder right now has been Thresh Nasus, though. The deck I don't want to play against the most is probably TLC, the Trundle Under Control. I just hate that deck. I don't hate it, it's just really good, and I hate losing to it. So yeah, I'm gonna ban that probably a lot. I've been playing a lot of ladder to prepare, and then over the course of the week before seasonals, I'm going to be playing a lot of scrims. So ladder to like get a general feel for the meta and everything, and then scrims to get a deeper knowledge of how specific matchups work. If you're looking to prep for these seasonals and you'd like some advice, I would really recommend you play all the popular decks at least a couple games. That way you know how the decks feel and what's important in each matchup, even if you're not super comfortable with them. It really helps to be able to like put yourself in your opponent's shoes. The champion I want to see most from League is probably Ari. She was my first ever main in League, and I'd really like for them to put her in the game. I just want to say thank you guys for all the support. Everyone in the community has been so fantastic, and I am just so excited that I get to be a part of it all. See you guys later.
Wow, what a great champion to have, of course. Really great to hear from Majin there. And his experiences with that previous seasonal Scarzig, and we still have 1,028 players today that could potentially still be a champion or at least qualifying for the top 32 next week.
Yeah, Majin Bay's got a lot of stiff competition. As the scene has grown, the players have gotten better and better. And, at least we have such a humble champion who's willing to share his insight with us. And he's invested some of that prize money from the previous seasonal back into the scene and just with sharing that knowledge.
Yeah, I know if I won, I would be, I would not be so humble. I would probably blow all my winnings on something stupid and burn out and never be seen from again. But anyways, we've got some meta decks that our crack team on the back end has been collecting from the meta that's going on right now. So these are decks that players in the tournament are using, and we're starting off with a spicy one from the Deep Master himself, Random 7.
Random 7 has been consistently one of the only players I think that's been putting up good numbers with this deck. He swears up and down that it's great, and there's a handful of followers that are following the teachings of Nautilus and Maokai to try to make this deck work. It's undergone a lot of experimentation and optimization, and hopefully Random 7 is able to show that this new Turbo Deep combination might be the answer.
Yeah, this is it certainly has a couple of interesting choices. We see the Withering Whale and the Box in the main deck as two options that certainly have been cut from other lists, I will say, and as well as the Salvages, also a card that I know there was a list that was run by BBG for quite a while that cut Salvages and were actually running Fading Memories to really go ham on that, get deep as quickly as possible, and abuse Sea Scarab where possible. So definitely nice to see this one from the potential Deep Master himself, Random 7, and absolutely great to see. But we also see here Scarzig, the potential boogeyman of the weekend, Thresh Nasus.
This list has been an absolute monster. After the last round of balance that we just had, it allowed this deck to flourish, and it immediately skyrocketed to like the top of the metagame. This is the list that every lineup needs to consider. Either you're running it, or you're trying to beat it, or maybe both. It has fantastic early burst and just that late game pressure of not just Atrocity, but just the massive stats from Nasus.
The massive stats from Nasus. That's a tongue twister for you. We had some tongue twisters before the show too. Maybe we'll get to them later on in the event. But another one here, Black Spear, just being able to have that cheap removal that you can pretty much proc on will. Very strong against decks that have small units. And here's one right here, Scarzig. Everything except for Lee Sin himself is going to be taken down by that Black Spear. But as we know, Zoe Lee Sin is an absolute powerhouse in the meta.
With Hush and Deny, it has the perfect tools to stop the Nasus Atrocity win condition. So as long as they survive the early game, they should be, smooth sailing to the Lee Sin combo. And there's the only thing that Nasus can really do against it is Rite of Negation. I would maybe like to see triple Notify to maybe shut down the Glimpse Beyonds and the Black Spears a little bit more. But this is a deck that is notoriously difficult to play, and maybe you don't want to mess with the formula too much.
Yeah, it's a deck that gets talked about a lot and doesn't have a great win rate on ladder. But guess what, Scarzig? We're not on the ladder. We're in the seasonal. We are in the Swiss rounds of the seasonal here, so at the absolute pinnacle of play. And we talked about Thresh Nasus potentially being the boogeyman, Scarzig, but if that's the case, Lysandra Trundle might be like, I don't know, Batman. I don't,
it's like
just very scary. You do not want to be approached by TLC.
The boogeyman of Nasus Thresh is joined with the boogeyman of Watcher, Spectral Matron. I honestly was so surprised that the Spectral Matron combo version ended up winning out in popularity over the Ledros Atrocity version. But the ability for this deck to get the Ice Pillars and the Faded Memories and the Spectral Matron and pop off potentially at round 8 just puts it above and beyond so many other Shadow Isles Freljord variants.
Yeah, the MO of SI Freljord in general is just pass. If your opponent's open attack isn't going to kill you, just hit the pass button. Previously, you would pass until you get to a War Mother's Call or Commander Ledros and an Atrocity. But here, you pass. You play a little bit of, some early game with the Sentries and Tavern Keepers. You can play a Trundle as just a 4/5 body, maybe get a little bit of chip damage in. But if your opponent keeps passing back to you, you're absolutely going to be able to win on the spot with the Spectral Matron Watcher combo, whereas War Mothers or even Feel the Rush might take 1 or 2 turns to actually kill you. This TLC variant will kill you on the turn it goes off as long as you have the attack token, and that really puts this one over the top for me.
And the other thing, too, is if you have a stun or a silence for the Watcher, you still have to worry about the body.
Yep.
But you also have to worry about this Nightfall aggro. Blevins, we are in the middle of the second coming of Nightfall. It enjoyed a fantastic time in the limelight a few metas ago, just preying on pirate aggro when that was the top deck. And now with so many aggro decks running around in the wake of the Fiora nerfs, this one comes back into prominence with the extra sustain of just Doom Beast, Fading Memories to get more Doom Beast, Stalking Shadows to get more Doom Beast, and then an aggressive package on top of that.
Yeah, not to mention the Unto Dusks to proc more Doom Beast triggers. I mean, there's there's close to a dozen different ways to actually get a Doom Beast proc in this deck, and it is, like you said, it's sort of the anti-aggro deck, which works really well if you're expecting to face aggro, but also works really well if you expect aggro to be good, because it is in itself an aggro deck. It kind of has the best of both worlds and can really go over the top. We have seen different variants of this deck, some more controlling or mid-range. This one is, as we can see, very aggro. I like to call it Night Small rather than Big Nightfall. And it really, I think it's very well positioned in the meta right now, like you said, Scarzig, and I expect to see a lot of it in our top tables today.
Yeah, and what I like about Nightfall is the matchups are just so different. Like the mulligans, the lines of play that you're going for. It's similar to Lee Sin, I feel like, where it is very difficult to pilot, but because it is an aggressive deck, it's going to naturally have a higher performance for players who perhaps are slightly more unfamiliar with it. But again, in the hands of a skilled pilot, it's going to pull out some wins that you'd be very surprised that it's able to pull off.
Absolutely. I know a long time ago, many months ago, I was watching Nick Makes Plays stream, and he obviously is a champion of, an early champion of Nightfall, and he, I think partially as a joke, but also there's a kernel of truth to it, jokes that it is not Nightfall aggro, it's Nightfall mid-range. And when I thought it was just a meme at first, but then when you watch him play, you see he's setting up these turns where, he's setting up to have a huge attack in 3 turns, not just going, oh, I'm going to play, 1 drop here, and just go face. Because a lot of times when you play the deck, it runs out of steam. And then you have to maybe get a lucky top deck with Stalking Shadows, where I'm watching him play, and it's like, oh, he's actually saving a lot to get multiple Nightfall procs on 1 turn, have a gigantic attack, still have cards in hand, and really actually play it more like a mid-range deck, even though at its surface, it very much seems like an all-in aggro deck.
The staying power of Nightfall, like their ability to generate resources thanks to Unspeakable Horror to reload with Pale Cascade and now Unto Dusk, is pretty much unmatched, I think, when it comes to aggressive decks in the metagame right now. And I like that you bring up Nick Makes Plays, because I know that his chat's always teasing him that he's an aggro player, because he's like, oh no, I'm going to play this matchup really slow, and then he draws triple Stygian Onlooker, double Fading Memories, and deals 12 damage on turn 4, and he's like, well, there you go, that's Nightfall.
That's the beauty of the deck. It absolutely can be an aggro deck, but I found, just from personally playing the deck and not having success early on, if you play it as only an aggro deck, you're going to essentially paint yourself into a corner where you just run out of steam and you lose, like a lot of aggro decks can. There's another deck that we didn't see that I feel falls into the same category that we very well may be seeing in this seasonal, and that's the Lucian Azir deck. The Sand Scouts, as a lot of folks call it. It's a deck that, again, at its surface, it's got the Dune Keepers. It's got Lucian, who's a 2-mana champion. It's got Azir, who's a very aggressive champion. At its surface, it seems like it's an aggro deck, but actually, it's more like a combo deck. If you're playing your Dune Keeper on 1 and getting 4 in, sure, maybe in some matchups that's okay. But if you instead wait till turn 3 or turn 4 and play Dune Keeper, Deus and have Lucian in play, you're all of a sudden attacking, leveling Lucian on the same turn you play him, and then you get an additional attack with the Lucian leveled, and it just absolutely can have these explosive turns. Whereas if you played as an aggro deck, it might just seem rather weak.
Yeah, I don't think the deck has any card draw. There are some variants, I think, that we're slotting in Ruinous Path for a little bit. But just getting in the way of that initial curve out and probably just messes with the outcomes that you want a little bit too much. But you're absolutely correct about the explosive potential. If you set up the pieces correctly, get a clutch Valor or something to get an extra dude, an extra Sand Soldier proc when you need it. And those rallies we've seen very punishing, especially against Trundle Ledros, right? The Trundle Lysandra, pardon me. The L has changed what it stands for these days. So the Trundle Ledros, very weak to rallies. We've seen scouts kind of come up classic, like Bannerman scouts now. So a lot of different pieces working the metagame. This is probably the meta with the most decks in overall consideration for tournament lineups right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was actually a really good article written by Random 7 that went over sort of the rock, paper, scissors of the format right now. And it kind of sounds demeaning maybe to call it rock, paper, scissors, but it actually is a really great breakdown of, hey, here are some proactive strategies. Here are strategies that beat that. Here are strategies that beat that, but are bad against rock. Like it actually, I think, is an almost ideal meta. Now, I know if you ask anyone that's playing, they might not say that, but it certainly seems good right now. But I believe, Scarzig, we're going to be jumping in to our first game here, round number 3, our reigning champion, Majin Bay.
Majin Bay is about to show us how it is done. We have a few eyes on the lineup right here. This looks to be a Frost Ezreal setup. Feel the Rush, Sejuani Ezreal.
Feel the Rush, Sejuani Ezreal. That is I will call that one a spicy one, Scarzig. I was not expecting to see that.
We just got done talking about so many meta decks, and Majin Bay taking it a step further, existing outside of rock, paper, scissors. He's bringing Dynamite, the 4th forbidden option.
Yeah. Well, this has got to be his opponent's list, right?
Yeah, maybe he's looking through the lists, seeing what he wants to ban. Okay, we're looking at the wrong
I was going to say, there's no way that Majin brought Feel the Rush. There's no way. But I mean, this is a really a good example here, Scarzig, of, we went over a handful of meta decks, but like you said, this is potentially one of the most diverse metas we've seen at the high levels, where there's, so many. There's a ton of A tier decks. There's, arguably like some A+ tier, but Thresh Nasus may be the top performing deck or the most used deck. I'm not calling that S tier. If I'm looking at old TF Fizz as S tier, I'm not even looking at Lee Sin as S tier.
Yeah.
Although maybe it secretly is, but I'm not looking at Zoe Lee Sin as S tier. I'm not looking at Thresh Nasus as S tier. I'm looking at a large swath of A+, A, and A- decks. And honestly, I think that might be the most fun, at least from our perspective, where we don't have to worry about planning all these matchups. We just get to watch the games.
And that's what you want to see. You want to see the high-level play from the best decks. And you want to have a wide variety of things that you can bring and feel confident. Not, they brought this, obviously just throwing. Spoils of War.
Wait. Spoils of War. This deck is a banger.
So this
Ballistic
is Spoils of War is the Plunder grant a unit +2/+4.
Yeah. One of Submersible? Majin, don't do us dirty. There's no way you ban that Ezreal deck, bud.
You gotta let it through.
We need to see this. This just looks like a standard TLC. Get that out of here. We're gonna see plenty of that. I want to see Spoils of War. Please.
If you land Spoils of War, like that extra 4 HP is so hard to get through. And then you have a great blocker too. Majin's already packing the Lee Sin deck to counter the Thresh Nasus potentially. So it's just going to be one of these other Freljord variants, I think, that's going to get banned out.
Okay, so this deck list has got a lot of very interesting choices, and it's got a lot of interesting number of card choices, card number choices. Here's my guess, Scarzig. I could be way off here. This looks like I want to play PNZ Freljord. These are the cards I have in my collection. I'm playing a one of. I don't have 3 Progress Day, so I'm playing a Feel the Rush. I don't have, I don't have this, that, or the other, so I'm playing a bunch of one ofs.
Oh man, the scraping the bottom of the barrel for your PNZ.
But here's the thing, Scarzig. I would bet money that the number of games that Majin Bey has played against Spoils of War, he can count on one hand. There's no way that he's used to playing against a deck that runs that card.
And then you have to account for it when you're attacking. Like, it's going to throw off your math. Like, it's actually a really sick one of. And then there's a one of Shatter in the deck. Like,
yep.
The ability to deal 4 damage hits a lot of strong targets. And we're going to get into game 1 here. Now that the bans are locked in, the players have decided on what decks they're going to lead off with. We've got Majin Bey on Zoe, Lee Sin, and Kois on Nasus Thresh. This is the matchup that Majin Bey absolutely wants to see.
Yeah, this is, this was like we said, the boogeyman of the format. You're definitely targeting it.
What a hand. You've got your early
Zoe
game.
on 1.
You've got the
Lots of fun.
Nopify.
Yeah, Zoe on 1 with the Nopify to protect on turn 2. If not, you have a Mountain Goat who is the GOAT.
And now
start putting some pressure.
Yeah, with Zoe attacking, you get the star charts. You're going to start getting Crescent Strikes and Equinoxes to shut down the synergies. And the rest of the early game coming out of Kois, who doesn't have a 1-drop. No Bakai Reaper, no Cursed Keeper. Wow, Majin Bey is off to a powerful start here. Not even going to go for the Mountain Goat. Going to take a look in the box first. Picks up the Crescent Strike. Just wants these resources. Doesn't care about pushing damage by developing Mountain Goat here. Just wants to get the utility.
Yep, and this is just the fastest notebook. Oh, actually, it could be Pale Cascade as well. Pale Cascade is great. We're drawing a card here because the Super Cool Star Chart was already played. Zoe getting in. There's another Super Cool.
Yep, getting in, and she's going to be slowly leveling up. It's like not a major win condition for Lee Sin, but it is still a factor you have to consider. A lot of these Nasus Thresh decks have been teching in like, Triple Vile Feast and a couple Withering Whales potentially for the mirror match. But we did see the variant that we looked at earlier was only running 2 Vile Feast. So it could be trouble dealing with this Zoe.
Absolutely, but the Bakai Sand Spinner, I am going to mess that name up all day, does deal with the Zoe, but like you said, Zoe's not the main win condition for this deck. Even a leveled Zoe, that's fine. Zoe has got her value and generated a ton from the Super Cool Star Charts, and also Majin had a second one. So yeah, Bakai Span. Oh my god,
the Bakai, yeah,
the Sand Spinner gets the job done against the Zoe, but that's just a 1-mana 1/1.
It draws so many resources out of you, and they're all trading down into Zoe. There was the one resource from Majin Bey, the Pale Cascade, to protect, but you still draw a card off of that. Kois is completely missed out on the early aggressive curve that is normally associated with this Nasus Thresh deck. Thresh coming down on round 5 is nice, but we don't have that wide swarm or the units that are going to level him up very quickly.
This is a very controlling, mid-rangey draw from Kois, and boy, does Zoe Lee Sin want that to be the case. the ways that Zoe Lee Sin tends to lose this matchup are those aggressive Butcher Caretaker or Butcher Keeper or Keeper Caretaker turns or draws rather. This sort of middling, like, try to Vile Feast and fail, play a 4-drop to kill your Zoe into Thrash, getting very little value. That's just not the game. That's just not a winning line from Kois a lot of the time. And Majin has all the resources in the world, is just now looking for that Lee Sin to put the finishing touches on this one.
And when you see this opening as well, when you're missing out, like we're seeing just now the first Ravenous Butcher, a Spirit Leech, no Blighted Caretaker, no Glimpse, the Nasus even is not scaling up to the point that you want it. Nopify coming down on the Black Spear, this was something you talked about. Shut down that spooky card, keep the Zoe alive, and this is just extra pressure that Majin Bey is drawing out. That's exactly the card that you want to save Nopify for.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a mana advantage for Majin. It's saving the Zoe, which at this point, like, you know, you don't necessarily need to save the Zoe, but Lee Sin is not in play yet. So, you know, you maybe need to invest a little bit more in Zoe. I would imagine we're on track, right? Hover for a second, Majin. We need to see how close is Zoe to leveling. I mean, probably
this is going to be like card 4 or 5, I think.
5. Yeah, my guess is 5. Star Chart plus card. Cosmo is 3. Goat is 4. Yeah, and this would be 5. Oh, he hovered. Didn't see it.
But, you know, most of the skill of these Lee Sin decks comes from what can you do? What kind of threat can you put up when you don't have Lee Sin? It's all about buying as much time as possible to get the Lee Sin out of the deck. At this pace, Lee Sin's going to be leveled up by the time he's drawn, but there's a sizable board coming down, and Majin Bey still at 20 HP. I think that gives him a very comfortable buffer to get the Lee Sin combo through.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's really not a ton of ways for Kois to actually disrupt the combo. I'm looking at his list. Okay, he does have one. They do have one Vengeance and 2 Atrocities that can potentially deal with the Lee Sin. And we were off about the Zoe because it's a leveled Zoe.
A lot of burst speed spells come down, and Sparklefly is the 10th card to level Zoe. So there's the AoE lifesteal and elusive being granted. So that's 15 elusive damage being threatened right now on the attack against Kois.
Well, there is one of Vengeance that can deal with the goat, well, that's fine.
And if you're Majin, you know, you're gonna maybe accept that there's a Withering Wail or Vile Feast to maybe out heal, and just gonna go for the safety of killing the Thresh here.
Interesting. Yeah. There can be a Withering Wail, which would keep Kois out of range from dying. Yeah, I like this play from Majin. You know, you are adding an additional turn to your opponent's life, which is not the worst, right? But you are not close to dying. And
the 0 mana Behold Infinite, this maybe sets up like AoE Spell Shield next round, so you don't have to worry anymore about your stuff getting removed.
Right. You'd be maybe afraid if Nasus was actually large and a Nasus came out there into an Atrocity, but that's just A, it's not there. B, the Nasus is maybe a 6/6 or 7/7.
Yeah,
so
that
Majin sitting pretty.
The early work was just not done to set up that really threatening fork that this list wants to put you in, where you're already at low HP, you're trying to block as much as possible, and you're stuck in this terrible situation where you have to spend mana to keep up on board, but also keep mana to play around Atrocity. So here's a Behold Infinite Falling Comet.
Nope. The backup plan.
The backup for your backup's backup plan.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, again, I'm not keeping track of what Nasus is at. Perhaps Majin is keeping a better tab on it, or at least has an estimate. The only real way I could theoretically see is if Nasus is a 20/20 right now, and we see Nasus into Atrocity. Right now, Majin doesn't actually have an answer to that.
That is true.
Unless he spell thieves an Atrocity, and in response, Atrocity's his own goat, which would be a hilarious and awesome way to see this game end. But I don't even think it's going to come down to that.
You can wipe 2 units, maybe even take a little bit of damage here, and you're still offsetting a lot of that with lifesteal. You can block with 1 thing if you'd like. But this is one of those situations where dealing a little bit of damage like this is going to potentially open a window for some sort of Nasus Atrocity thing. Again, with no Lee Sin, with not a lot of units to develop or put into play, Maybe Majin Bay comes up a bit short. Mentor of the Stones to buff one of these might be the little bit of extra damage he needs.
Yeah, absolutely. Spell Thief here can get Vile Feast, Glimpse, Black Spear. Hey, I remembered.
Excellent.
Boomer Brain
work.
Activate.
Saves the goat. Yeah, so he's just keeping the enough damage in play.
Yeah, again, there's Withering Wail, there's 2 of Atrocity, there's 1 of Vengeance. Next turn, and then of course the Black Spears as well. Majin Bay just trying to have as big of an elusive attack as possible, keeping as many threats alive here. Like you mentioned, Mentor of the Stones could come down as an additional 2 points of damage, but Majin just trying to have the open attack be as lethal as possible.
And again, being rewarded for removing that first Thresh and everything is really good to see. Rite of Negation actually forced to come down here because Kois is the one on the back foot, needs to remove as much of this as possible. By negating that, you're also guaranteed that Slay goes through. And now Thresh is leveled up. This is going to be going into the attack token for Majin Bay, however, so no value coming off of this Thresh just yet. It needs to survive one more round, potentially.
Yeah. And we're out of range. So we talked about Atrocity, Withering Wail, Vengeance, and then Black Spear kind of, but that requires setup. There's only enough mana to play one of those spells. We can't see a double Withering Wail turn. We can't see an Atrocity, Withering Wail. There's just not enough mana or a Vengeance plus anything. So
yeah, and then there's a Bastion on the far left, so this looks like a lockdown here for Majin Bay. Kois missing out on that early game curve. Was just beginning to set up a threat here as we got into the late game.
Yep. There it was. 1 Vengeance, not enough. Majin Bay gonna take this one down and go up 1-0 here in round number 3. If my sources are correct, I believe he is currently 1-1 right now in the tournament. So still alive, of course, with the new format of 9 rounds. X and 1 will make it to the top 32, and I believe the top 12 ranked X and 2 players will also be making it. So absolutely still life for Majin Bay here, but Kois still has an opportunity. If Kois can 2-0 Fresh Nasus here, it potentially spells the end for Majin Bay, and Kois will be moving on.
This particular mirror match is very volatile. There's some mirror matches, how it just goes massively one way or the other depending on certain early draws, and Majin Bay's list doesn't seem to be teched specifically for the mirror match. Again, like including a couple Withering Wail goes a long way. I've heard some players whispering that Undying is the secret. But it's going to come down to, look at this. Kois has the attack token on round 3. So the potential to set up a really insane Blighted Caretaker and just get an insurmountable early advantage is going to be hopefully the strategy here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Kois also using that Right of Calling to actually get value out of the Sand Soldier and draw a champion could certainly be good. Also, it's worth noting, gets that initial tick for Slays. So now Kois is currently winning the Slay battle. I'm not calling it the Slay battle. I'm calling it the Slay ride from now on because,
Yeah, so Kois is taken off in the Slay ride, and Majin Bay, after getting such a strong early development, last time, is on this incredibly awkward bricked hand. The double Rite of Negation will pay off later on in the game, but you need to develop against this open attack that's potentially coming. Kois be attacking on odds is favored with the Nasus potentially coming down off of Thresh, if Rite of Calling did get the Thresh here.
Absolutely, and Kois drawing the Keeper, Cursed Keeper here, potentially could be one of the catalysts to really go off in this matchup. Looks like we may be seeing matching Threshes here.
And both Threshes love for anything to die. So
True.
this is going to be Kois also feeding into Majin Bay's win condition. And with the next couple rounds, these Threshes are probably going to level. And having the attack token, getting your Nasus out for free, with Majin Bay having a second Nasus in hand, is going to be enormous.
Oh, and both players leveling their Threshes on these turns. I'm trying. I did have.
Baby.
I had pencil and paper to try to keep track of all of the slays here, but that combat, I gave up on that one. That was too much for me. But both Threshes are leveling up here. Like you said, Majin is going into attack token, and that is a 5/5 Nasus.
Play the first one, get the second one in play for free. Or maybe you just open attack to get the Nasus before your opponent can develop, and then you have a Siphoning Strike to maybe follow up post-combat.
Ooh. Siphoning Strike, the Sand Spinner for... No, okay. No, we're not going down that.
Yeah, don't worry. Kois is going to play the Tongue Twister card right now.
Okay, Majin actually opting, or at least planning out what the open attack looks like. And it looks like the Siphoning Strike is what is being lined up here. It certainly does seem like a mirror breaker, potentially at least. And this is just going to be a block with the 4/3 onto the Nasus. This does put Majin's Nasus into harm's way. But of course, as we see, there are two Rite of Negations that can be used on the side of Majin.
Black Spear. Now it's important to note that Thresh, you get the one and done with bringing that Nasus into play. So Majin Bay has committed, is all in on keeping this Nasus alive. And is this negate into negate? Or a second Black Spear?
Yeah, either is going to be pretty brutal on the side of Majin here. The box. Now Majin has to decide, does he want to fire off a second negation, or is he basically off of the Siphoning Strike plan indefinitely?
This is a very tough decision. If you cash in your second Rite of Negation, you lose out on that ability to sidestep the Atrocity. And Majin Bay would need to feel very confident from the board position after this to be able to close it out within the next couple rounds, I think. But is going to play it safe, like we saw last time as well. I'm going to keep the Rite of Negation against that big Atrocity.
Yeah, that's just really tough, because now, as we gave advantage potentially to Majin with his attack turn with the Nasus, now it's Kois' turn to do that.
And now that there's no worry, there's a little bit less worry after that first Nasus goes down. Kois is feeling comfortable to develop here before the open attack, get a wider swing. The Curse Keeper development here tells me perhaps Blighted Caretaker, which would be absolutely massive. That's so many extra Slay procs for Kois' Nasus that's about to pop out of the deck here.
Yeah, Blighted Caretaker here. Some might call that backbreaking at this point. Of course, I wouldn't be one of those people.
Yeah, you can't count out Majin Bay.
And there it is.
Ooh.
Exactly the card that Majin did not want to see.
The Blighted Chiropractor.
Ooh. But the box.
Now that is devastating.
Yeah, Blighted is bad, but the box is backbreaking. Oh, but the Rite of Negation follow-up is going to be able to stop it. And Kois still just one step ahead of Majin, seemingly at every point so far in this game.
The Rite of Negations are such an important piece of this matchup to deal with the finisher of Atrocity, but knowing when is the perfect time to answer these mid-game tempo swing cards is going to be the key as well. So here is all the slays coming through. Nasus getting pumped up.
Oof. There he is.
Majin Bay now down to 3 HP, staring down a 12 attack spell shielded Nasus. That AoE debuff is also going to make it very difficult to block that fearsome. Thresh, meanwhile, still exists as a challenger to pull something to the side.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Majin, do you just have to, like, play out Nasus, pull Kois's Nasus with Thresh, hope that they don't block, hit him for 10 and then Atrocity? Like, I have no idea.
A lot of work needs to be done on Majin Bay here. You can survive against one Atrocity thanks to the Rite of Negation, and it just comes down to how much time can you buy yourself.
Well, now Majin clearly not playing around Atrocity anymore, because he's tabbed now below that, but Vile Feast is going to come out to kill the 4-1, which is now a 3-1 here. Majin going to deny the Spider and the Slay with his own Vile Feast. The one positive here for Majin is that he's got a lot of cards compared to Kois, who only has 2 in hand. Kois's board obviously much stronger here, but...
And there's the glimpse now. Just fishing for that Atrocity.
Sure.
It's just... Majin Bay has to just pray. How long can I survive? How long before that Atrocity comes through? With the spell shielded Nasus, you know, you can't have like your vengeance and stuff come through. It's just gonna keep on digging, sacrificing the entire board, everything to the wind.
That reads to me as another Thresh in hand, because even if you're just looking for Atrocity, you still want your Thresh in play. Yeah, okay. Another Thresh, that makes sense. Which is going to pull another Nasus. Is also leveled up. And will be giant.
And Majin Bay needs to... Like, you have the blocks on the Nasus at the very least, which is nice. But you're still playing catch-up, right? He's running behind the Slay, trying to catch up to Kois's Slay Ride.
Yeah, and Majin forced to play the Nasus here.
Ooh, and there's the siphoning strike. That is going to be the deal breaker. Majin just going to take this one to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? That's a mirror match. That's how a mirror match goes, you know. Kois had a very nice start there, an aggressive start. Majin was on the back foot the whole time. Even though, you know, Majin had a lot of cards in hand, you just don't have enough time. That was a great display of how tempo can be used, right? You fall behind on cards, but you stay ahead on the board. You stay ahead on tempo. Majin is playing on the back foot the whole time. I bet if you went back and rewatched that game, Kois was ahead on mana basically the whole game and ahead on board as well, even though he was down, you know, at one point in time, like 3 or 4 cards in hand. It just doesn't matter when you have those clear routes to victory with the the giant Nasus.
And when you don't get that early advantage, it's just a slow spiral down the drain. And now we're going to see how this Freljord Piltover Zahn spicy brew does against the boogeyman of the meta. We've got Cursed Keeper, Ravenous Butcher ready to go on Majin Bay's side.
A tale as old as time in Runeterra. Keeper Butcher. It's one we've seen work for a lot of over many metas, but isn't going to be enough here with this Sejuani Ezreal deck that was just, I think, off kilter is an understatement in terms of some of the choices in this deck.
If you don't get your early game answers, right? We don't see Blighted Caretaker, we don't see Black Spear. This deck from Kois could potentially get set up. It's got, I believe, Starlit Seer in it we saw, and having that scale something ridiculously, just having a big Ezreal punching you. And we saw in the Lee Sin match, right, where Nasus Thresh can't really deal with elusives that well. Right,
it really can't. The issue is that there's only, I mean, there's the Ezreals, of course, but there's only one Submersible. I'm interested. There's so many one-ofs in this deck. I would have expected to see more. But the one of that I'm very interested to see if it comes into play in this matchup Feel the Rush. Anyone remember that card? The card that ran amok for so long and everyone hated, and then Go Hard came about, and no one talked about Feel the Rush anymore or even played it.
And Ezreal was one of the original champions, I think, that was experimented with Feel the Rush, just to get a 10-10 elusive to punch through. And if the game goes long, if Kois's list has enough resources to draw this game out, you know, that's what we could see as the finisher. Majin Bay is already down to 14 HP.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely could be. I mean, there's so many targeting spells. You know, there's a full suite of troll chants. We do only see the one of Flash Freeze and 2 Harsh Wind. So atrocities for Majin Bay are still going to be a little bit risky, but not quite as much as you might expect them to be in a Freljord based deck. There's not as many freezes as some others are running.
But while we've been jabbering on, Majin Bay has been slowly building up this very formidable attacking force thanks to double cursed keeper, and 11 damage now being hit through. At this point, anything that sticks to the board is now an atrocity target.
Absolutely. There's the spoils of war. We talked about it before. And Thresh right now is a little bit sore. I had to get the rhyme there. Thresh 1 proc here. Kois down to 4 now. So atrocities on the menu, and if Kois ever taps down below mana to interact with atrocity, it's just over.
And Majin Bay is the type of player who's going to jump on that opportunity, of course. We've seen some players, even if they have the atrocity lethal, kind of sit on it and just let their current board advantage do the work and save atrocity as a backup. But Majin Bay, I think, would just rather close this one out, save the extra reps and brain power and resources for the rest of the Swiss rounds that are going to be coming up here.
Absolutely. And, you know, the beauty of the format is that this is open deck lists. Of course, there is that period at the beginning where players' deck lists are shown to each other. So there's really, I mean, there's a lot of mystery in terms of the choices made on the side of Kois here. A lot of one-ofs, but they're all known to Majin. So Majin will know, I mean, 2 mana and potentially 1 mana if there's a brittle stealable target is enough to interact with atrocity. And unless Kois goes entirely all in with their mana, Majin's probably going to hold back that atrocity.
I really hope that we get a chance to see whatever it is the Starlit Seer has been buffing. Nasus is only a 4/4.
Oh, it's just a little puppy.
Play the 6 mana baby Susan.
Yeah.
Thinking about it.
And a 6 mana not even Bull Elnuck. What a card. I wish Nasus was an Elnuck, by the way. I wish there was an Ascended Elnuck. That's what I want to see. Riot, please make a champion across all of the games, and I want it to be an Ascended Elnuck. Thank you.
New Shurima champion leaked.
Yep.
I was kind of hoping they would make like a PNZ, like a robot Elnuck, to kind of drive the counterfeit copy synergy.
Now that would be sweet.
With Augment, oh man. Woo. But
anyways,
here it is. We've got the open attack here. Blighted Caretaker going to come down just to make sure this goes through. Get a little bit more attack on the board against Harsh Winds.
Yeah, this is as wide as Majin can go. And, you know, there is, you said it, Harsh Winds is basically the only way to deal with multiple cards, I guess, outside of Sejuani, and Sejuani is actually leveled up, so this actually could be potentially nightmarish for Majin here, as a single damage to Majin's Nexus here will freeze everything.
We do have Rite of Negation, but now with the extra, with Sejuani coming down to block a target, and also Frostbite one, that's -2 attackers essentially for Majin Bay. Threatening just enough here, 5 damage still getting through the cracks.
Yeah, this would be enough to push lethal here. Now, there's a number of cards that could stop this. Currently, Mystic Shot would do it. Of course, we see the Rite of Negation, which could stop that. 2 Mystic Shots would do it. Harsh Winds, obviously, there's not enough mana. 3 Sisters or the Freeze.
So burst speed won't get negated.
Yeah. Well, this will be enough with Atrocity.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing at 0 mana that can be cast. And that's just going to be Majin taking this one down 2-1.
Was able to run it with the Nasus Thresh.
Wow.
Kois definitely gave Majin Bey a run for his money, but this third deck turned out to be perhaps a bit too spicy. Couldn't take down the Meta King.
Yeah, that was like a turn away from being back in Kois' favor. I mean, leveled Sejuani? Hello? Like, leveled Sejuani with a ballistic box?
Yeah, one of the strongest setups that you can get, I think, especially against these lists that just have to attack you and have to use Atrocity to get that damage through. It was very close. Sejuani maybe 1 round earlier.
Mm-hmm. Sejuani a round earlier. There's so many things that could have happened in that game that maybe turned it around, but it was not enough for Kois, and we are seeing the current reigning seasonal champion for the Americas Shard, Majin Bey, advancing on at, I believe, 2-1 right now. So Majin fans rejoice. The dream of back-to-back seasonals is still alive, and back-to-back seasonal top 32s also still alive.
Yeah, again, a powerhouse player. He's still just trying to survive here. He's already taken 1 loss early and just needs to go undefeated for the rest of the Swiss rounds in order to make that top cut. Fortunately, with having more Swiss rounds, it evens out a little bit more. You have more opportunities to outplay your opponent essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think some folks are doing the math in terms of like win rates and win percentages needed to do to top 32 in the old format versus the new format, and honestly, it's pretty close to the same. Like, there's not a ton of difference from a math perspective. I think the top, the top 10 or maybe even 20 players in the world are probably benefiting more, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
But for the vast majority of players, the experience is going to be the same in terms of win rates and qualifying versus not qualifying. So it's going to be the same for most. But we actually are going to catch the tail end of another match. Jason Florent currently sitting at 2-0 versus Mr. Kaim, and Jason up a game here.
Already up a game, trying to get the second game with Nasus Thresh. This is the position you want to be in. I wonder what those Star Springs are ticked up to. We've got this Star Shepherd at 18-3. Maybe put a Zenith Blade on that and get the counter one shot.
Yeah, this is a precarious situation when you have multiple Star Springs in play and not a ton of ways to deal with a Star Spring once it's active on the side of Jason Florent.
Yeah, we're already at like round 10. No Thresh in play, no Nasus to be seen. So just not a lot of pressure coming down from Jason. And Mr. Kaib here has the means to just kick back and let the Star Springs do their job.
Yeah, I actually saw some chatter from the EU side as well as SEA with TK Raka actually being a pretty good meta pick based on the current spread. I would imagine it's pretty good against this Thresh Nasus deck in general. If you can get the setup like this where you've got blockers, you've got your your units in play, and you can just sit back on Star Springs and just block, right? A lot of times this chip damage that something like a Thresh Nasus can do is actually to a detriment against this TK Raka deck.
The list has always existed, I think, just barely on the outskirts of the tournament metagame, and has, been employed in the past to counter Lee Sin. I think notably whenever it tries to make its way truly into the metagame, some aggro deck shows up that kind of beats it down. Very, very weak to fearsomes the Soraka
Yes.
deck, right? So now that maybe Spider Aggro has settled down as one of the least brought aggressive options for tournament lineups, it can finally show up to really demonstrate its power level here of just kicking back. What was the tick on the Star Spring? I missed it there.
It didn't show because it didn't go up at all. It was two springs, no actual health gained, as both were at full health here. But I was keeping my eye on both to try to see if I could see it. But did not. Okay, Chad is saying 20 out of 22 on one of them, so pretty close to getting there.
So there again, there's no landmark destruction in Nasus Thresh unless you have your opponent on death's door. You know, there's really nothing to be done here. Just playing out these last couple rounds, and Mr. Kibe just needs something to damage this board, or play something that's damaged, like maybe a crusty Codger, a 1-drop that you wouldn't like to see drawn in the late game, actually shows up to clutch it here. Right. No Soraka to draw cards either. He's running out of fuel. A big swing being threatened now from Jason Florent. If, you know, Nasus comes through,
right?
Tom Kench can't, and the Fortune Cooker can't block, the Fearsome strikes, and then you're setting up Atrocity. There's a line. There's a world where this still comes through.
You're absolutely right, but the problem is that this wide attack is great and all, but currently Jason can't actually survive dealing any damage to these units because the Star Spring is just going to win it. So, you know, Jason needs to find a way here to get damage in while also not damaging the units or damaging them to the point where they die, or else he's going to lose to the Star Springs.
And you think, okay, I'll just attack with everything with 4 and 3 attack to kill the Fortune Croaker. I've got Black Spear to maybe finish off the Tom Kench. But you have to worry about Pale Cascade, Sunblessed Vigor, Astral Protection to just boost that HP up. Another, it's, oh my god, it's a lot. Suffice to say. Yeah. Vengeance being put on the stack here against the Tom Kench can potentially, of course, get countered by Bastion.
But that's fine. We have Black Spear to proc the Bastion if Jason wants to use it. And that is also going to be good against second Bastion, as you know, because it is burst speed, it actually won't work. This can be a guaranteed kill onto the TK here. I have to imagine he's going to use it. You're just dead to the Kench if otherwise.
Yeah, so saves the Black Spear as just a way to clip one of these smaller units. And just says, okay, we'll leave the Tom Kench undamaged, call this turn a wash.
Okay. Interesting play. I'm not sure I'm seeing the reasoning behind it, because we're in the same situation here. You could have actually pulled ahead. I guess maybe against a second Tom Kench? This would be worse.
It's a toughie. It's a toughie.
Yeah, but now we don't. So now if we assume that the same exact cards are in Mr. Keeb's hand, Jason just loses now because there's not enough mana to have a death proc to proc the Black Spear and cast Vengeance.
Yeah, there was a window of opportunity there to get rid of the Tom Kench, have the advantage against second Bastion, and there is Guiding Touch finally coming out to the top.
That was an interesting line from Jason. I'm curious to hear what his thought was there. I mean, if you're in a situation like that, if you're in a situation like that, maybe you're just kind of so far behind that Jason really wasn't looking for the line to kind of bring it in. You know what I mean? Where you're just kind of thinking to yourself, well, this game's probably 99% lost, and just maybe starting to think about the next matchup. It's definitely possible. It's also possible that he was just expecting that there was no, or that Black Spear was going to be good enough to kill Tom the next turn, but that, of course, got punished by a lot of things there. But either way, we're going into game number 3 here. Mr. Kai versus Jason Florent with the Shen J4 versus Thresh Nasus.
Shen J4 is a deck that a lot of players jumped onto after the Fiora nerfs, and it proved to be an unworthy successor, to say the very least. A lot of science was done to make it still use that same mid-rangey, combat trick-focused package, but just losing out on that early game curve, that early challenger, and that threat against these lists that like to develop a lot of chump blockers. It took a while for the formula to sort of reestablish itself, and now we're even running Fleet Feather trackers again to shore up the early mid game for this deck.
Absolutely, yeah. The mid game for this deck certainly is maybe a little bit weaker, but the later game, or maybe the late mid game, is can go over the top, as J4 has certainly been a powerhouse addition to this deck.
And the 6 attack means that you're able to kill Thresh, which a lot of decks have shown
very true
struggle to do. And the miracle, like the dream setup, is like double Screeching Dragon, and there's just nothing that, you know, this Nasus deck can really set up to take the board back from you after that sort of outcome. And then you have Deny against Atrocity. I like the chances of this deck in this matchup, but it hasn't been the jack of all trades tournament lineup stabilizer that Fiora Shen once was.
Absolutely. I mean, it certainly has some very explosive draws, but the elephant in the room is Fiora's not there, so you don't just have a free win con. I mean, imagine how good old Fiora would be into this Thresh Nasus deck with so many small units and preys. I mean, literally, the card is called Prey. Unfortunately, the Predator is Fiora in that world, but we do not quite see as much Fiora Shen these days, as Fiora got a health reduction.
That is indeed what happened. Something that I was advocating for, I'm not going to lie, for a very long time. But it gave some breathing room to the aggro decks to really flourish here, and for this new archetype to kind of show up. I remember I saw the old Azir, like Dunekeeper Burn Swarm list. That was like the prototype of this one.
Right.
Fiora leveled up and won the game in 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's just, you just keep giving more ammunition. It's like, oh, we need to put out this Fiora fire. Anyone got more lighter fluid? Maybe we can douse it out. It just doesn't quite work. Yes, I get that it's a liquid, but oh boy, does that not put the fire out.
I know, you look over, the Sand Soldiers all look at the one odd man out that's made of sticks and straw.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe if we put enough wood onto this fire, it will just become extinguished. Oh no.
Spirit Leech still drawing through, still looking for Thresh to come down and hold down this early game. Not a lot of sticky units coming from Jason Florent right now. In the previous match, we were seeing a lot of Cursed Keeper type stuff. You need these tankier units to actually survive and fight for the board. And despite the absence of Fiora, Mr. Keeb here has managed to set up a pretty sizable attack and is drawing more cards off of the River Shapers.
Now, here's an interesting line. I wonder if there was any consideration to just use Rite of Calling there on your 4-1. Yes, you're taking 2 extra damage from the protege there, but your 4-1's dying for free anyway. Maybe preserving life total is the consideration, but Jason wanted to draw a Thresh, which of course he coincidentally did right now, but could have close to guaranteed drawn a Thresh and also gotten a little bit of value out of the 4-1 outside of gaining 2 life. But being down to 13 is certainly not the spot you want to be in terms of, throwing away life for value.
Ooh, and so actually makes the choice to play the Nasus. I thought maybe Thresh comes down. It's so risky to try to get the Thresh to stay alive, challenging the Brightsteel Protector. Riposte or something would be devastating here.
Yeah.
And at this point, I think it's just about developing a big body. You're going to take 5 damage with Nasus getting pulled to the side by a challenger, or potentially by Jarvan. The 7/7 does survive against the Jarvan open attack coming from Mr. Kibe potentially next round.
The Nasus survives, but does Jason is the question, which we might not know the answer to, because Mr. Kibe can also pull with the protege, hit for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 if there is a Jarvan. Now, Mr. Kibe offering the end turn, and Jason obliges, which I think is probably a net positive for Jason. There was, 6+ mana on the side of Mr. Kibe that could have been used to develop there, and Jason, I think, got out of that turn pretty good, even though there wasn't an attack that came out. I don't even know if Jason wanted to attack that.
Yeah, there was no good options, in my opinion. The threat of some sort of buff coming through and harming the Nasus is too great. And you said, challenge with the protege, have Jarvan pop out, Sharp Sight comes through. But again, just develop Screeching Dragon, decides to double down on this current board advantage. This lets River Shaper get through. Anything that Jason Florent might have is going to be just one other body, because without Cursed Keeper, no good targets in play for Blighted Caretaker. There's no way to keep up with this wide board now.
Yeah, and the pass coming out. That is another somewhat risky play. And Mr. Kibe passes back. I feel like this has got to be benefiting Jason here. I mean, Jason on sort of the back to the wall here. A pretty menacing board for Mr. Kibe, but there's just nothing to push through, it seems.
Is the confidence, I guess, just isn't there. Maybe
sure.
I think this gives away a lot of information actually for Jason to take advantage of. A pass there maybe tells you no deny, no riposte. And so Jason potentially could take the swing here.
I mean, the hand read is actually a little bit interesting because it reads no deny, no riposte, but also I'm like no units in play. Or I guess they committed the Screeching Dragon, so that makes sense at least. But yeah, this is interesting.
These decks, they want to like strike this cadence between spending all their mana to develop a unit, then you kind of need to take a turn off to reload, so that way you have the threat potential for your combat tricks. But I felt in that position that even without maximum mana to back up your plays, you can still sacrifice one thing. Is Mr. Kibe just saying, I don't want this Nasus to get any bigger?
Right. Well, Jason, happy to oblige, develops the Thresh, and no attacks come out.
Again, still a really strong board state being presented to Mr. Kibe. Wants to end the round again. Is there Brightsteel formation? Are you just waiting for Jarvan?
Yeah, I'm. A lot of times when this pass back keeps happening,
is it like triple deny then?
It could certainly be, denies and nopifies potentially.
That means there's no Shen or Screeching Dragon. Those are fantastic developments there. There's no Brightsteel in the hand. Those are other fantastic developments. There's so much information that Jason is getting to glean from these passes. The hand quality must be terrifyingly bad on Mr. Kibe's side. No Jarvan, no Screeching Dragon, no Riposte, no rallies.
Yeah, I like this. Let's commit one Siphoning Strike. Just test the waters. I'm imagining it's a deny, which is fine. You do want to clear the path for your atrocity potentially later on in the game. So let's get a deny out. Could also be a concerted strike. Though concerted strike doesn't. A concerted strike would technically work here. To threaten to kill the Nasus.
And Mr. Kibe is worried about, right of negation potentially against a big spell commitment like that. If there is no deny, and Mr. wants to go for a barrier here to stop the Siphoning Strike, then you have to worry about Vile Feast or Withering Wail popping that. So I think this definitely does take out a deny. And because Jason got so much time...
It resolved.
Got so much time to sit on cards and resources, you can commit a Siphoning Strike like that just to try to get a resource out of the opponent. Like, you want your opponent to spend the deny there to up the chances of your atrocity going through. And so Nasus, is halfway there to a Nexus one-shot.
I think, for lack of a better word, dumbfounded at how this game is progressing.
It's gotta be like triple deny, double notify, like the worst.
If it was triple deny, how are you not casting it there? You get rid of a Nasus. You get rid of a Nasus. You save your unit, and there's no development for Mr. Kibe. What is his hand?
Okay, I figured out. Mr. Kibe actually stepped away from the computer for a bit and set up a dunking bird that just slowly presses the space bar.
The space bar. Okay. I believe that, honestly, more so than any other logical line.
I cannot think. I cannot. Here it is. Finally, Jarvan comes through off the top, I suppose.
I'm done trying to predict lines with this game, Scarzig. It's over. My calls, I don't know anymore. It's done. I've got nothing. This attack is coming through. By my estimation, there could be literally any combination of cards Mr. Kibe's hit.
It's just double, like, there's no Jarvan in hand. It's
right.
I guess you end up in this weird thing where there's the Jarvan, so it is locked in. You end up in this weird situation where when you're playing against, a well-known player like Jason in the seasonal tournament, and it's down to game 3, and you're both trying to survive. Maybe you just get caught in this spiral of overthinking your plays and second-guessing yourself and doubting your lines. And you're trying to calculate so many lines into the future and saving your resources for these oddball, low-percentage outcomes that you aren't seeing, like the clear path ahead of you to just take advantage of your tempo. He got 3-4 rounds to just not do anything and just freely draw cards, build up this fantastic war chest of options, and begin to threaten from this position.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Mr. Kibe just is on the line of, hey, we keep a board as lean as possible so that I'm not giving Jason a bunch of, targets to pull with Thrash or units to Vile Feast or what have you. And the engine stays idling until Jarvan is drawn. And then when Jarvan is drawn, then we go in. Maybe it's maybe that's just how they drew it up. I could certainly see that as a line of thinking at the very least. So I don't hate it, but here we go. Siphoning Strike number 2 coming down, and this could be devastating.
And if this isn't denied, then all my theories go out the window. Because then you're staring down a 13 attack Nasus. This is a strike, so this will level him. Right.
Well, we're also in... Mr. Kibe is in the red zone, as they say. Actually, both players now in the red zone as the round seems like it is coming quickly to an end here.
So you can wail to pop this barrier. You can use the Black Spear.
Sure.
To make sure this goes through.
I mean, is Jason again going to hold on to the Black Spear for a rainy day of the next game and not use it to pop a shield of some sort? No. Okay. Fires off the Withering Wail, which does a couple of things. Does proc the barrier, of course. Gains him a little bit of life. And now Nasus leveled. Spell shield acquired. Attacks looking pretty good. Oh, it also gives both champions an additional +2/+2. Weakens Mr. Keeb's board. I mean, not looking great. Also, Nasus is almost in atrocity range.
Just one-shot atrocity range. The
Yeah.
big Susan now debuffing the board. It's going to be even harder to block the Fearsome. You have Thresh pull the Screeching Dragon, and you can
It's
just
two
threaten
atrocities.
all day here.
Yeah, Blooded Caretaker even coming out. I have to imagine that the attack is going to push quite a bit here. Maybe get Mr. Keeb to commit some more resources. If not, fine. That's great. This attack is going to devastate their board. See a little Tom Brady action there. Devastate the board, and then next turn we're theoretically going to have enough mana to fire off 2 atrocities if need be, or perhaps fire one off now, see if the coast is clear, and then go for the second next turn.
And there's the surrender.
Well,
There had to have been some sort of IRL thing happening on the other side, where I'm far enough ahead where I can rope this down a bit and pass, and then just close it out when I need to. Sometimes that's just how it goes. You can't know what's in the mind of a player. And when it comes to these seasonal tournaments, these aren't just players who have been prominent in the competitive scene. Mm-hmm. These are just players who've been doing really well on ladder, or they did well in their last chance gauntlet to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the few times that we actually see these top players playing against players who are not necessarily of equal rank. Ladder obviously keeps that there, but either way, that's going to be Jason Florent taking that one down. We're going to head to a short break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with some more Empires of the Ascended seasonal Swiss action when we return. Welcome back, everyone, to the Empires of the Ascended Seasonal Swiss Rounds. I'm Blevins, joined by Scarzig, and we are going to be heading into round number 4 in just a couple minutes here, Scar. We saw our first round, which is round number 3, and we saw a couple of good matches there with Majin and Jason Florent.
A couple of the, top favored players,
Sure.
fighting in keeping their spots and staying alive throughout the Swiss rounds. And you can just see the pressure that a lot of these players are under. We talked earlier, before we jumped into those games, that there are a lot of decks to consider when you're trying to construct your lineup. And we even managed to see a couple decks we had not even considered being brought. Some spicy Feel the Rush, Ezreal. And as we move forward in the Swiss rounds, there's probably going to be even more on top of that.
It is possible, traditionally, if you'd think that if these off-kilter decks aren't actually good, they'd get weeded out in the first couple of rounds. But here's the thing. We definitely see a little bit of an echo chamber with the online world and streamers and whatnot, so maybe we'll see some new decks rise to the top. But speaking of the top, we're jumping into game now with a perennial favorite, Rattling Bones, who is has been a long-time player here in Legends of Runeterra, top tournament player, but has taken a little bit of a break, I think, from the competitive scene, but comes back now and is sitting atop the leaderboard at 3-0.
3-0, fantastic record. This is what you want, a strong start, and just having that extra confidence as well heading into these mid games. You aren't under the extra pressure of, oh, if I lose this, and then you start to sweat. Rattling Bones is just doing what he does best, is sitting comfortably. And even if you do take a break from the competitive scene, a lot of the high-level players of Runeterra still are in communication with one another. Some of the other members of TLG keeping him updated onto what decks to bring. And, old meta favorite Ezreal Draven being back in the mix means that you can jump back into the competitive scene and play just a solid deck to get your bearings.
Absolutely. Ezreal Draven, the meta is very different than when it was last sort of in the sun, but boy, does the deck play the same as it always has. There's a couple of nuances. You got to be worried about these pesky Shurima cards, maybe a couple other, meta calls for sure, but you're playing the same deck you've been playing for the most part with a couple of key additions. And, Rattling Bones, by my estimation, one of the best old TLC players to date. We had some Fight Night games, some mirror matches, and some other games with the Rattling Bones playing TLC, the old Ledros version, that are just absolute master classes. And I would imagine that a lot of those skills transfer over to the Lissandra version as well. So certainly have high hopes here for Rattling Bones, but of course their opponent Fundo to be trying to put an end to that.
Very solid lineup we see from Fundo. We've got the Zoe Lee Sin, the Nasus deck, of course, and Discard Aggro rounding things out. Now, Discard Aggro is very weak again to the Trundle Ledros, like the amount of AoEs, but as I think we're all well aware, Discard Aggro, you can't ever count it out. It can get some really cracked sequences that just allow it to beat down just about any opponent. Lee Sin ban coming through now. And also, the Lissandra Trundle going to be banned out. So the Discard Aggro has a better shot here.
Yeah, this is very interesting bans going into this. But this is going to be game number 1 of round number 4, Rattling Bones versus Fundo. There's a card you'd like to see in your opener, the old Tri-Beam Improbulator.
Get that stacking up right away. How do you feel about this matchup? Nasus Thresh into Ezreal Draven. I think on paper, it kind of works out in their favor just by the amount of removal you have. You don't fall behind necessarily, but not a lot of good ways to maybe set up without Atrocity if you don't get your Guillotine.
Yeah, this is one of the matches where I would imagine that the late game of Fundo is actually perhaps even more important than those early starts, because like you said, there is a lot of removal. So we see, 4 pieces of removal in the Hand of Bones right now. And one thing I've said on previous casts is this Thresh Nasus deck lives and dies by the sword that is tempo. If you fall behind in tempo, meaning on board, card quality, card advantage, if you fall too behind in any of those, you really fall behind, as there's not a ton of catch-up mechanics. And Rattling Bones' deck, I mean, Tri-Beam Improbulator is such a huge tempo swing potentially that I would imagine, unless Fundo can really push through with an aggressive draw or go over the top with Nasus, it's going to be really hard for them to take this one down.
And Cursed Keeper, you know, this is what you want to see. Cursed Keeper perhaps into Blighted Caretaker would be a massive swing. Actually just gets the Spirit Leech off the top. The Static Shock in the far left of the hand will do a little bit of work to clean this up, but you have the chump blockers, and what's so important for Ezreal Draven is you have the means to deal with the high HP totals of Thresh and Nasus, which we've seen time and time again so far is so important.
I was just thinking if this line was one that Bones was going to go for, pre-commit the Static Shock, kill your 4-1, open up the flock onto the 4-3. Bones goes for it, and of course is also going to go for the draw. You really don't lose any value by blocking there. And I don't even know if there's a way to stop it, but it's a good habit where if you're killing a unit and you don't want it to take the damage, if they have a trick, you want to still kill the unit. It's a good habit to get into blocking. So definitely a good play there by Bones. Tri-Beam, I believe now up to 3. I'm going to try to keep track.
And this Ezreal Draven now, the Tri-Beam's been stacking up. Draven's feeding the axes into the rest of the synergies for your Sump Dredger now. And there is a sect of players that think this list is not good. Even when it was all over the place in a few metas ago, there was always a section of players who said that this deck is actually like not as good as everybody thinks it is. But in the hands of Rattling Bones, I think that this is the reason the deck has had so much staying power, where a player can just take the deck to a new level.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many options that this deck presents you with at any given time. I mean, look at this hand just right now. How many different iterations of this turn could happen for Bones? I would say literally thousands potentially, like between axes and when you want to axe. If you don't want to axe, you want to discard an axe, you want to save an axe, you want to put, like, all these things line up, and then when it compounds over the course of turns, because, you know, Bones could have played Ballistic Bot last turn. All of a sudden there's an ignition in the mix, and Bones having experience with the deck and just understanding the deck itself as well as the matchup, it just goes so far. And like you said, Scarzig can really push this deck over the top.
And when you're calculating not only your own options, but against what your opponent can potentially do in response, that just, you know, square it, cube it, you know, those options just go all over the place. And Rattling Bones in a very comfortable position now heading into the mid game. There was no early aggression really able to hit through. We've got options in the deck to deal with the mid game of Thresh. Like, there's a couple Culling Strikes in the list, and I think that Rattling Bones right now is just hoping to get the Guillotines to have like the absolute certainty to deal with these big units that are coming through. How big is Nasus right now? I think basically round 7, round 8, just count on him being at least a 7/7 on a bad day.
Well, I believe that rampaging, or no, not rampaging Bakai
Sand Spinner.
The other one.
Bakai Reaper.
Bakai Reaper. There's too many Bakais.
Renekton would agree with you.
Yeah, true. That was a 3/2, and I believe it came out on either turn 1 or turn 2, depending on which one he killed. So that would mean that Nasus is a 4/4, if that's correct. So not huge here, but it is going to get a little bit bigger with this Draven kill.
Yeah, fun, because Rattling Bones is playing a deck that's so based around, you know, just removal. You aren't forced to defend yourself using units, and so a lot less slays are coming through onto the Nasus Thresh side of things. They have to rely on their own Spirit Leeches and Glimpses and Blighted Caretaker. So not only is this deck able to answer Nasus when he does come down, the way the deck is built and the way it plays also makes the Nasus smaller on average, and he's just cashing in an early Thermo to wipe this.
Yep, and that's a 5. That is a 5 Thermo Beam, which by my estimation, Nasus is a 5/5 right now. So I could be wrong about that. But boy, a Thermo Beam killing a Nasus. And oh, by the way, hello, Mr. Ezreal is also leveled up here.
And with no units in
now?
play for Fundo, there's not going to be any shenanigans trying to turn on a Black Spear, plus a Vile Feast to clean this up. The longer it goes, we've even got Captain Farron about to drop.
Yep.
And once again, exposing the weakness of Shurima Shadow Isles, their inability to deal with elusive units.
Yeah, inability to deal with elusive units, inability to really get value. When you have no board, I mean, there's not a lot of catch-up mechanics. This is exactly what I was talking about. I mean, yeah, there's a bit of a refill on the board, but is this really caught up? I mean, what is this even doing right now?
Ooh,
besides
I
maybe
like
pushing a
this
little
pass
damage.
from Rattling Bones saying, yeah, I have a fleeting Mystic Shot, but if you want to take this Mystic Shot away from me, you're burning a ton of mana too. Very confident that Fundo wants to play at least one more card.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that right there is just the perfect example of how you can get ahead with a deck like this, right? Imagine that Fundo has a Glimpse in hand right now. Rattling Bones fires off that Mystic Shot. It gets countered by the Glimpse. Fundo has an open opportunity to play Glimpse. Because of the line that Rattling Bones took, there not only is... Rattling Bones just says, hey, if you have Glimpse, you're just not able to play it right now. Sorry. And, he throws away 2 damage, or I guess technically 3, potentially, but that doesn't matter. And understanding that resource and that angle is not the one you need to be attacking right now absolutely just gives you so much more play in this matchup.
And so Rattling Bones, considering the Captain Farron, actually goes for the Ballistic Bot to keep some mana open, wants this Tri-Beam to hit something a bit juicier this round, it looks like. Still no guillotines coming out of the deck. This is looking a bit scary to deal with Nasus.
Yeah, it is looking a little bit scarier here for sure. I'm still thinking... Yeah, I think by my count, Nasus is at 7 right now. 7/7. So I think the Tri-Beam is
up to 6 damage. This will snipe a Thresh. I think 6
Oh,
drop is probably the ideal pool of units you want to pull from. But you don't want to commit. You don't want to tunnel vision too much on this one line. And yeah, Rattling Bones, I think Fundo taking it very slow here with the Fading Icon and forcing Rattling Bones to pull the trigger on this and gets the Sun Potato.
There's Nasus.
7/7,
Oh,
you
I
were
was
right.
right. I was right. Wow. Man, who says pen and paper can't get you the right answer? Now, the 4 damage Thermo Beam coming out definitely opens up Bones to do more overwhelm damage with the Farron here. And now, Bones no longer needs to play reactively. There's no threat of Atrocity on the Nasus being lethal. Could see like Siphoning Strike plus something, maybe?
There is a Siphoning Strike.
Plus Vile, yeah. That is really good.
Uh-oh. At the very least, Nasus didn't level there. So he is going to be vulnerable to a Guillotine if we can get it out of the deck. Rattling Bones running 2 copies has only drawn a few cards. There was like a couple early Sump Dredgers, I think, and 1 Rummage, but Double Decimate isn't going to do it. Late Tri-Beam, not what you want to see.
No, it absolutely is not. And now, there wasn't really a big comeback from Fundo, but the slow grind and Bones not able to put the screws on fast enough, not able to end the game in a quick enough fashion.
That slow play, I think, with the Ballistic Bot to leave mana open for the Tri-Beam, rather than just, I'm on 8 mana, I'm going to play Farron. ended up creating a window of opportunity for Fundo to play things a bit slower and get this Nasus down in a safer position.
Absolutely. Bones, at the very least, going to be able to stop the challenge from going through, so he can still block the Nasus. But we're still... Well, we do have... Fundo is at 12. I see 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in hand. So we could still be there, Scarzig. It's just, is there going to be enough time? And is that last card in Fundo's hand Atrocity, which will actually not end the game? If blocks come through here, Bones may still be in fine enough shape.
We'll see, because that last card could also be Rite of Negation.
True.
Oh, it's close. Another Ezreal off the top would be fantastic to maybe shore up some of this damage a little bit.
Yeah.
Sun Potato protecting the squad. Go forth.
Yep. And now Bones has to decide, does he want to go for Get Excited to trade here, or does he just want to go upstairs and go for the win?
Oh, man, that is a big fork in the road for Rattling Bones. Get this Nasus off of the board before he levels. Or saying, if Nasus isn't big enough to one-shot me with Atrocity, is it better to go for Burn?
Yeah, I mean, I think either line is losing to Rite of Negation, right?
Yeah.
Fundo's going to Rite of Negation this 100% of the time anyway. If they don't have it, just win. Forehead? Like,
yeah,
you know?
I get. Like, yeah, it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. If the Rite of Negation comes through, Nasus lives anyway, and you're down a resource.
Exactly. I mean, just, you know, play like they don't have it, and if you, you know, your outcome for the other line is, okay, you've killed a Nasus. The line here is, you've killed Fundo.
The NA mantra rings true. When your back is against the wall, you have but to embrace the ancient teaching. If they have it, they have it.
Absolutely. Yeah, there were a number of lines, a number of cards there for Fundo that beat the Get Excited on Nasus, but let's see. We're not seeing a Rite of Negation yet.
Or Withering Whale.
Oh, right. Withering Whale would do it.
Oh, my God. If there's another challenger to pull this ballistic bot to the side.
I don't...
If you...
I can't...
You should still go for it here, right? Or do you Draven to get an axe?
No, see,
He gives him another draw.
Exactly. If they have it, you've lost. That is the case right now. Now they have, you know, 50% more cards in their hand than they did last turn. So, I mean, this maybe doesn't change the math at all, because this Nasus, again, still is not lethal, though.
By passing there, you open up additional angles with the rummage, I guess. I guess the rummage played a really big factor into Rattling Bones' calculations there. But now with this damage sneaking through, the Nasus Atrocity is enough if it resolves. Where previously, you could still survive against Atrocity to end the game against your burn being fast on the stack.
Right. Now, I wonder... Okay, playing Ignition here, I feel like doesn't do anything. I could be wrong. I guess this...
So now Rattling Bones needs to rummage into a second piece of burn. So that way you can go on top of the Atrocity when that's put.
Now, open attack is lethal. And open...
Oh, then Get Excited beats Atrocity. Yes, because that is all the mana and no healing on top.
Exactly. Yep. Ooh, I think you Get Excited. Sure, you can get rid of one of the decimates. That's fine.
Tapped under Atrocity, just goes for it.
Yeah, there's no Atrocity here. It's Withering Whale, right? That's the only. That's the. Or right. That's fine.
Okay.
because now again, open attack does it, but now atrocity is back on the table.
So now you have to open attack and then rummage the decimates for extra burn.
Right.
And that's going against a potential another Rite of Negation? Or is it better to just, because if you go for decimate, then they put atrocity on the stack and now you rummage away the other decimate and the other impopulator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you can open with decimate. That's fine. Fundo gives the Shen emote.
It.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. It was looking hairy. Rattling Bones survived the early game, and then suddenly Nasus comes down and says, "Oh, what's up?" And then somehow the line was found.
Yeah, I mean,
so many cards drawn and no atrocity there.
I'm like literally at a loss for words. I would love to see that game analyzed. I want to see the crack team going back, VOD review. Let's take a look at that game. Someone should make a video there because I think that there's like a ton of different lines and like the, you know, being in a coffee shop in Paris, smoking a pipe, debating the lines of play. Yes, I would have went for the get excited 2 turns ago. I think that there could be a really great discussion there on that game alone because it was absolutely insane. But we're in to this game number 2. Rattling Bones up 1-0 versus Fundo. And Fundo, now we're seeing the opposite regions played by the players. Fundo changed their deck to PNZ Noxus, and Rattling Bones, of course, now needs to win with the Shurima Shadow Isles.
So, discard aggro. This has been a deck that kind of had the means to punch through the early mid-game of Nasus Thresh, and this was the matchup that forced Nasus Thresh to start teching. Like, this is the reason the Withering Whales exist. This is the reason that the box is being main decked, right?
Sure.
Outside of the mirror. But this swarm into crowd favorite in the early game is so hard to deal with unless you get this tempo. You've been hammering on this the entire cast, Blevins. You need this tempo, and the Blighted Caretaker is here to provide that.
I am the swarm now. I am the swarm now. Blighted Caretaker comes in and says, yeah, you can have your flame chompers and all your other stuff. I don't care. I'm the swarm deck here. I'm bigger. I'm wider.
And all of this combat, all of this favors Rattling Bones so much because of the slays.
Yep. Sleigh ride. I believe we're up to 4 sleighs on the side of Bones here.
And Triple Bakai Reaper, like just these early scaling units that are difficult for discard aggro to even block consistently, and you have to attack. You know, some decks are like, oh, I don't want to attack here because I don't want my units to die. I don't want to give them the slays. I don't want to turn on their Black Spear. I'm going to try to save up resources. There is no subtlety for discard aggro in a matchup like this. You got to go in. You got to go big.
Yeah, that attack was just depressing if you're Fundo. And for Rattling Bones, the follow-up is Thresh, which is a card that's just inherently good against a deck like discard aggro, whereas the follow-up for Fundo is, I mean, when you're in a position where Jinx isn't even scary and Augmented Experimenter would be discarding a full grip of cards, yeah, like this Jinx just sucks here, right?
Not even going to kill the Jinx, just says...
Yeah, that's a 4-3. Sure, trade it with my 1-drop.
Please, like, yeah, please throw away your whole hand to level this Jinx so you survive the trade. Not even.
Right. Yeah, it won't even survive the trade. We'll just, yeah, I love this pull from Bones, too. I mean, it was already, you know, not hidden information that Fundo could play 2 axes and trade. Bones doesn't even want that. Yep, there's a 9/9.
Yeah, you get a mean trade there where you say,
you take my trade if you want.
Rattling Bones is also inflicting mental damage to the opponent while just ruling the board right now. baby crowd favorite going to try to come through and stop this 9-9?
Crowd favorite comes out to, you know, a smattering of mild applause from mostly crowd favorites family, and then Nasus comes down and the crowd goes wild.
I know. It's the big Susan.
Absolutely. The giant Nasus. We got it. Just bigger than almost Fundo's combined board. But Bones here deciding, you know, does Nasus want to come out, or do we want to see Thresh's the box just, you know, 1-for-1 the crowd favorite?
Yeah, just plays it down. If there's an attack here, you trade away against your opponent's fearsome blockers, and the open attack puts your opponent under threat of atrocity for the rest of the game. And Nasus is almost there. You can just slay your own things at this point, and Nasus gets up to 12 for the lethal. Yeah,
this attack again, pathetic's not the right word, but it's pretty close. It's certainly not great. We could see, let's see, if Jinx can level, we go to 6 with 2 axes, and let's say the last card is Vision. That would be 7. So Nasus could block Jinx, and I believe there's no way to actually kill the Nasus.
Yeah, there is. I had to check the mixture. But there is 1 survival skills in Fundo's stack, so maybe trying to bait that out. Because there is a weird world where Rattling Bones whiffs on the atrocity.
Sure.
Fundo develops just enough units to block the fearsome on the Nasus. Jinx flips, and then it's 3 rounds of rockets to close.
Sure. Yeah, that certainly is a possibility. Okay, we see Axe coming out. Yeah, there's the survival skills.
Survival skills, okay.
Interesting. That's surprising that the survival skills actually goes on to the crowd favorite, because the survival skills, I know this because I've messed it up. The survival skills picks its target before the axe resolves, and I'm surprised that that crowd favorite wins that tie, because the power was the same. Well, interesting to me that was the case. But either way, Jinx is leveled, crowd favorite not dead, and
this allows you to maintain a fearsome blocker against the Nasus, with Thresh potentially pulling one to the side.
Siphoning Strike here coming out, threatens the Jinx, and even if there was a get excited, we've got Rite of Negation. Jinx threat potentially down, at least for now.
So the line for Fundo to get that Jinx in play, get the rockets, is definitely sealed off. Draven coming down. If maybe one of these other cards is a Jinx, it's so hard to count out discard aggro, because it has so much over the top burn and so much ability to reload. But Fundo is just all in against atrocity. It's the mirror of what we saw last time. They got it. They got it.
Yeah, there's nothing Fundo's going to be able to do against that. You know, you can't count out discard aggro if you're losing to their last card being Jinx, or their last card being Augmenter, or Augmenter into Jinx. And I'm not 100. Wait, what? Using the right to sack the Bakai Reaper to give an additional +1 health to Nasus,
and then that would just get countered by the axe. So I liked that he saw that option.
Yeah, the thought. Yeah, you
exactly.
loved it. You loved
just
the thought.
Thinking, considering every angle. But yeah, had to consider the axe there. And now with Nasus off the board, Bakai Reaper still has enough attack to kill the Nexus with an atrocity.
Right, but now we are into that scenario where Augmented Experimenter or Jinx potentially is scary, but not going to be enough. That is going to be Rattling Bones taking the 2-0 and advancing to 4-0 here in the Empires of the Ascended seasonal Swiss rounds for the America's Shard.
One of the strongest players going into the seasonal, I think, this round. You talked about that small hiatus, but got brought right back up to speed. And it's just like riding a bike. Get adapted to the new meta game, playing the new meta decks to just their maximum effectiveness, and really showing that while discard aggro was considered to be sort of a wild card to have in your lineup just because of its ability to sort of brute force its way through certain matchups, just isn't going to perform there when your opponent has Nasus Thresh, which does really well into the matchup, but also Trundle Lysandra. You got to ban one of them.
Absolutely. I don't mind discard aggro as a choice for a lineup because, like you said, it absolutely is almost like a wild card where, yeah, you know, you can have favored matchups, you can have unfavored matchups, but there's a percentage of games that's not really, you don't necessarily see when you just look at win rates or matchups. There's a percentage of games where discard aggro just doesn't care what your opponent's playing, what their draw is like, what the matchup it's like. It just goes, no, I just win. I have the nut draw and I just win. And having that type of deck in your lineup, especially in a long tournament like this, is certainly not necessarily a bad thing to have. You can just win regardless of matchup. Just let the deck play itself. Maybe have a nice easy round, get a nice 2-0, take a little bit of a break. It's nice to have those types of things, especially in the 9-round slog that is the seasonal.
Yeah, something aggressive that, you know, is going to play out with a straightforward win condition allows you to save, you know, a little bit of that mental strain going into the later rounds too. And we even saw when you're in a terrible situation, potentially in an unfavored matchup, there was still a line, right? With Jinx surviving, getting the death rockets on board, but it's just wasn't enough there, but you can see the potential. And it looks like we do have our next game. We're going to jump into Glitch Poke versus Drevander here. This is game 3 already in progress.
Okay. And we're seeing a similar matchup that we saw last round. Although actually, I don't know if this is discard aggro or if it is if it's Draven. This is making me think Draven Ezreal.
Draven Ezreal, very
we saw
nice.
this matchup last round too, actually.
And this is one of those decks that has, you know, pretty even matchups across the board, is why it's so favored, and just you have to rely on piloting the deck well. And Drevander, a lot of players you can see are just so audacious when they attack with the Bakai Reaper. Because it's a 1-drop. You want it to trade up into stuff. You don't care about it sitting there and scaling the way you might want a Greenglade Caretaker or Ballistic Bot to.
Right.
It's all there to just force tempo. Either it pushes through damage or you get a massive value in your favor.
Absolutely. I mean, the Bakai Reaper is certainly one that I think when people saw the card revealed, were thinking, oh, this card is absolutely broken. Then when we first started building decks with it, it's like, oh, you don't actually slay as much as we thought. And then we finally settle on, oh, but we slay a pretty good amount, though, for a 1-drop. And also it has Fearsome.
That's honestly the perfect history of this card. I was one of those players who evaluated it pretty highly as well. And now it's just getting its time to shine. We said it before. This deck makes Bakai Reaper, it makes Black Spear, it makes Blighted Caretaker look like absolutely bonkers cards.
Absolutely. When you have the Bakai Reaper in a deck that is built around getting slays and, you know, cards like Spirit Leech and the like, it gets insane. You know, if you're trying to throw it into, you know, your Sivir LeBlanc deck, it's probably not going to be as big as you want it to be, which is definitely something I did, and I wrote the card off for a little bit because of it. But either way, Glitch Poke, playing the Tri-Beam, it's a
3-mana
all right
Tri-Beam.
one.
Not bad.
Not a bad 3-drop to get.
The Spirit Leeches do so much work against any deck without pings. If you're forced to sack the board here and you don't have Static Shock or something, it's so good for you.
I thought we were going to see no block, and I'm like, if you don't have Static Shock. But yes, the The Mystic Shot does come through, which does, it doesn't feel great to have your Spirit Leech Mystic Shotted, but also you already drew your 2 cards off of it. You got your Slay proc, and, your hand is still quite good. You're obviously behind on board here, but you're not so far behind that you're, feeling like you're out of this game. Could even see the Sand Spinner come down, target the Ezreal, and effectively kill it. No longer able to generate the Mystic Shots.
And I'm wondering why Glitchpoke decided to keep the Scarthane Stefan alive. In its base form, it can't block Fearsome. Dravaner's probably fine ignoring the card so it can't get damaged to trade up into things.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I mean, you could theoretically, Mystic Shot it, or... Actually, can you... I don't recall if you can Static Shock your own units or not. I can't remember which cards allow you to target your own things.
Yeah, Static Shock is only enemies, but you can Mystic your own stuff.
Yeah. Ooh. Heart of Spring is an interesting one. We could see a decent amount of life gain here, because
healing is something this deck never has, and so Tri-Beam managing to bring Herald of Spring into the mix.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that, okay, it's not going to happen here, but the funny thing is that if Ezreal has lifesteal, his passive procs also gain you life.
That is a pretty cool interaction.
Yeah, not one you see too often, but with Tri-Beam and Probulator, anything is possible.
But yeah, just using the Flock to get that Bakai off of the board, trying to set up a better trade, I suppose, for the rest of everything that was in play.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the Scarthane not getting damage, being blocked by a 0/1.
Sure. Yeah, and maybe we're now seeing part of the reason why the Scarthane was kept here. It actually, outside of the Spirit Leeches and the other 4-power units, actually a pretty good... pretty solid body to deal with, the 2-1s, the 3-1s, the 1-1s of Dravaner's here. So, potentially, but it does not do quite good into a 9/9 Nasus with Fearsome.
And we're still waiting to see.
Okay, this may be what Dravaner's wanted anyhow, but Dravaner's also had the option to glimpse the 3/1 to save the Nasus there.
Oh, the Thermo was just gonna come through and cook it.
Yeah, the Thermo was for 9, I believe, exactly. So the glimpse getting an additional Slay proc would have kept the Nasus alive at 1 health, though maybe that's not what they were looking to do anyway, and a 10/1 Nasus might not be super useful, but I imagine it's probably better than a 3/1, right?
Because having the Fearsome unit through, Ezreal and Scarthane can't block it, and so this is and
it
look
would have
again,
leveled the Nasus. Yeah, no, that's got to be, that's got to be a misplay.
Yeah, maybe just misclicked, went too quick on just bam bam.
Yeah, it's also not the most obvious line. I also may just be. I thought I saw a 9 damage Thermo. I could be wrong about that, but if that were the case, that was certainly a missed opportunity that Dravaner's looking back on this match may see as a potential out to this game.
And with Ezreal Draven, like we talked about before, being such a complex deck with a lot of lines of play to make and a lot of options at any given time, as the opponent, you in turn have to consider those options as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dravander is thinking, okay, I try to glimpse to protect Nasus, and then he's at 1 HP, and then he gets cleaned up by Flock or something. And here's the Culling Strike, finding the target that it is meant for. Thresh going down, and there's still one Noxian Guillotine and a Scorched Earth in Glitchpoke's list waiting to go.
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal. That's exactly what you want. Like you said, Scarzig, you bring in that Culling Strike to try to take out a Thresh if you're lucky, and Glitchpoke is able to get that here. Now Dravander going to stop the stun from happening onto the 4-3.
Ooh, and goes for Rite of Negation onto a unit, which is pretty risky. You know, 'cause
Yeah.
potentially that could get mopped up, but wants to keep the mana open this late into the game. When you don't have the tempo, you need as much in your arsenal as possible. But going into round 10, I think you can actually just destroy the mana gem, and then you get it right back.
Sure. Yeah, I don't hate the mana
Maybe
gem
just
getting
wanted
destroyed.
to slay. Honestly, yeah, that's one thing
Yeah.
that we haven't considered is just the slay for the Rite of Negation. Hoping to get a top deck Nasus.
Yep, the additional slay is certainly relevant for sure. And I do like the pull onto Draven. Yes, it gives Glitchpoke an additional axe, but also now Withering Oil range, and that is certainly going to be great potentially for Dravander here. But the second Ezreal, not necessarily what Dravander wanted to see here.
And Glitchpoke, both players are just so low on resources at this point. And with the Spirit Leeches and Glimpse Beyond, Dravander can reload, and it's the same for Glitchpoke. You get your Sump Dredgers, you get some Rummages off the top, you can still get some extra resources out of the deck. The unfortunate aspect of this matchup, however, is that all of Dravander's card draw with the Glimpse Beyond can potentially be disrupted by Glitchpoke.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you know, Dravander needs to get it. I mean, usually Caretaker is such a devastating play, but here, and it still is going to be pretty good, but not necessarily devastating here. I wonder... Thresh obviously has one proc here. We can see 2, 3, 4, 5. We could actually see Thresh leveled next turn with the Caretaker, so... That could.
Oh, that's a fantastic target as well.
Oh, that's great. But is board space the issue?
Yeah, doesn't just wants the 2 saplings because there's a lot of 2 HP units in play already.
We still could have had this. We still had room there.
Oh yeah, would have come through.
That's interesting. I'm surprised we didn't see that. Oh no, we wouldn't have because the unit was killed. So no, that makes sense. Here, the Thresh is going to level, but Guillotine is going to stop that, kill the Thresh, save the Ezreal, and get 2 damage. And Dravander says that's going to be enough as the Ignition plus, or the second Guillotine plus the Axe is going to be the 3 damage needed from Ezreal passive. And Glitchpoke is going to take this one down 2-1.
Even Guillotine on the Scarthane.
True.
But yeah, the Scarthane actually ended up pulling through there. I was really worried that it wouldn't be able to proc, and that proc was delayed for a long time.
Yeah.
But yeah, once again, Ezreal Draven showing that it has play against Nasus Thresh, even if it was a deck that has been, despite its popularity, an unproven strength for its power level. I think that when you can just bring back an old deck that can perform so well against the top meta like this, it's just going to put it back into the conversation.
It's absolutely a deck that rewards knowledge of the deck and of the meta, right? So it's a new deck in the terms that we don't see it in terms of the fact that we don't see it in the meta a ton right now, but it's going to reward the Rattling Boneses, the Glitchpokes, the players who've been playing it in previous metas and who have been keeping up on it. You're going to get rewarded by knowing the situation and knowing your lines and knowing your outs. And it might not have a great win rate on ladder, and that is certainly going to advise people's decision making for their decks to bring for this event. But we see a player like a Rattling Bones and Glitchpoke run it to a large amount of success, and I would not be surprised if we see a decent amount in the top 32 next week.
The specialists get rewarded for sticking with their deck. Lee Sin is another example we touched on a bit earlier, I think, of a deck that if you've put in the work, you've put in the time and the practice previously in other metas, you can just carry those skills forward. Nightfall, again, another list that if you get your head wrapped around the massive amount of lines that it's capable of, you get rewarded in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're certainly going to see the specialists and the folks who've been putting in the time be rewarded, especially with the new format where we do have there's a little bit more leniency. You can survive a loss if you're high enough ladder rank. You can potentially even survive 2 losses and still make it. But we're gonna jump to a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're gonna be going and watching some more Empires of the Ascended seasonal Swiss. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Empires of the Ascended Seasonal Swiss Rounds. I'm Blevins, joined by Scarzig, and we're jumping into round number 5 here, Scar. We have seen some really, really close matchups, some awesome mirrors, and perhaps the resurgence of Ezreal Draven at the top of the ladder.
Ezreal Draven making a comeback is just so surreal to see. It was all over the place in the previous meta, and a lot of players talked about even then that the deck wasn't actually that good, and you should just, you know what I mean, you're inting if you bring it, and we've seen a couple players like just piloting the deck in a way that, you know, it's hard to make the argument that it's not a good deck, and it's just, no matter how strong a deck is, there will be players that argue that it's balanced, and I guess no matter how good and well-performing a deck is, there will be players that will argue that it's actually bad.
Yeah, it's definitely in an interesting spot because it does have so many removal options, albeit a little bit niche because it's mostly damage-based outside of like the guillotines. But when we talked about it when we were analyzing the Rattling Bones match, there's so many different lines of play that I challenge anyone to show their work on why the deck is bad. Let's see it. Show me the analysis of hundreds of games and the gameplay footage where you have gone through and analyzed all these lines. I doubt anyone's done it because it's not like the super strong, like over the top, crazy powerful deck. I think it's just a very, very solid deck that you can earn a lot of wins on. And that's just a ton of work to put in. It's just a ton of work to put in.
And speaking of putting in that work, we do have some decks from Seku who put in a lot of work to devise a lineup here for going into the seasonal rounds. Seku is currently 3-1, I believe we have the numbers. Yes. And is getting those wins with Thresh, Nasus, once again rounding out this lineup beautifully, running a double Atrocity variant, which has become more popular over the triple Atrocity.
Yeah, double Atrocity over the trip, which is fine. One of Rite of Calling, I think we've seen it as a relatively normal inclusion. One Sand Spinner. No Withering Wills, though, so not the version that took down the Mastering Runeterra tournament last weekend that was maybe a little bit more tech towards the mirror. This one, perhaps just saying, you know what? I'm just going to be the aggro. I'm going to be the aggressor here. You need to react to me. I'm taking out a lot of that, the Withering Whales, and even some decks were running a one of Vengeance, where it's like, nah, I'm not diluting my aggressive draws with that. I'm just going full face.
And that's a philosophy that you need to consider when it comes to decks like this. When they become very popular in the metagame, you have to consider the mirror match. How do you want to tech for it? And Seku just sticking to his guns, saying, okay, this deck, I don't want to dilute my matchups. I want to still win the games that I'm going to win. And maybe this eats a ban. And that complements the other decks in Seku's lineup too.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you're unfamiliar with Seku, they did hit the top 32 of the first seasonal. We ended up catching them their very last winning in and got a nice, a wholesome interview with them at the end of the very first seasonal for the Americas Shard. But we take a look at that next deck here, Scar. It's a good old-fashioned discard aggro.
Now, discard aggro, the survival skills we see once again included in this variant, and it's slowly working its way back into the list. I think that now that decks are a little bit more prepared for the matchup, there's a lot more removal in the game that can answer Jinx more effectively thanks to like Black Spear. Now, the ability to protect her has become a little bit more important to the deck's ability to close out games. And just going into this list, cutting an Augmented Experimenter for survival skills seems to be the best line. Legion Rearguard also occupying the 1 mana slot. The great debate, Blevins, still rages around whether or not you're supposed to run Draven's Biggest Fan.
I personally have been a Draven's Biggest Fan for quite some time. I just, to me, the ideal, just the prototypical draw for this deck is turn 1, Draven's Biggest Fan, turn 2, House Spider or Zonite Urchin plus Jury Rig, the poor man's House Spider into turn 3 Draven. And of course, Draven's biggest fan smooths that out. Now, of course, you can have Dravens, and there's so many times where, you have Draven's biggest fan in your hand, you mulligan away your Dravens, then you draw one immediately, and you just go, well, this stinks. That's fine. I found, I treat Draven's biggest fan as a Draven tutor for later. Now, you can't necessarily play it like that as much in this deck. As we've talked before, this deck is very straightforward. There's very little subtlety in what Draven Jinx is doing, but I've certainly liked the DBF to smooth it out a little bit.
And going into the third deck of Seku's lineup, we're seeing Nightfall aggro. And I think that this is a very classic variant. Still has the Solari soldiers in there and the triple fading memories to double down on these early game units. Maybe multiple Stygian onlookers, having the extra ability to multiply your Doom Beasts means that this is going to be playing out in a much punchier style. And I think that Seku is definitely going for Nasus Thresh eats the band, and then I have a double aggro to punch through potentially.
Yeah, it's certainly, and you can make an argument as to whether or not the Nasus Thresh is an aggro deck or not. It can certainly play like one, and it can certainly play like more of a mid-range deck. But, from Seku's point of view, a 3 aggro lineup, at least potentially. And this one is really going all in, like you said. Stygian Onlooker, with Fading Memories. Boy, oh boy, can that jump out of nowhere and really get you. This deck also opting to run the Flight, which we've seen in a lot of the the Night Small decks, as I call them, the aggro variants, and of course we have our good old finisher Doom Beast and Unto Dusk, and the normal cast and crew there. So certainly an aggro, at the very least, an aggro leaning lineup. And if you're not ready for aggro decks, or if you have even one deck that is soft to aggro, you're going to get run over here by the lineup that Seku brought.
And Seku is going to have the work cut out for them. Going up against Sapo player, we have that locked in, who is actually one of the top 32 players from the previous seasonal.
Yes.
And it's going to come down to, you have this strategy when you build your lineup. Like, I'm going to have this aggro, I'm going to ban Freljord Shadow Isles, and I'm going to have a good time. And your opponent also needs to compensate for potential lineups like that with their ban. And it's going to be very interesting to see what Sapo player does opt to ban out of all 3 of those decks, because they all function along the same axis.
You bring up a really good point. I do think a lot of players coming into this America's Shard seasonal event are planning on banning the Shadow Isles Freljord deck. Ban the TLC, get it out of there. It's a known quantity, it's very strong, and it counters a wide breadth of strategies. So just ban it out and build your lineup to beat the other 2 decks. Well, I think, you can get down the rabbit hole of how many levels deep are you going? Are you banning Shadow Isles, and then am I building a lineup that, beats the lineups that are banning Shadow Isles Freljord? And then you can keep going. And, to give a call out and a shout out to our caster brethren, Boulevard, he put out a tweet a couple days ago that says, hey, you're overthinking your lineup. You're overthinking your seasonal lineup, and I think you can absolutely get into that trap by just overthinking it, going too many levels deep. And it really speaks to why I love Seku's lineup here. It's like, nothing to overthink. I'm bringing aggro. I'm beating face, and we're jumping in to the ban phase here. We see Seku, a little Seku sticker. With what I'm saying is a Tim Hortons iced tea, though it just has a Canadian flag on it. I'm assuming
it's
that's
clearly he's got the Timmy Ho-Hos. But I mean, you see a Freljord Lysandra Trundle, you ban it, right?
Yeah.
See the
I'm a
TLC,
simple
ban
man.
the TLC.
I'm a simple man. I see a TLC, I ban it.
And I think I spied in the corner there for Sapo player's lineup a Twisted Fate Targon?
Oh? I mean, it's certainly still strong. I would argue probably not as strong as it once was, considering that Moon Weapons, getting a 2-mana 3/4 challenger is insanely broken. And it looks like, okay, that's not even, we're not even running, we're not even running.
It's not some kind of weird
Octopus.
veiled temple trying to limp in this new meta without
Right.
the advent of Aphelios. It's
Right.
some sort of, I'm going to take TF Fizz and replace the P and Z with Targon and
Okay.
see what happens. It's a novel concept, to say the very least.
Yeah, very interesting. And I have no idea what Seku has done to their screen, but here we are. I guess they prefer it to be in small vision for their viewers who happen to be ants, which is just nice. Honestly, I know it's very hard with ant vision to see a normal game.
But we can see there's 10 Bilgewater cards in this list, and they're still running Mountain Scryer. So
yeah,
it's one of those decks, I guess, where even though the allegiance ratio is perhaps a bit beyond acceptable numbers, so to speak, the Bilgewater cards that are in the deck are ones that you're typically going to be keeping in your early hand. So maybe it sort of fixes itself just because it has a very specific line of play it wants to do.
No, I think I can at least understand the thought process, but boy, are you potentially very far behind if you end up playing a 4-mana 2/3 blank. Granted, it does still reduce the cost of your Celestials, but that's a tough pill to swallow when if you're not getting that allegiance trigger off the Mountain Scryer.
Yeah, the deck has so many strong 4-mana plays already with Twisted Fate, Zap, and the Fangs that Mountain Scryer maybe is just going to be saved specifically for the late game, where you've already played out your Zaps, you've got Burblefish cooking in the hand, and then you just get to play it out for an open Invoke.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Using it as almost like a pseudo star shaping in a sense. I don't hate it. I know that if I played it, there's no way I'm ever hitting Allegiance. That's just the way things go. There's just a 0% chance I am ever hitting Allegiance there. I will miss every time, even if it's a one. Even if there's only one Bilgewater card left in my deck, I just know it.
Yes, you are one of those poor souls that has the Allegiance curse. Just there's some players who have the Lee Sin curse, and they think the deck is bad because they just it's always in the bottom 10 cards. Yep. You ever been playing a deep deck and then you toss everything and your last 3 cards are Nautilus?
I don't know that I have, actually. Maybe.
I have. It's horrible. It's terrifying.
I can imagine. All right. We finished the preparation phase.
Expected bans, I'd say.
Yes. Snap bans from Seku and Sapo player, and we're jumping in. Looks like Seku is locked in with the discard aggro versus Sapo player playing the Nightfall deck.
Ooh, so right off the bat, we know that, again, Nightfall is basically anti-aggro. Because of your sustain, you have the ability to just last through a lot of what discard aggro can throw at you. However, if you don't get your Nocturne or your Dianas early, you have a really hard time actually removing the discard aggro's board state. So a strong opening into a crowd favorite is going to be terrible for you. Fortunately, we've got the Duskbringer to clear the rear guard, and getting a Dusk Petal Dust this early sets up Sapo to have a wider variety of plays.
Yep, and for what it's worth, the rear guard was exactly the same card that Draven's biggest fan would have been in that scenario. Not that that is a good measure of whether you should be playing one versus the other, but it is worth noting. And the second rear guard also still the same in terms of what it can do right now as a Draven's biggest fan now. Seku deciding, are we throwing out House Spider, or are we playing rear guard and banking a mana?
Yeah, you can't block either of these. Playing out the House Spider maybe just plays a little bit towards getting a wider board to set up for Arena Battlecaster or Crowd Favorite to come through here in a couple turns, but just wants to get this damage through, I suppose, with the 3/2.
Yeah, get the damage through. Maybe use House Spider as a almost like a surprise additional blocker.
Yeah, so we do get the crowd favorite off the top, perhaps a teeny punish. It depends on when you actually want to develop it. Because Seku actually is attacking on odd turns, you do have that extra round of development before the crowd favorite wants to come down anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah, it'll be interesting. And now there's usually not a ton of subtlety in terms of what discard aggro is doing, but the sequencing of their cards is very important. As misstepping it can mean missing on damage. It can mean, not setting up for a jinx to level on the appropriate turn. It can be a smaller crowd favorite, etc. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can mess it up, and conversely, you can get the most value out of your cards and really pull ahead.
And so Sapo here, despite kind of holding down these early turns, is still struggling to play units that are big enough to contest the board. And just as I say that, Crescent Guardian coming through, this is going to be the card that you need to hold down the mid game. It threatens Draven. The 5 attack allows you to trade up into crowd favorite, and Sapo continuing along this tempo-oriented line.
Absolutely, but this is going to be a pretty nice develop House Spider into get excited, whatever pulls the Draven, I would imagine. If something pulls the Draven, I suppose. It is going to be the Nocturne.
Yeah, this is pretty risky. Again, you're forcing the Axe here. There's also potential for Axe into Whirling Death. To get a 2-for-1 here. But again, Sapo's just basically forced into this line.
Yeah,
this is risky.
Yeah, this is just not great for Sapo because it is, public information that those axes are there. So Nocturne is just attacking into his own death, unfortunately, for Sapo. But now Seku gets to decide, do they want to just trade via axe? Do they want to use a get excited to save the Draven? I believe that Nocturne grants vulnerable?
Yes.
Or does it give vulnerable? Okay.
No, that vulnerable will be permanent, and the health debuff is temporary.
Gotcha. So, Draven, even if saved here, will be at least able to be pulled again. But Seku decides still worth it. Of course, another Draven attack is going to be good. Generating an additional axe, also just keeping the pressure on.
With the quick attack, it's extra bonus points to keep the Draven alive.
Sure. Because
then when you're attacking with it, there's still that extra round where he kind of gets to survive for free. I kind of like jury-rigging a crowd favorite here, but Seku, again, considering the lines, this is the nuance that comes through that you talked about with discard aggro. Do I want to play Jinx? I have the Rummage. I can clear my hand. I can flip Jinx right now.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like Jinx because it will require Rummage to be cast. It will require something that costs 1 mana to be cast, which means that even if Seku can generate a rocket this turn, it's not able to be cast. But it is still, a 4/3 quick attack that can threaten to become a 5/4 at burst speed.
And Sapo just has to take the damage. Nocturne has no safe blocks. The flight needs to be preserved for that card draw. You got to remember, Fading Memories was cashed in earlier in order to proc Nocturne, so that's not going to be an option to duplicate the Doom Beast. This is the other side of the matchup, the nuance of Nightfall. Maybe playing the Fading Memories there ends up being a mistake where you wanted to save it specifically for Doom Beast in this matchup.
Absolutely. It's a balancing act, right? Of wanting to put on pressure and keep your opponent on the back foot versus, saving potentially later game resources like a Fading Memories to proc on a specific unit a la Doom Beast here.
But Diana, this is the outcome that you do need. Again, to interact with the back line. having a quick attack on your side as a Nightfall player means that you aren't as punished for developing these smaller units in the early game that aren't going to be getting a lot of value on defense.
You're absolutely right. And Seku now potentially in a little bit of trouble as this Diana, right now there's no answer to it. If there's another Nightfall that comes out, which we already see, there is the potential to have the ephemeral Crescent Guardian come out, will give the Diana challenger here in +2/+0. So either Jinx or Draven are going to fall here unless something is drawn. I don't even know if there's anything to save.
Even if there was like the survival skills available, the crowd favorite's going to absorb that proc.
Oh, and Draven, of course, does still have vulnerable. So yeah, actually both champions are going to fall here potentially.
Ooh, second Jinx off the top. This will be a great reestablishment for Seku. Seppo right now is pretty much all in. From this position, when you're playing Nightfall, this is where the aggressive variants, like when you build these classical styles of Nightfall that need to go all in, this is where you're, okay, am I going to get Stalking Shadows off the top? Am I going to get Pale Cascade off the top? It's not as terrifying, though, because of like Unto Dusk and some newer card draw potential. But Nocturne is leveled and is ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, Draven basically has to block. So that's fine. I'm surprised that you wouldn't pull the Draven, though. That seems a little interesting to me. I feel like the Draven, like, if you're Sappo player, you want Draven blocking a certain thing, right? So you can choose that. Instead, you gave your opponent the option. I don't know. It probably doesn't matter too much. But regardless here, we're getting down to the wire as Seku down to 6, Sappo player at 13. But as we can see, Seku can refill with both champions potentially.
Jinx surviving, being in play, is going to draw an additional card every round for Seku. Sappo did shuffle the Flight back in and sacrificed both Doom Beasts. So, top deck Unto Dusk is not going to be a factor to try to get this last little bit of burn through. Drawing a 1-drop at this point when you're looking to close things out can be pretty detrimental. And with Jinx getting rockets from this position, Nocturne's days are numbered.
Right. You see the axe come through. This still... Are we actually able to get an... I guess we play... No, there's not actually a way to get a rocket, right?
So you'd have to play the Jinx and then get the extra axe off of Draven after attacking something,
right,
to clear your hand. But then then you'd have mana for the rocket.
Yep, there we go. So that is probably the line here. Sappo player on 3 unknowns, still that same Crescent Guardian. And if you're Seku, I feel like you really need to make a stand here. You either need to threaten lethal or, take out some of Sappo player's board, as there's a very good chance that lethal is going to be presented on their side next turn. And
I think the hesitation there also came from Nocturne's passive. Sappo developing another unit would just be another AoE debuff, so you're losing out on a little bit of damage across the board. But with the spinning axe, you can still fix a trade in your favor. You're still pushing damage through the crowd favorite. Moonlight Affliction is so clutch here. No threat of overwhelm. No threat of the rocket now coming off of Jinx for this round.
Things that I was not expecting to happen in this matchup. Defensive Moonlight Affliction turning off Seku's entire turn, essentially.
But despite the debuff now from the crowd favorite, there still is a lot of damage coming through. And if you're Seku, there is a mad line where you still attack with everything. Because Sapo can only block 2 things. And if you push through enough damage with the right top decks, you could close this out. Keeps it safe.
I don't mind leaving back the crowd favorite, and the Jinx is also fine to leave back too.
Yeah, that's probably the more measured line of play for sure.
Well, if only because the concern now is your units being lowered to the point where they can't block anything, right? So this vision is going to prevent one of the procs, at least. But we're still in not able to generate a rocket territory right now. I guess we could play, you'd override a unit, but I don't know that that's where we want to be.
Yeah, because Battlecaster can't block anyway, so you have to use an axe on it. Diana coming through. You can't get the rocket on reaction now. Goes even deeper into the development here with a Doom Beast off the top. Anti-aggro, doing what it wants to do.
Yep, pull one of the fearsome blockers with Diana, eat that up quite nicely. 2 of the damage is unable to be blocked because of elusive. There's an overwhelm unit with 5 attack, which means even if Jinx blocked, there's another 1 damage. So 3 damage is already going in with the first 2 attackers, and not much else can be done. And that will be Seku going down 0-1 that first game of round number 5.
And I think we're going to see a bit of a role reversal here now that Seku is going to be the one that's on a truly aggressive lineup into potentially a favored matchup. This Zoe Twisted Fate is such a wild card, it's hard to say for sure.
Yeah.
The list has the Fangs and Star Shaping and a couple guiding touches, a lot of potential healing, but we've seen it time and time again. These Targon lists, they look like they have a good grasp on the matchup, but discard aggro just comes out of the gate swinging, and you just cannot keep up with their tempo. Zonite Urchin into Flame Chompers. Jury Rig off by 1.
So close. So close to having the turn 1 House Spider. Build your own House Spider on the side of Seku here. Now, what's interesting about this matchup, and again, at least I'm certainly not used to casting this particular deck in this meta, in this economy, considering that, Twisted Fate was recently nerfed. We have not seen the Bilgewater Zoe Twisted Fate deck, really make a splash anywhere. But at the end of the day, Twisted Fate red card still going to be pretty good against this discard aggro deck, at least some of the draws. As we can see, if Seku played out their entire hand, a lot of it is going to be X1 units that are going to get potentially blown out by Twisted Fate's red card. And let's add even more onto that pile.
And, Sapo is doing a fantastic job of holding down this early game. A lot of the Targon lists that we've seen, are built for that over-the-top value. But a variant like this that's taking a little bit of DNA away from the Twisted Fate Fizz is incentivized to have more early game units. And so turn 1 Spacey Sketcher into the Serpent is just going to buy you so much time to get safely to that Twisted Fate turn, to get out ahead of a potential crowd favorite, I think.
Yeah, I was talking about Zonite Urchin into Jury Rig being the make your own House Spider, but Sapo player one-upped it. I have an even better House Spider. My House Spider has Challenger on turn 1, which is pretty insane when you think about it. But this hand is, aggressive, sure, from Seku, but outside of the crowd favorite, it's not super threatening right now. I mean, all that work for 6 damage this turn, certainly the step you need to be taking, but it's not super crazy.
The Twisted Fate, right on time with the red card. This is going to jump out ahead of the crowd favorite, and that line is now sealed.
Yeah. I've been trying not to say it as much, Scar, but that was backbreaking. That was absolutely backbreaking.
That's the one outcome you need to avoid in this matchup. Even if you can get the crowd favorite down at the very least before your board is wiped, you have a lifeline. But Sapo's also running triple Hush. This is the greediest aggro deck I've seen. If you can even call it that. It's hard to classify something like this.
Yeah, is Sapo player just completely 5-heading the meta and saying, you know what, it's all still good. Just play all the cards. They're still good. Yes, they got nerfed, but they're still great. Running the Fangs. This Get Excited onto Vision is going to threaten a lot of damage here. And the beauty for Seku is that the outcome that every player going against discard aggro wants to avoid is the case for them. Their last card is Augmented Experimenter.
And at this point, I was going to say, there's a lot of good cards you could draw that you're still going to discard with the Augmented Experimenter.
It's the Allegiance, by the way.
Wait, it procced?
It procced, yeah.
Let's
they got
go.
the invoke.
So now Augmented Experimenter comes down. You're like, okay, let me get Excited or Mystic Shots out of here. Let me take a closer look at Seku's recipe. Mystic Shot, I always pretend it's in the deck because it's such a clean 1 or 2 of if you can fit it in.
Right.
But I mean, 2 more Get Excited, so rating to go, and Jinx nowhere to be found.
Yeah, a bit of a miss here from Seku, as they're just looking for that over the top.
How many serpents can you get? Sapo fighting for board control, trying to hold it down here.
Yeah, fighting for board control. And I mean, Sapo is like one star shaping away from just closing this out. I mean, there's really not.
The window of opportunity is just shrinking. Seku had that beautiful play with the Get Excited to the crowd favorite could punch through with its full potential on top of Vision. But we need something else. By evening out the board thanks to all of these serpents, Sapo is just buying a lot of time. Without the crowd favorites, you only have a little chip damage here and there with elusives. And not to mention, we haven't seen Hush yet. I think it's safe to say at this point that another crowd favorite is not the line that you can rely on to close this out.
Yeah, I mean, it's the end of the line, really, for Seku. There's not a lot of over the top here. The only overwhelm you can even potentially get is right now, I mean, is leveling Draven, but you're not able to do that on this turn with him striking the Nexus with overwhelm, right? You can level him up. He'll level up on his strike if you use the Whirling Death here, but it's not enough.
I thought we were going to do Axe Flame Chomper to pull one of these.
Yeah, that was a line here. Axe onto. I mean, Axe Vision will threaten lethal here. Yeah, might as well put it on the Draven to get the Draven proc.
I would cast the Vision, right? And then you potentially bait out a Hush, and then you can re-axe the Poro if it goes unblocked.
Yes. That unfortunately you'd still be off by 1, but this is really all in. This is maybe just saying, okay, you have star shaping. I'm gonna just try to get as much damage in as possible.
Yeah, there's the star shaping. Okay, so there's the star shaping. I think that Seku just says, you know what? The chances of them having star shaping is so high that
right.
You force them onto star shaping there. Try to close out.
This is definitely much worse against Hush, but it was a little bit better against star shaping, and now
Twisted Fate 5 out of 9. We get a glimpse there.
Okay, the warrior.
The Celestials are blessing Sapo player
Yeah,
so much. All of these challenger units to even
Yes.
out the board.
Yes, but with the flame chompers and the house spider, it might just not be enough. Sapo has to kill the daring Poro here, or else it's just gonna win with an axe on open attack. We could see hard cast flame chompers, or perhaps I feel like we would want to see hard cast flame chompers here into open attack. We could see axe to make the flame chompers at burst speed.
With the pick a card there, Twisted Fate is going to level at the start of the next round, right?
Oh no,
or one off.
You can't. Okay, one off.
One off. It's one off. Whew.
Okay. We can get a.
I'm traumatized, Blevins.
Same, honestly. Except I was the one doing the traumatizing a lot of the time because I hit Masters with TFS this season. I'm a degenerate. But anyways, we're getting a very wide burst speed open attack here from Seku. And now we would need, from Sapo player, they would need, to proc a draw and cast 2 spells to get a red card. That's not enough. I don't even know if casting 3 spells is enough. Hushing Draven, not relevant.
Guiding Touch is the draw.
6, still dead currently. Okay, the level up.
So, looking at the recipe, this deck does have triple Pale Cascade and double Spell Thief. There are some cheap burst spells still in this arsenal. There's
Another
second
Guiding
Touch.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Needs another spell still. Isn't that 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? That's just dead. Okay.
Up short.
Wow.
1 burst spell away from stabilizing here.
Even a fast spell would have done it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Super close. I would say by the skin of their teeth, Seku takes that one down and ties it up 1-1 versus Sapo player. And
yeah,
we're going into a game 3.
If he had done the Guiding Touch first to level Twisted Fate before the Hush, just felt the pressure and was a bit too panicked there.
Oh, you're right. Wow.
And so now, going into game 3, Seku is going to be the one piloting Nightfall, and Sapo player is going to get one more shot at showing us what Zoe Twisted Fate can do.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a pretty aggressive hand from Seku here, but Sapo player does definitely have a ton of life gain options. Can get them back in if the hand is a little bit too aggressive.
The Nightfall decks, unfortunately, they have some openers that can give them a lot of burst. The Fading Memories, Stygian Onlooker, but like we saw previously, if you're going all in on this aggressive line, a stabilization off of a Star Shaping or 2 just means you run out of gas and you can't overcome. If there's no Diana in the current hand, so a Twisted Fate coming down to wipe out these units, it's going to be the same situation like we saw with Discard Aggro.
Absolutely. The flight, though, this could potentially spell quite a bit of damage here. We could flight, we could Fading Memories to flight, we could Fading Memories Stygian Onlooker. The cool thing about Ephemeral Flight is that it still gets shuffled back in. So as long as you're Nexus striking with the Ephemeral Flight, it is just as good as a regular.
That is true. And then you're getting 2 1-drops into your deck, even though you're top decking a lot of 1-drops in that position. Just recycling cheap, elusive chip damage can go a long way. Seku is thinking about the Unto Dusk here to trigger this 3rd Stygian Onlooker to reactivate that Fearsome. Yep, still pushing through a lot of damage, and this is 3 Fearsome units attacking to go towards Nocturne's level up.
Yeah, Seku could cast the Unto Dusk and get 2 more damage in, but I feel like that 2 damage is still going to be there via the Doom Beast, so you don't necessarily need to, and you might want to use it on something else.
It's a really tough line to say, and now with again Unto Dusk, you're more incentivized to
Hit
block
Allegiance
certain
again,
units
by the way.
because of that. The Allegiance Sappho is truly blessed, and gets a Danger Noodle.
Wow. Okay.
Sappho is actually a snake, like just playing Runeterra right now.
Certainly a Slytherin, if nothing else. Perhaps has parcel tongue and can speak directly to the serpent. That is going to be enough here to pull.
Yeah,
Did you non-looker?
Get that out of the way. And Seku has really strong cards in hand, but needs an activator off of the top here. Something, at the very least, Lunari Dustbringer, another 1-drop. Yes!
Okay. That's pretty strong.
Solari Soldier into Nocturne.
Yep.
And normally you like to wait a little bit longer if you can, in order to hit a better target with Nocturne to get a trade. But at this point, Seku trying to push through some damage, and at the very least with the vulnerable, you can drag that to the side.
Yeah, Fangs is unfortunate for sure. Now we could see the Unto Dusk come out, and it will, I believe, proc the -1 health or -1 attack.
That would be something.
Vulnerable.
It wouldn't regrant vulnerable, but the -1 means that you attack. Nocturne will level with this attack, and you're in against Pale Cascade.
Right. Okay. Big attack here from Seku. Pale Cascade, basically one of the only outs for sure in terms of being able to block here. 9, 10, 11, 12. It's exactly lethal.
Let's go. No guiding touch, no Pale Cascade to block. Despite the blessing of the Celestial Snakes, Seku manages to take that one.
Yeah, it's I mean, in 2 games we saw, I think, 5 different snakes and a warrior, so a lot of challengers coming out against Seku, and maybe a misclick or just a mental miss at the end of the last game, casting that Hush before the Pale Cascade, not getting the red card. Sappo players probably kicking themselves in the pants for that, but regardless, Seku able to take that one down 2-1 and will be advancing on in the, I believe, at 4-1, I believe, which is still alive.
Still alive at 4-1. This aggro strategy paying off. Again, the classical variant of Nightfall with a more aggressive tilt, just hitting that curve. Sometimes I think especially nowadays, we've seen Nightfall have a full grip of cards. They have so many options, and it's so difficult to play around. But Seku has just this strong through line into a fearsome win condition. And we did get a glimpse earlier on the broadcast of Soraka Tom Kench working its way into lineups, and that fearsome angle of Nightfall can help out if that matchup ever meets up against Seku later on.
Absolutely. I mean, when you have a lineup that is pretty level 1, right? A triple aggro, arguably a triple aggro lineup. You can make an argument against it too, but for all intents and purposes, triple aggro lineup. When that lineup can also have game against the decks that beat the main lineup, and you have game against the main lineup, I mean, it feels like a pretty good spot to be in for sure. I heard rumblings and saw some lists that were also maybe going to triple aggro lineup, leaning on the Lucian, Azir, the Sand Scouts. But I think that's definitely not a banned TLC lineup, I don't think, because you definitely want to be playing against TLC with the Sand Scouts. So I don't know. It definitely seems good, and it's definitely working out for Seku here as they advance at 4-1.
Really hoping that we can see the Lucian Azir at some point, because again, the matchup against Trundle Ledros is so strong. If you have a deck that can beat that one consistently, it opens up your ban. Like I think we've seen every set so far, I think that Matron has been eating the bans, or Nasus, like one of those two decks.
Yeah, it absolutely, and especially when everyone is building their lineups around that, when you can sort of throw a curveball into that game plan, you're in a good spot. But we're going to jump over to another game, a crowd favorite here, Game Boy Rob, one of the original innovators of the Marauders deck, at least by my calculation. Not sure if they're going to be playing it, and ask and we shall receive, Scarzig. We wanted to see Sand Scouts versus TLC, and that's exactly what we got.
So, to break it down for the viewers, the reason this matchup is so good for Lucian Azir is because your attacking force is created when you attack, and that makes that your opponent's slower board wipes like Avalanche and Blighted Ravine just not really hit the way you want. And this list, because it plays very thinly in the early mid game, becomes very vulnerable to rallies. And Game Boy Rob now on turn 1 does have at the very least the Ice Shard and the Alvaros and Sentry, so there is a little bit of hope there.
Right, you're 100% right. Here's a counterpoint though, Scarzig. You know what's really good against Sand Scouts? Leveled up Lissandra. Tough Nexus is really great against Sand Warriors because they do 0 damage on the Nexus strike, and then when they strike the Nexus, they do 0 damage with the ability. So it's a 2 times 0 Nexus strike that does not work. But the hard part is getting to the leveled up Lissandra, not winning after you have it.
The Avalanche, has a little bit of play here as we head towards the mid game. You'd like to perhaps see Trundle as well. Just big HP and regeneration is going to give you a lot of free value. Getting a closer look at this Sand Scouts list, there is one Rite of Negation. So there is going to be a world where, that being employed at a clutch moment can allow the Anomaly to maybe rally through.
You're 100% right there as well. That having a rally with Rite of Negation backup can certainly be a very strong line for the Anomaly here. Now, we talked about this earlier on before our first round of coverage, where if you look at the Sand Scouts deck as just a simple aggro deck where you're just trying to chip damage, you're going to lose a lot more games than you probably should. And I've cast matches where we saw players maybe take that line and it just not work out, and that'll play right into what Game Boy Rob is looking to do. But these turns, in a traditional aggro deck, when you're passing these turns and you've got nothing to play on turn 3, you're banking all this mana, it could be bad. But for the Sand Scouts deck, it's actually kind of playing right into what it's looking to do. Set up a really crazy turn that Game Boy Rob is going to have a tough time to deal with.
You bank the mana, sets up Cataclysm, sets up Valor, like the Blinding Assault, to get a cheap scout, pull a blocker out of the way while still rallying. Notably, again, this list also techs and Rangers Resolve these days, so even if Game Boy Rob does see a really juicy opportunity for a nice board clear, it's still very risky to go for. And I'm seeing here now the Anomaly also has one Preservarium, a little bit of extra fuel. We speculated earlier when we were discussing this list that it can't run card draw, but Anomaly found a way, made a cut, put in Preservarium.
Yeah, I saw Duckling running, I think the 1 or 2 Preservarium in their lists from Fight Night. It's definitely an interesting one and plays more towards the philosophy of we're looking to set up the turn to go off rather than, we're really going to try to chunk out. And I mean, it's certainly been doing well for Duckling in general, but it's a tough one. You need to really know, your lines, the turns that you need to go off or the turns that you're setting up to go off with the deck. And if you don't, you're just going to get punished by misplaying those cards and falling behind where you can't be.
But Game Boy Rob is, still feeling pretty comfortable. Despite the explosive potential of Anomaly's deck, we haven't seen it quite yet. So Game Boy Rob is halfway towards that key 8 mana turn.
Yeah, and we're gonna potentially see a Trundle developed this upcoming turn, though.
The pieces are all there.
Yeah, I did see. I forget who it was. Someone developed a Trundle on a turn like this that would make sense against Duckling in Fight Night, and Duckling proceeded to rally into level up Lucian, level up Azir, and win on the very turn that the Trundle was played. So definitely. I don't know if Anomaly quite has the setup for that. I believe it probably requires some number of Deus already in play. But boy, it can be scary, and I really love the pass from Rob here.
Yeah, probably reminiscing. Maybe even saw that clip. Gets a Grizzled Ranger, and the Anomaly is very fine, I think, with developing here. Again, the AoEs haven't come out yet. Might be sitting on a Ranger's Resolve to protect this. Avalanche is going to come through instead. Ooh, Rob reconsidering. Avalanche is safer against Resolve, but Ice Shard lets you play Trundle.
It's definitely close. I do think Rob definitely wants to play something here. In general, you want to pass, and again, the overarching thought is if the open attack isn't going to kill you, or you're not going to be super far behind from an open attack, just hit the pass button. With Anomaly developing so much, you don't want to fall too far behind in terms of value in board position. So Rob is going to opt to use a couple of removal spells, trade an Ice Shard for Ranger's Resolve, which is 2 mana down, but in terms of value, I think it's something you need to get out of the Anomaly's hand, especially when they're not able to follow up with too much of a development.
Yeah, mana already spent and committed to Grizzled Ranger, and once you get the first Ranger's Resolve out, the rest of your removal just becomes that much better. Almost, the Ice Shard became like, what? 3 mana, permanent, +1 damage on the rest of your AoEs.
Right. Yep. Yeah, when you can essentially bait out a Ranger's Resolve and not get completely blown out by it because you painted yourself into a corner where you just need your opponent not to have it, that's a much better scenario for you.
So Game Boy Rob, just finding the opportunity to where that looked like a really good Ranger's Resolve, but had the backup mana to also throw the Avalanche down on top and still get some of that board cleared away. Anomaly still considering this 6 damage open attack, saying, well, Ice Shard and Avalanche just came through. I feel like it could be safe to develop here, and probably just calculating how much damage can I do with this Relentless Pursuit that's in my hand.
Yeah, it's just like open attack feels really weak. Game Boy Rob is just not under really any pressure at all right now. And with the Anomaly being, pretty hamstrung on mana, only has 5. I mean, we could see like Lucian plus Rally. That doesn't even feel that great. Azir plus Deus is maybe the most amount of damage that can happen, but even that is not like, I don't think you're winning off of that right now. I don't think you're winning this turn, at least.
The lack of Emperor's Deus has been so far in Game Boy Rob's favor here. It's just that little bit of extra tip damage, the extra value from the scouts being threatened, just a landmark that you can't remove. And just taking the time to slowly develop these blockers, only taking a little bit of damage around the sides here and there. But I will say, Game Boy Rob, while holding down the fort commendably, is still getting bullied out of developing the Trundle and getting the Ice Pillar in hand to set up the Matron combo.
Absolutely. Now here, if we saw open attack, or if we saw attack here with everything, pull the Bjerg with the Valor, hit for 9, rally, hit for 9 again. That's a lot, that's putting Game Boy Rob down to 1, technically. Game Boy Rob. Oh, and that might be what they're going for. So I do like this line, not playing the sentry here. This does read as a rally. Rob likely going to the sentry here, get an additional blocker now.
There's a cheeky line of maybe fading memories to bright steel and get a barrier to preserve a unit.
That would be interesting for sure.
But the sentry does come down. Just wants to hold the fort, get that extra card draw. Again, all the pieces you want are in hand. Now you're trying to draw through the deck for the rest of your utility. There's still a couple avalanches to be had, a couple ice shard, a couple vile feasts as well would be fantastic potentially to clean up some of these units.
100%. Now here's a question for you, Scarzig. Considering that Emperor's Dais is such a strong card in this matchup for the Anomaly, would you consider the fact that they've drawn none for Rob to be Deus Ex Machina?
Oh my goodness. You got me. I thought you were just going to say it would be an anomaly, but okay, you got me. No, when it gets it on the top deck on a really clutch rally where the 1 or 2 damage from the Sand Soldier matters, that will be the Deus Ex Machina.
Very true, very true. I can see Twitch chat viewers leaving as that was the dumbest joke they've ever heard. And for that, I am proud. Anyways,
when the Watcher comes down for Game Boy Rob, that's the ultimate Deus Ex Machina, right?
True.
You're about to lose, and then this Eldritch being descends and just blows up your opponent's deck and says, "Never mind, you're good, homie. I got you."
Absolutely. Okay, Blinding Assault. I mean, if you're Game Boy Rob, you have to think that there's a rally in hand for Anomaly, right? Like that is. It feels like that is what they were setting up. That was the consideration last turn.
Yeah, looking at the deck, it's triple Relentless Pursuit, a Golden Aegis, and a Cataclysm.
Yep, and there's the Aegis.
And what's nice about this is that even if you like had some sort of removal for the Valor there, the rally does still go through even if the unit is removed. So the Golden Aegis, just really safe play, and we still have potential with the Scouts. If there was an Emperor's Dais in play, these attacks would have been getting so much more damage through on average to threaten lethal here.
Yeah, would have been extremely strong. But as it stands, you can see Fading Memories onto the Sentry. I don't know if there's a big difference between it being on the Sentry versus it being on the Defender.
The Bright Steel Protector.
Protector, right.
You'd be able to protect your 3/1 for another rep.
Mm-hmm.
And it might matter, but with the number of blockers in play, it's not just about surviving this turn. Because the anomaly rallied, there's potential for blockers to be left alive and then going for an open attack.
Right.
To just deal like the last 2 or 3 damage.
Okay, this block will... I mean, you're losing Trundle to Sharp Sight regardless. This block at least will cause the trade to happen.
Mm-hmm. And again, not going for the Scout attack. Just going all in with this right now. Maybe says there's another rally in hand.
It could say that. It also, I was thinking about this too. If you Scout attack, you get the free attack, and then it essentially is the difference between your Valor living or there being a Valor or not, right? Maybe not, maybe... No, I think the Scout attack actually was probably free. So perhaps a misstep there. There's a Relentless Pursuit, and now... I mean, do you not just attack with the Trundle there?
Because you can attack with Valor here, and that's technically the first time you've attacked with only Scouts, so this would be a Scout attack.
Right, but
so then
it's the same as... Now it's the same. Like, yes, you can get the Scout attack, sure, but also, like, then you have another attack where you just attack with Beamer, and it's the same outcome here. There's just an additional step. I do think the first Scout attack made more sense and would have done, I think 3 extra damage. I could be just miscalculating, but
Hmm.
regardless here.
But
Game Boy
I mean,
Rob.
you mentioned it before when the match first started that this list, when you're playing it in this particular style, where it's more of like a rally combo deck, there's a lot more things to consider when it comes to timing your scouts and your rallies and when's the best time to go for it.
Yep.
And the absence again of the powerhouse card that ties it all together, the Emperor's Deus, and even Lucian and Azir, right, has really shown that without the strongest resources that the deck is built around, Anomaly is still able to put Game Boy Rob in a corner here.
Right. Now, depending on what that... actually, it doesn't matter. Okay, Blinding Assault. This is going to be fine. This is going to be great for Game Boy Rob, I think. This can just be a Ruination, actually. And that means that the Anomaly has absolutely nothing. No hand, no board. And that's just going to be it. Game Boy Rob sets it up where the Anomaly has to put too much into play, has to overcommit, falls victim to the Ruination, and that's just it. That's just the game. You lose. Wow.
And again, maybe that scout attack, getting that extra 3 damage through, lets you threaten more on an open attack, try to rally on top. Yeah. But I think that we really hyped up how favored Sand Scouts were in that matchup. But then the anomaly just showed us, that despite how favored you are in a matchup, you still have to draw your good cards. And Azir showed up at the 11th hour with nothing to support him.
Yeah, I mean, even if you have a very favored matchup, there can still be an anomaly. Okay, there, I got an even dumber joke in to make up for my last one. We gotta
get that one out of the
way. But yeah, I mean, the fact that it might have been the scout attack or not, I don't know. I'm not going to go back and do the math, but the fact that the open attack was not lethal allowed Rob to develop the Ice Pillar, and then that attack with the Ice Pillar was not lethal because of Vile Feast in Rob's hand, and that allowed them to obviously, set up a situation where Ruination ended up ending the game. But that's going to be Game Boy Rob. Moving on, not sure what their record is, but we are going to be going to the predetermined longer break for the players. Of course, with 9 rounds, we're going to be taking a 30-minute break here. The players are going to be taking a 30-minute break, so we're going to jump to that break, and when we return, we're going to be moving into round number 6 of the Empires of the Ascended seasonal Swiss rounds. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the Empires of the Ascended Swiss seasonal rounds. Seasonal Swiss rounds? Whichever. I am Blevins, joined here by Scarzig, and we're headed into round number 6. We just got off, we as the crew, as well as the players, just got off of the planned 30-minute break in this long 9-rounder going into round number 6. Scarzig, what are we expecting to see here?
Now, coming off of the break, we are going to be heading into some matches from NOLA Gold.
Ooh,
I'm told we've got slotted in
classic
for our next match. He's a really strong player, you know, a lot of early powerful finishes in some previous Runeterra events, has garnered a reputation, I think, for playing decks that really only he can play.
Yeah, very true. And it looks like we're going to be jumping into his match any minute now here. But yeah, he certainly, you know, was one of the originators, or actually the originator of the old casino deck, the Jinx Twisted Fate, which maybe was a precursor to Fizz Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I think you could definitely draw the ancestry down the line to get to that archetype. He is currently 4-1 in his matches right now in the Swiss round, so he does need to keep on winning to stay alive in the tournament here.
Yes, and as many, I'm sure, are asking now, yes, he is my older brother. No, not really. Although I would certainly believe it if he told me that he was. Although I don't know how much older he is than me, if he's older than me at all. But anyways, looks like Nola here taking a look, and I see a TK Raka, I see a TLC, and I think if I remember,
is the
Scargrounds. Nice. It's certainly an off-kilter lineup.
Now, Vladimir Braum it's like a weird counter to the counters, right? It does really well into scouts. It does pretty decently into TLC. You know, once you get your Scargrounds down, all their avalanches and withering whales and ice shards just help you out. The weakness for sure when it comes to the Freljord Noxus, it always has been, is it can't really deal with elusives very well. So if you're up against like a lot of Zoe, Lee Sin stuff that maybe is setting up on you and trying to slay you down, then it's going to be a bad time. But it looks like he's queued into a triple aggro lineup. We've got Pirate aggro, a sort of underrepresented classic, alongside Spider aggro. Yeah, the Spirates. The Spider aggro, which is sort of the same deal.
Yeah, and then of course our Thrash Nexus. Yes, that is the deck that I'm saying you came up with, Scarzig, because I absolutely love that name. The Thrash Nexus, or Ness. No, not Ness Thrashus. Oh God, now I can't say it. Thrash PK Slay. Oh, I love it. Thrash Nasus. God, I've been saying it right all day, and now that I say the dumb name, I can't say it anymore. And you know, this is certainly again the triple aggro lineup is a bar with which you need to be able to. You might need to be able to pass it. We haven't seen it quite as we saw Seku running an iteration of it. This is certainly a different take on the triple aggro lineup, and I'm interested to see how what I'm assuming will be the Scargrounds and TK Raka deck fare against this aggressive lineup.
I mentioned it a little bit earlier when we saw a little bit of Soraka Tahm Kench, that the deck's weakness to Fearsome might be able to get, you know, a pass, because Spider aggro was one of the aggro decks that we weren't really seeing a lot, but now Comeden is actually employing that technology. So the little bit of the extra Fearsomes as part of this lineup gives you that stronger matchup against Soraka Tahm Kench to pull out a win. Pirate aggro is considered to be a very clean and classic style of aggro. You just want to curve out, and you need to know when to transition to that burn plan with the Noxian Fervors and the Decimates. And so against these lists, I can definitely see the world where Comeden comes through, especially with just like the Trundle, Lysandra ban, and then a lot of these aggro decks doing well into Soraka Tahm Kench and Vladimir Braum. If I'm being perfectly honest, the deck does not have any healing outside of a little bit of piecemeal drain from leveled up Vladimir.
Right. Yeah. You just kind of have to hope that you're able to essentially block on defense via maybe pumping up or block on offense rather, pumping up a Braum, challenging, getting that train going. It looks like Nola is going to ban the spider aggro, which makes sense and certainly lines up with your line of reasoning, Scarzig, with the potential weakness to a fearsome strategy. This is going to open up Nola to be able to play against two decks on a slightly more even playing field.
And this is key because Comodin, when you're running a lineup like this, you kind of expect the Nasus deck to just get banned out. And so getting the chance to play it here, especially later into the rounds like this, could actually be a pretty strong outcome for Comodin.
Absolutely, but this is going to be it. The first game, round number 6, Nola Gold versus Comodin player. And this is, at this point, at least for Nola, this is going to be life on the tournament, life on the line. Needs to win out in order to hit the top 32, as they are X1 now, and it is unlikely based on their ladder rank that they are going to get that free pass into the X2 slot. Still possible, but unlikely for sure.
And so starting off, Comodin does not have Bakai Reaper. That's a little bit of extra fearsome technology to come through against Soraka Tahm Kench, but we only got a glimpse of the tail end of the previous appearance of Soraka Tahm Kench, where they just develop, wall you out, and Nasus doesn't have a way to remove the Star Spring, and then it just becomes an inevitability for them.
Absolutely.
So, pretty slow opening overall, I think, coming from Comodin, all things considered.
Yep, and this is an interesting decision that needs to be made on the side of Nola. Krusty Codger, yes, you obviously would like to ideally keep it around, to have as a target for your healing, but, Comodin player cares not about that and wants to kill you as fast as possible, and Nola says, yeah, let's not mess around with taking 3 damage early on. Let's keep our life total nice and safe.
The higher you can keep your Nexus, the more room you have against the Nasus atrocity. There is still a world where, Nasus doesn't, it's not like Lee Sin, where it has to get super big and then one-shot you. As long as you can deal a little bit of damage around the sides throughout the early mid-game, then the atrocity comes through to finish you off from 12 or 14 or so.
Absolutely. But Nola Gold getting the pieces that he's certainly going to be looking for. Bakai Sandspinner does come out and threaten the Boxtopus, but Boxtopus might not be the most dangerous item on the menu here, with both champions and the Star Spring on the side of Nola. And this is a classic Nola stream. Anyone who's familiar, every follow is going to be this just cacophony of emote spam. So maybe he'll turn it off, or maybe he won't be getting spammed with follows, but I'm not necessarily counting on it. So we might just be in for the long haul here.
I mean, it's all part of our intensive training as casters, where we need to be able to glean as much info as possible while being barely able to see the screen at all. You give us 2 decks and we're just going to predict the entire outcome and lines of play of both sides of the matchup. Soraka now going to come down alongside this Star Spring, and Comodin, despite everything, is still struggling to get any sort of aggressive advantage going into the mid game here.
Absolutely. And yeah, this is like boot camp. This is training for when we're in the real world. Oh, and there it is, Nola, the champion, turning it off.
I can see. I can cast.
We cast by sense. Anyway, cast by echolocation most of the time. Here we are, Soraka with the level up and not quite the additional draw, but that is okay. Nola's still at a very healthy 20. Full mana, big board, fearsome blocker, a potential Nasus blocker as well. And there he is, 7/7 Nasus.
But
still gets blocked by a 1-drop.
Exactly. You can't swing in. You have to let Nasus just sit there and cook. When we look a little bit closer at Nola Gold's list, because, you know, you're running that defensive Targon style, has a couple copies of Hush, which, again, just taking away that late game burst win condition from the Nasus Thresh player means that as long as you wall out their early mid game, like Nola Gold is doing so beautifully here, you've pretty much sealed the deal on this matchup.
Well, I mean, you look at it, if competent player attacks in, right, it's just, okay, block. And that's really, when you think about Starspring as the healing is like damage towards a win condition, competent player attacking is just dealing damage to themselves, essentially. But the problem is they can't just sit around, because Tahm Kench is going to eat the board. Your board's going to go away. The Starspring is going to tick up. It's really nightmare scenario for competent unless he can pull something out and do something to swing this in their favor.
When you see a board state like this, you start to worry about the Star Shepherd just one-shotting you.
Right. Yeah.
He runs one copy of Shakedown. There's already a Boxtopus in play.
Okay. Yeah, it's certainly on the menu.
And everything that this deck summons is within Tahm Kench's range. Siphoning Strike now being put down. We've seen more Siphoning Strikes resolve today than I think I ever have playing against this deck on ladder or anything.
You're absolutely right. And by the way, there's an Astro Protection. Yeah, this is how it always goes for me, where it's just like, okay, I need them to not have something. They always have something. You're never able to. I've never once seen a Tahm Kench die like this. It just never happens. It's like, oh, I'm threatening it. No, you're really not, though.
And these spells are burst speed, so the Rite of Negation isn't going to help.
Yep.
And so now you just dealt 8 damage to Tahm Kench, and Soraka will gladly fully heal that off at the start of the next round.
Yeah. It's basically like, oh, you just did 8 damage to yourself via the Starspring.
And then Comedan has to use Nasus to block the Soraka, right? Because you have to kill her. If you just damage her a little bit, you're damaging yourself. And so that opens up the Shepherd to maybe get in around the sides.
Yeah. Well, I believe that a Soraka's Wish.
Oh yeah, my God, that's right. You could just block and then wish. But then the Black Spear maybe tries to slay Soraka through that. But that's a second Soraka, so maybe you just let this one go down. If they have Black Spear, they have it. Then you play the next Soraka, and you still get your open attack with Tahm. This is so strong.
Well, yeah, Black Spear, I think I actually I don't necessarily want to block here because of Black Spear. Black Spear is now killing Tahm. You don't actually have a way to save him at this point. The Soraka's Wish can come out, but Black Spear can still happen. We could see... Yeah, it looks like just another Codger gets some more healing. I mean, Black Spear on Tahm isn't too bad. It's just like Nola's losing out on a lot of, missing health that could be gained back.
Yeah, there is a lot of invested value right now. Comedan's going to get a couple units back.
Yep, there's Black Spear onto Soraka, which is going to end up not being great for them, just because there is a second one, and you have to choose between Tahm Kench and Soraka, right? Well, they unfortunately for them made the wrong choice here.
And yeah, now you just pull Nasus to the side and have Star Shepherd go through.
Yeah.
Bait out Vengeance.
Which win condition are we going for? This one is the old attack for 28 with the Tahm Raka deck. Oh, the atrocity, the Nasus to kill a 1-drop. That's not where you want to be if you're a competent player. That does not feel like a winning line.
Ooh, man. This Nasus Thresh is, we called it at the start of the broadcast, the boogeyman of the meta, but when it runs into a bad matchup, it's a bad matchup.
Yeah.
Every deck that is built to counter this thing just makes it look like some sort of D tier thing that just so happened to somehow make it into the matchup here for the seasonals. And now Nola Gold's still enjoying a fantastic board position, not even really worrying about the Star Spring. I think you can just beat your opponent down from this point.
Yeah, well, and you also, I mean, you don't need to worry about the Star Spring. You can still play it, though. Though here could potentially be, if there is a challenger, we could see Nasus getting through, and we are in Nasus plus Atrocity range, but of course, the Hush on the side of Nola Gold does
no.
put his mind a little bit at ease, at least.
Yeah, vulnerable Tahm Kench, just going to attack with the Nasus here. What's nice, though, is that, like, if you Hush here, Nasus is still a 2-2, so he will not die to Tahm Kench.
True.
So Coveted player is saying, you know, if you've got the Hush, it's a big counter to me anyway, but at the very least, you know, at least my Nasus is still surviving. And so getting this Hush out of the way actually does still open up that line for Atrocity with a bigger Nasus.
True, but it's also possible that Nasus is on the menu for Tahm Kench.
Oh, no. Small dog gets eaten. So when Nasus comes back into play, oh, he's going to get obliterated, but I was going to say he would just get his stacks back, but that is...
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I'm speechless. I've never seen like Nasus Thresh just struggle on so many different angles. When we saw like the tail end of the previous matchup, when these decks threw down, it still looked a lot closer.
Yeah, it absolutely did, but that was exactly how Nola wrote it up when he brought this lineup. That was just an absolute decimation of arguably the best deck in the format right now. TK Raka, it's hey, you don't need to innovate too much. Just bring back this same old lineup you've been running for months, and it can still get the job done. Nola goes up 1-0 on number 6.
So now we have Scargrounds into Nasus Thresh, and while the Black Spear is a little bit rough to deal with on a key unit, the Vile Feasts and the Withering Whales aren't really going to be a big issue, and Scargrounds in the opening hand, as long as Covenant doesn't hit a really strong offensive curve with Blighted Caretaker, which, to be honest, all the games of Nasus Thresh that we've seen, it's been getting banned a lot, of course, but we haven't seen that really devastating miracle opening yet. Bakai Reaper and Accursed Keeper, Blighted Caretaker, Ravenous Butcher, not really any early strong combinations like that.
Yeah, I have not seen any of those crazy starts. Now, Nola has a couple of options here. Goes with the Crimson Curator.
And has a Death Lotus in the hand to back this up. Fantastic tech card for these swarmy matchups. You get to catch up discard aggro with it. And now a fantastic card to shut down the Blighted Caretaker. Combined force into the open attack, knowing that the Avalanche is lurking potentially in this list.
Yeah, you kind of, if you're a Combined player against this deck, you're kind of, you know, you're screwed if you do and you're screwed if you don't in regards to open attacking. You either get avalanched, or you know you get Death Lotus here, or Ice Sharded, or you know this, that, or the other. Is able to get the Glimpse down, which is pretty decent counter there, but not anything game ending at the very least.
And by forcing Combined into an open attack that you're able to survive pretty cleanly, this buys you that window of opportunity to set up the Scarground safely. Even if Combined does develop here in the next round, you can summon Braum and even
no
sidestepping the Bakai.
No value Bakai Sand Spinner. That hurts.
I think that just goes to show that Comeden's hand is pretty thin right now if you're forced to tempo out a 5-3.
And we'll notice here, this was apparently a bug that was recently fixed in this newest patch. Previously, both the Poro and Braum would have gotten the buff from the rat there, but now that is no longer how it works. And this is just going to be Scargrounds getting Braum bigger and bigger, and it is just going to be a nightmare for Comeden player to actually deal with this Braum.
Getting essentially a free proc is great, and now with Tough, the Black Spear isn't a threat against Braum. By sniping the Cursed Keeper, it takes away Comeden's ability to cash in with Blighted Caretaker or Ravenous Butcher or Spirit Leech, and just winning this slow value battle as it stands right now. But here comes Nasus, and every time we think that a deck is favored, they still have to pass the mini boss here.
True.
Of the Nasus on curve.
And it looks like Nola potentially setting up an avalanche just to give himself fearsome blockers.
Yeah, you can play the Crimson Curator here if you want, but Avalanche also does a little bit of work. Sets up Death Lotus to clear the 4-3. Maybe have something else trade up into the Nasus as well.
Yeah, the Avalanche into Death Lotus plus block will actually trade with the Nasus here. There's really not. I'm wondering. I guess like a Glimpse or a Vile Feast, your own unit would save Nasus from that trade, but actually that's not even true.
Comeden hesitating there.
Yeah.
I think really gives away that he doesn't have that. Goes for the proc on Ravenous Butcher to fix this math.
Okay. Now that would work. There's a glimpse. This trade would not be in Nola's favor, but as it stands, this will just be a straight up trade for the Nasus.
Yep. Yeah, because the Death Lotus gives +1 to the Crimson Bloodletter, and then -1 HP to the Nasus. And again, this forces the Glimpse, as you had mentioned.
Yep. Looks like he has it. Yep, there it is. Which is still, it's not great for Nola, but it's not terrible, right? The Nasus is still going to be down to 1 health. It was almost like I guess 2 health after the Slay proc from killing the rat there. But now we're in the interesting spot for Nola Gold where you don't necessarily have a clean attack with Braum unless you just want to trade for the Nasus or threaten to trade for the Nasus. It's not a guarantee.
Despite having this this nice setup with the Scargrounds into a Braum, you have to clear the Nasus. It doesn't matter how big your board is. If Nasus gets, swole enough and then just kills you with Atrocity. Right. And Nola Gold's starting to run out of resources here. This deck is notoriously short on card draw. He opts in his variant to not try to run Whispered Words, which has seen some experimentation in the archetype.
Right. Now this will offer a trade here. Braum for Nasus. Ice Shard can come out. It will allow for the Crimson Curator to survive and also, effectively get a draw off of it. But I think if you're Nola, you almost kind of have to just take this as is. You're almost opening yourself up to another trick from Comeden player.
And without the Ice Shard, you don't have that. Now that the Death Lotus and the Ice Shard has been cast in, without a couple very clutch top decks, you could see this board evened out by a Blighted Caretaker or Thresh play.
Right. And with Braum off the field, okay, I think you're actually pretty happy with that if you're Nola. Granted, there's not a ton of good targets for the Rite of Negation anyway. It's not like it's a huge get there, but now Nola kind of out of steam. Another Scargrounds in hand, not great. And the Crimson Curator, it might be a little tough to get a proc off of him.
The 3 base HP does not line up super well into the threats that this Nasus deck puts down, thanks to the Ravenous Butcher, the Abomination, and Thresh. It's really tough to actually get things to stick without using other spells and resources to supplement these developments. And that's what we've seen lead to this position for Nola Gold, where he's got still a little bit of juice left, but that was all to take down the first Nasus.
Right. Absolutely. And Scargrounds number 3, probably not what Nola was looking for there.
You could maybe go for the triple Scargrounds. Have the Scarmother Vrina just get absolutely monstrously huge by getting +3 every time it gets pinged, and then +3 from her own ability. But, you know, how's she going to trade into a Nasus development here? At the very least, you're skipping out on Vengeance by not going for an open attack.
Right. Yeah, there's just not a ton of options here for Nola. And just, you know, really ran out of steam is just the best way to put it. There's just not, I mean, there's a board here, kind of, but this Thresh, you know, can kind of dictate combat and eventually will level up just by Combinen's own means with their own slay procs.
And I do like the pass there. You don't want to attack, set up the Scarmother to get weakened any further.
Right.
You want to try to ping it yourself just once, so you get maximum effectiveness from that, a massive HP pool.
Right.
But, you know, Vladimir is also a nice pickup. You're hoping
Very nice
to get some sort of, at this point, Basilisk Bloodseeker. There's a couple of those in the deck to just giga buff this Scarmother and try to go for a one-shot against Vengeance.
Absolutely. You're really looking to push through, and the unfortunate part for Nola is he's really not managed to do any damage to Combinen player thus far. It really all sort of just dealt with the board. This is 3 of 6.
So the 2
on the Thresh.
Yeah, the 2 saplings will go down. That'll be 5 out of 6, and that's dependent on if there's just another thing in hand to slay.
Right.
So Thresh can potentially level here. So just goes for the 1. I think that shows just a lot of respect here. Not a lot of good trades into Scarmother. You don't want her to get buffed because that's going to be massive overwhelm damage coming through in response. So Nola Gold perhaps can take this as a signal that Combinen does not have Vengeance in hand.
Right. Yep, there's the box.
Vladimir has gotten absolutely huge, but this particular variant from Nola Gold isn't running like Might to grant Overwhelm to push some of that damage through. It's really all in on Scarmother and just general board control, right? Like the value trades are definitely here. Basilisk.
That might be what the doctor ordered. Nola might have. There was not much juice left, but there was just a little bit left at the bottom of the bottle. Might be able to squeeze out just enough. We'll have to see what Combinen players' reaction is here, but this Scarmother Vrina is going to be massive.
And has the right.
Okay.
You don't get the massive buff on the Scarmother, but you still have another Overwhelm unit in play, which is good. You're still going to be swinging through against the Spirit Leech to deal 6. Actually, Vladimir does also proc on top of this, so there's going to be an extra proc and tough.
Oh yeah, there's still a pretty big attack coming through, unless that's a Vengeance.
Coveted player actually tapped under to develop this Dune Keeper to
Oh,
chunk
right.
block.
So Black Spear, maybe? What are we looking at here?
Suffice to say, this is triple Scar Grounds. Nola Gold isn't even hovering the eye. I don't want to see these numbers either. But it's going to proc +3 attack to the Basilisk and the Scar Mother. Then she's going to proc, and she gives +3 to herself.
Yep. +2 from Vlad, going straight to the dome. And some drain. So Nola's going to be a little bit healthier as well. Yeah, why spoil it with the eye? Just 25 power worth of Overwhelm going through. That is a Black Spear.
Okay, so a lot of damage taken off of out of the equation there.
Sure.
But Scar Mother Vrina, Coveted has to develop Nasus this turn, and then Atrocity next round in order to stop this Overwhelm on the open attack coming through.
Sure. Oh, right. The Thresh is leveled up, so the Nasus is guaranteed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. There's so many, like, crazy lines and huge swings going through. I completely forgot about this.
And the Nasus is 17. That's going to be leveled up. Nasus. Yep. So now, well, it didn't really change. Atrocity is going to be game.
Almost Nola Gold was able to bring this back with that Basilisk Bloodseeker top deck. The Black Spear from Coveted was incredibly clutch there to bring this through.
There it is.
And I think it just goes to show that this list does have very explosive potential, but it comes down to finding the perfect opportunity to use those avalanches and those ice shards and those death lotuses.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's just so many options there on the side of Nola to be able to get value out of those. There wasn't, that interesting turn with the avalanche to set up, and the butcher into glimpse to save that first Nasus definitely was a turning point for Comet in there. Really heads up play by them to get that additional slay proc to keep the Nasus just a little bit healthier, and that little bit of value put Nola on the back foot and ended up that first Nasus ended up trading with his Braum.
Yeah, after so many resources were put into the Braum, getting it set up and just forced to cash it in. And Nola Gold, I think, really likes his chances in that matchup. It's just that, triple Scar Grounds,
right?
Nary a Troll Chant to be seen.
Shunpo be relevant
in the mix. So this is another matchup that is kind of favored through certain outcomes, but can go either way. The direct damage that Coveted can do is going to be very difficult for Nola Gold to stand for, but Misfortune potentially is a dead card once they get Scarground set up.
Right. Worse than a dead card, even. Attacking ends up being bad for you into their board.
And Coveted already starting things off, punching in turn 1 with the Legion Rearguard, 3 damage to go, and Nola Gold without a play.
Yeah, definitely a slow hand from Nola, and Coveted being on odd attacks is not great, and this is the nightmare.
1 drop.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 coming through. Nola is going to be at sub 10 life already.
Oh no, that's Legion Saboteur, triple Noxian Fervor for death. Without having some early game to trade into these, Vladimir is also not leveling. You're developing 1 unit against 4. Coveden's going to kill around the sides. Nola Gold has the Death Lotus in hand, but needs to get a clutch, and I mean clutch avalanche.
Yeah, clutch avalanche. Troll Chant can help for sure. We're gonna also get a Poro here, but man, this is not where you want to be.
Yeah,
on the side of Nola.
Drew double Scar Mother from the top end of the deck. And when you look at the early game for this list, there's triple Crimson Bloodletter, which you do not mind just playing out on turn 1 to block, and only a couple Crimson Disciples. The list, wants to go above and beyond in the later stages of the game with these overwhelms, things that synergize with the Scar Grounds, and there's not a lot of early units that do that effectively enough to make the cut.
Right. Well, the good news for Nola is that if there's another Death Lotus and Ice Shard, if Commandant player doesn't open attack and there's an Avalanche drawn, all of those can be quite good here. Imperial Demolitionist, not what Nola wants to see. It not only does 2 damage off the top, it's allowing Commandant player to go wider. It's also saying, I am absolutely open attacking, bro. There's no way I'm not. And that open attack is putting Nola at effectively 5 before anything happens.
So goes for the Take Heart on the Braum. I was wondering if Nola Gold was going to save that mana or not, and I think with double Troll Chant and Death Lotus, it's still going to be lethal. So just get this down now and maybe hope for Ice Shard to combine.
I said 5 before. It's actually 4, effectively. And the Ice Shard, though, that could definitely help, though. Of course, it's going to be doing an additional 1 to Nola, but it absolutely could be a difference maker here, as there is not going to be... Oh, is he... Unless he's not going for it.
Double Troll Chant versus Death Lotus Ice Shard.
Right. Double Troll Chant certainly does a good amount as well. Okay,
but
still only taking 1.
The issue is that
same amount of damage taken.
You're leaving the Saboteurs alive.
Right.
And so when they open attack, it's just going to be 2 more damage anyway. Commandant has set Nola Gold down to 3 HP, so this is top deck Decimate, top deck Noxian Fervor. Those 6 cards at the complete bottom of the deck gives Nola Gold the way to win this line.
Well, here's the thing. Nola Gold's not beating those cards anyway, right? So don't play around them. No reason to play around a card you're losing to anyway. And clearly doesn't have a Decimate, doesn't have Noxian Fervor, because the coast was certainly clear there to fire those off, and now Nola has to try to piece this together.
When you look at Braum Vladimir, it has so many strong anti-aggro tools, but when you reach further back in the Rolodex of aggressive decks that could potentially be seen in the metagame, you land on Pirate Aggro, and it is an aggressive deck that on average, has higher stat lines and isn't going to get wiped the way Discard Aggro does, or the way Nightfall will sometimes get its board wiped out. And we saw variants of this list really using Iron Ballista, right, to have that key 3 HP breakpoint. And so Commandant bringing an aggressive tilted lineup, but also bringing some unexpected aggro decks in this lineup. Pirate Aggro and Spider Aggro are the 2 aggressive decks that most players don't reach for immediately, I think, in the current metagame.
Oh, I agree entirely. Now here's the line. Here's the line that I think Nola has to go for. It's Ice Shard, kill the 2/1s, put a damage not onto GP, but onto that Crackshot Corsair, and I think we're gonna be... Oh, that's not good.
Oh, this seals off the Ice Shard.
Yep, that's gonna be game, because now the Ice Shard cannot be cast. Yep, that's just gonna be it.
The double Scar Mother draw, and then the Crimson Disciple showing up a little bit too late. really just sealed the deal on this game, I think. Nola Gold had the really unlucky draws last time as well with triple Scar Grounds. The line did present itself, but it was just a little too late.
Yep. I think it's possible, though it's definitely, I mean, Nola Gold was holding up Ice Shard to play around Fervor, right? You can Fervor in response potentially, though, as we see, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Yeah, now Ice Shard just Ice Shard would just kill himself, but Nola's gonna play to his outs, which is opponent disconnecting, or maybe he's just gonna end it himself. We'll see.
But yeah, leaving the Saboteurs up, like, you just get this free damage on the stack with the open attack. The Crackshot Corsair also survived. When you, again, there was the line with the double troll chant, and you're trying to keep these answers in a more reactive sense, saving the Ice Shard, saving the Death Lotus for the Scar Mother Vrina potentially to come through, get massively buffed on a combo, and then punch.
It could have been so good. Yeah, in hindsight, if Nola would have cast the Ice Shard in combat, all of a sudden, it's, I think, potentially a win. But that's such a weird play, and then if opponent has Fervor, you just lose. So it's certainly not something that I think is actually the correct play. It just would have worked out in that scenario. So we shall see. But unfortunately for Nola Gold and Nola Gold fans, I believe that is going to be the end of their run here, unless they get if they win out and a lot of higher ranked players did not go X2. There's a chance,
there's going to be some weird shenanigans around the math of Swiss. You know how these things all crunch out, depending on seeding, depending on tiebreakers. But Nola Gold, I think, really innovative lineup, knew what he wanted to target and definitely did. And the Vladimir, just the awful top decks, unfortunately. The draws just weren't there. And when you're running a deck of that nature, it just wants to curve out and wants to punch through. It's very similar to Plaza, like old Grand Plaza, where you need that exactly on 3, and then your deck just kicks into hyperdrive. But we're going into our next game. Game Boy Rob is joining us again, playing the Nasus Thresh into They Who Endure.
Oh, it's a Thresh Nasus looking into the past potentially here, saying, I was once you. But They Who Endure certainly can get larger than Nasus and potentially even quicker. But we shall see how that pans out.
Yeah, so it's already 1-1. So this is going to be the deciding factor here. Game Boy Rob was able to pull out a very, very clutch win. And we're getting a small update here. This is not They Who Endure. The Elise threw me off. It's actually Zombie Ash.
Wow, with Elise,
I thought
of all
Nola Gold
things
was going to bring this.
Right, I thought that was the Nola. I mean, that definitely was the Nola Gold special. But yeah, Ash certainly throwing that off a little bit here.
Holy smokes, it makes a lot of sense. Now, Game Boy Rob does have the right negation against Harrowing. So that big combo isn't going to come through.
Massive. A massive Black Spear off of the Glimpse, able to kill the Ash. Game Boy Rob just, firing it off like he had it the whole time.
You know the line.
Yeah, that's the one where if I'm playing, in paper, I just, I fire off the Glimpse, I shuffle my hand around, I cast the Black Spear, completely stone face like I had it the whole time, and that's what I planned, not like I just top decked it. Just to put, or either that, or I play it literally off of the top of my deck, like directly from deck into play, just to tilt my opponent. But anyways, Game Boy Rob, regardless of how it happened, it did in fact happen, and now Scrutiny passing the turn with 5 mana.
Yeah, really just a float there. This is it's still a Shadow Isles Freljord deck. So
yep.
The same axiom that you talked about before, Blevin, still applies, that if the open attack isn't going to hurt you too bad, just pass.
Right. Yep. Here's the beauty for Game Boy Rob. He not only has 3 Threshes, that also means if Game Boy Rob plays a Thresh, he's got 2 Threshes the Box in hand. And Threshes the Box, pretty good against Harrowing, as it is essentially a direct counter to the card for 5 fewer mana. And I imagine if Scrutiny, Scrutiny I don't even think is going to be able to, I don't know what their death pool looks like, but if Game Boy Rob can fire off a Threshes the Box, or even heck, you know what, throw 2 of them at it and just completely clear the board, that's going to be good enough a lot of the time.
Oh, so Ruination being pulled here.
Oh, this is just massive. Because Threshes the Box works as an effective red negation, you don't even need to save it for the Harrowing.
And so allowing you to sacrifice the Cursed Keeper in order to get even more attack power on that swing. And the line here is your Rite of Negation has been spent, and maybe you can level up this Ash so she comes into play with 4 HP to eat the double box.
Mm-hmm.
I need to take a closer look at this deck and see how many Vengeances it's running. And that number, Blevins, is 0.
Oh, I think that's what we call a yikes in the business. That's not gonna bode super well. Game Boy Rob just saying, you know what? I want an additional 2/1 in play. Let's fire it off.
And you're at the position where, you know, Kai Reaper now punches through with Atrocity. Typically, you know, Frostbite's again taking away this deck's late game burst potential. Just doesn't matter, unfortunately, in a list like this where you're struggling to just keep tempo on the board. You've got Avalanche, but this deck isn't running Ice Shard or Blighted Ravine or any of the other Freljord board wipes that we've seen in the recent meta, and relying only on the Harrowing to wipe things gets negated in this matchup and is perhaps a bit too slow in all others.
I feel like this attack's got to be safe against most stuff, right? I guess maybe Withering Wail into Vile Feast on the Reaper would put Scrutiny to 10 and would still die to that. Yeah, I think that this is safe against nigh everything, though I am...
Yeah, it's like Brittle Steel, Harsh Winds.
Okay.
Is the line here.
Sure. And even then, that's merely putting a Band-Aid on the wound.
You're still going to take 4 damage, I think.
Okay, Harsh Winds is a start.
So Harsh Winds on the bottom of the line there means... Okay, so there's Brittle Steel, Harsh Winds.
Just...
Double Brittle?
Another Brittle Steel. Okay. I was going to say, just wanted to take 2 extra damage, but no.
Hold!
Yeah. Hold the line! Oh, it still takes a damage from the Bakai Reaper because of the Slay.
Still scaling.
Okay, I mean, a Harrowing here basically gives Scrutiny maybe a couple of 4/1s because Harrowing. Rob says, "Yep, this is what I've been planning for this whole time. Yep, you get 0. You get 0 ashes from this." Oh, and this also bricks Scrutiny's next draw too.
Only one. Okay, never mind.
Wait, the ashes are leveled though.
They're leveled, and because the one Thresh.
Wait.
There's only 1 copy of the box in hand, so there's no double box to wipe this. Now there's 3 leveled ashes when they attack. Bakai Reaper, Sand Spinner, and the Escaped Abomination all get frostbitten and cannot block.
Could this be enough?
I don't think so. This is the massive swing you want to see, but Scrunty would have maybe rather had Ruination or something, but even
Right.
at that point, you can't, until your opponent having full mana, they just redevelop after the fact.
Right. Well, here's the thing. This is 18, 22, 25. Well, the 3 and the 2 is not happening, right? Because the box. So even if all 3 ashes go through, it's not enough. So really, Game Boy Rob only needs to block one of these units. I feel like if you're going to block an ash, you want to block the real one to kill it. Am I missing something? I feel like you should probably block the ash that's going to be able to block, but could just be an oversight.
Yeah, maybe doesn't matter.
That probably doesn't matter.
It's not going to matter from this point, but yeah, you can clean up one extra thing there.
I mean, why leave your opponent with a 6/1 in play when you could just, not do that? But that's going to be a 12/12 Nasus coming into play from hand. There's going to be an additional Nasus that is going to be pulled in from Thresh, assuming that there is another one left in deck, which I think that there is.
And the Vakai Reaper doing the best Nasus cosplay I've ever seen. Keeping up.
True.
The little guy's keeping up with the stacks here. Cost 1 mana, but carry a big stick.
Yeah.
And double Harsh Winds is off the table. 1 has already been spent. Not enough mana anyway. Double Brittle Steel already cashed in. There is 3 Sisters Flash Freeze. It's not enough.
No, would need a free Harsh Winds. There would need to be a 3rd and then 4th Brittle Steel now.
There's no main deck Flash Freeze.
There's no main deck Flash Freeze. Wait, Ash's Flash Freeze. Oh, he's 1 mana short. Wow, that was ridiculously close considering the circumstances, but that will be Game Boy Rob moving on 2-1. Round number 6. And I believe Rob is at X1, so the dream is still alive here for Game Boy Rob and Game Boy Rob fans. But Scarzig, did you have Zombie Ash on your deck bingo card today?
Once I saw that we were going to Nola Gold in the last set, I looked at the deck list. I was like, Zombie Ash, right? That's like what he's known for. One of them, at least. But having another player pick it up it just goes to show that players are still experimenting with their tournament lineups, where sometimes you can bring something so far out of consideration that you scoop up a lot of lists that just aren't prepared to face it at all, or might just be unfamiliar with the matchup. All of the top players that we're spectating today have been climbing up through Master Ladder, trying to secure as high a spot on that ladder as possible to qualify for the seasonal open rounds. And so when you're grinding on ladder all day, every day, you're running into the same meta decks over and over and over again.
You're absolutely right. When you build, it's almost not necessarily an echo chamber, but you build this community of, top players are playing the top decks. We see them on the ladder, which you can look at in game. You're playing against them if you're there. Okay, this is what the meta looks like. Well, you can say, I've been saving this tournament. I've been saving this tournament deck for the seasonal, and I'm not bringing it anywhere until the seasonal. And we see a deck like Zombie Ash, come out and have some success, at least up until that round. But unfortunately, that is the end there for Scroonty. But it is the end of our broadcast for this round only, as we're jumping to a quick break, and we will be back with some more Empires of the Ascended seasonal Swiss rounds when we return. Welcome back to the Empires of the Ascended seasonal Swiss rounds. I am Blevins, joined, as always, today, at least, by Scarzig. As always, for all of today, Scarzig. And we are heading into round number 7 out of 9 here, Scar.
The increased number of Swiss rounds has given the players, as we talked about earlier, multiple chances to kind of balance out the natural variance of card games. It was a very heavily requested change that Riot was happy to oblige. And here we are in round 7. We're still working our way through the players who have maybe one loss, and depending on seeding and etc., are just fighting to stay alive to make it to top 32 next week.
Absolutely. We absolutely are going to be trying to find as many folks who are streaming, who are at, X and O, X and 1. We might have to catch some X and 2s as the pool dwindles. Not everyone decided to stream, which is fine. There's no need to stream the Swiss rounds. We just obviously appreciate it because we want to have a nice broadcast. But we're going to be trying to catch likely as many win and stay alive rounds as we can here, as these players. You mentioned a lot of players asked for the additional rounds so that it's not essentially a single elimination tournament, which, we're now into, we just finished round 6, which would be the first round after what the normal seasonal would be, right? So yeah. I'm sure last round people were like, oh, this is great. Why wouldn't we have more rounds? This might be the first round that we start to see that player fatigue start to kick in, if not earlier, right? 9 rounds. If you've never played a 9-round tournament before, boy, it certainly can get to you, Scarzig.
When you get into these longer slogs of the tournaments, once you get into these later rounds, a lot of players in our competitive scene of Runeterra have been practicing in other competitive scenes prior to Runeterra's release and in other tournaments up to this point. And when you have access to that endurance already built up, it starts to pay off in the later rounds. This is offset, of course, by players opting for maybe slower decks like Lee Sin, Trundle Matron, you know, is a deck that also has like very long games. And, you know, every decision, no matter how easy, is just chipping away a little bit at your mental state.
Absolutely. I know. I think it was, I don't remember who it was, but they were talking on a stream about, you know, why aren't you, someone asked them in chat, why aren't you bringing TLC? Why don't you want to bring TLC? Why is it not even a consideration for you? And they said, I just don't want to play TLC for 9 rounds, to be completely honest. It's the same reason why, you know, back in my playing days of Magic the Gathering, I never wanted to bring a blue-white control deck or a blue-black control deck to an event where there's 8 or 9 rounds on day one, because it's like, I'm just going to hate life going to time every single round and having to do these crazy calculations and figuring out each turn of the game. It's like, I just want to go face with aggro, just get it done with, maybe have some time in between the rounds, use the bathroom, etc.
And we've seen players, opting for, even leading up to the seasonal, like a lot of grassroots events that were taking place prior, players were testing the waters with some double and triple aggro lineups.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to be jumping in to real Prism Sword here. And they're around right now. Looks like they've got Zoe Lee, the Lucian Azir Sand Scouts, and their last deck is, I know we have it,
Ash LeBlanc Marauders.
Ooh, we might actually get to see the Marauders deck, Scarzig. I know we've caught the tail end of a couple of Game Boy Rob matches, but we haven't quite been able to see the deck yet. And it looks like they're playing against Scargrounds, Nightfall, and Deep, deck we talked about at the top of the show, but we have not quite seen get played yet.
It's out of all the decks I think we've mentioned on today's broadcast that are considered specialty decks, I think Deep is probably the one that's demonstrating that the most. You have to be a die-hard member of the Deep Cabal to pilot it at a high enough level to be confident enough to bring it here.
Yes, you need to be a member of the Order of Random 7 in order to actually play the deck. And Random 7, we talked about at the top of the show, they brought Deep to the seasonal this season. I'm not sure how they're faring right now. I don't believe they were streaming, so we haven't caught their matches. But it is certainly a deck that has game, at least against some of the meta decks right now. And even so, it just has such a strong proactive game plan, right? Sea Scarab really opened up a lot of room for Deep to actually be able to play in the current meta.
Fantastic early game card, and then it got buffed, so it's even better. Just a great, cheap, big unit once you do get Deep. The downside, however, is that with the release of Sea Scarab, it did muddy up the pool of sea monsters a bit, so Slaughter Dogs ended up getting put by the wayside. And that was a card, let me tell you, you're playing against Deep, everything's pretty coming up roses, and then it hatches into Terror of the Tides, and suddenly you get one shot.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder if it's probably a number of things lined up, but we see almost no Slaughter Dogs played anymore. And I think part of it was because of, Sea Scarab got added to the pool, and paying 3 mana for a Sea Scarab, even if it's already, even if it's, air quotes, leveled up with Deep, it's still not what you really want to be doing. And that led to the cutting of the Slaughter Dogs. And I wonder if the deck's just better because of it, even outside of the fact that the card got worse. I wonder if that card was maybe a bait for a lot of these Deep lists. But either way, we are seeing it here, and we're deep into the tournament, and we see Prism's opponent making a deep run with a Deep deck.
And with such a unique assemblage of decks here, Prism Sword is struggling to figure out which one to ban. Like, what is my matchup against Deep? Am I confident against Nightfall? And it's really tough to say. We get a glimpse here into the list. This is a double atrocity variant. This is a very classic style of Deep. The new advent of Sea Scarab, etc. But you know, relying on Atrocity is something that Deep has not done for a long time, just because there's a chance you just throw it away. And I'm wondering if you leave this unbanned because you're like, well, I've got Deny in the Lee Sin deck, I've got Frostbites in the other, but maybe it's a mind game and then you just lose to big fish.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Scarzig. And what's really interesting about these two lineups and about this matchup between these two lineups is that neither lineup, there are 0 Thresh Nasus and 0 TLC between both lineups. And I would venture it's unlikely that either player up until this point has faced a lineup that is like their opponents right now. So both players, I think, might be flying blind here. And I had an initial call where Zoe Lee would get banned and Deep would get banned, and I was just wrong. So both of these players have a different read on the matchup than I do. So very excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, Sand Scouts into the Scar Grounds looks like oof. I can see it. You know, you get a Braum set up, it's just tanking. But if they come up empty the way Nola Gold did, you know, a clutch rally in the mid game just bursts them down. But we're going to see in game 1, Prism Sword on Lee Sin Zoe into Braum Vladimir. Taking a closer look at Jamon's build here, means to deal with Zoe is basically the name. Are you running the Death Lotus and how many? How about them Ice Shards though?
Yeah, and I wonder if you know, Ice Shard is the reason we're not seeing this Mentor kept. I would think that Zoe into Mentor is a pretty solid start here, but Prism looking like they don't want the Mentor in the opener here, perhaps looking for more spells, though. It does look like it's a consideration.
Yeah, it's a full suite on Jamon's side. We've got double Death Lotus, triple Ice Shard, 2 Avalanches, and a Blighted Ravine, a couple of Ravenous Flocks as well. So building this with a very defensive mindset to carry into the late game with Scarmother and Basilisk Bloodseeker at the top end. But Zoe on turn 1 still does a lot of work thanks to Equinox and Crescent Strike.
You're absolutely right. Though I will say, in this matchup, Zoe on 1 feels the smallest amount, and this is a nitpicky thing. I think it's a little loose to play it on turn 1. I think you get more value on it turn 2, because if Prism had a Pale Cascade, you're actually getting the draw off a Pale Cascade if Jammin had the Death Lotus, right? The line that Prism took, you know, leads to an open attack with Zoe, but the difference between developing Zoe and attacking and open attacking with Zoe, I think on turn 2 is negligible. If not, it doesn't exist. I don't think there is a difference in this matchup. So
I definitely agree with that
here.
analysis. And then mulliganing away the Mentor of the Stones, I think just goes to show that, hey, I'm going to throw this Zoe down. Maybe just if it dies, it dies because I have a second one in hand. But a lot of work still needs to be done. We're talking about the defensive potential that Zoe offers, but you still have to do the work to not fall too far behind on tempo. The Scargrounds list, Noxus Freljord in general across almost all variants, struggles against these elusive setups.
Absolutely. Let me see the attack in from Zoe. No star chart developed initially, so it will just be the mana cost reduction on the first star chart.
Keeping a little bit of flexibility open. Getting the Eye of the Dragon set up is really nice here too. The 3 HP is pretty safe into whatever this deck can throw at it, and the Dragonlings are going to offset this early beatdown quite substantially.
Yeah, any incidental damage that's dealt, Prism's really not gonna care all that much because of the Dragonlings, though. We'll have to do a little bit of work here to get a Dragonling. Feels like a little bit of a miss potentially from Prism, as there's not really a spell that wants to be developed here.
I was surprised to see the Charger pick. I was leaning towards the Trickster, but I think Prism, after seeing, you know, Zoe surviving the way she has, maybe has a read now. No AoE, no ping. and then having a 4/1 that you can threaten thanks to the Pale Cascade could pay dividends here.
Mm-hmm. There's Scargrounds coming out. The namesake of the deck, though, is it really doing anything here?
Not yet.
Maybe.
It's not too far off of the timing you want to see it, where there's no like Bloodletter to immediately proc the Braum and the Curator here, but you know, Braum does get to pull maybe the Zoe or the Eye.
Sure.
If you want to if you've got backup, you can pull the Charger, get as much damage on Braum as possible, try to get that leveled.
Yep. And here we see Crescendum picked up from Prism.
So Gifts from Beyond, fantastic utility card for these lists. 1 mana. It's like the old variant of Lee Sin Aphelios. You still get to dip into that power. And I love the card in Nightfall, I said earlier in the broadcast, but in these Lee Sin decks, it provides you a massive amount of utility. I'm just really shocked at the Crescendum here, and maybe not going for Gravitum, but maybe just relying on drawing another one and getting that stun later in the game.
Absolutely. I do agree. And, ooh, this is actually pretty big. The Hail Cascade on the Charger actually threatening to kill the Braum. Now, there's maybe 100 or so different things that Jimon can have. Actually, probably just Troll Chant. Troll Chant is definitely the cleanest one to save the Braum here.
And does have it. Going for the double protection on the Braum, of course.
Yeah, I think it, again, very small thing, but I think that instead of giving the -2 attack on the Charger, probably wanted to put the -2 attack on anything else so that there's more damage on the Braum, but again, probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you don't debuff the Charger and you give just the HP to Braum, it would open it up to Hush maybe to cleanse that buff.
Sure, that's fair. Yeah, Hush definitely is an option there. So heads up play from Jamon, and that's why I'm here in the caster booth and not at X&1 or X&0 in round 7 of the event.
We are just huddled here in the booth, just trying to fathom these Galaxy Brain players right now.
True.
Because we've seen some really strong lines, and it's always a pleasure as a caster when a player comes up with something that you weren't even speculating about, and then it just pays off massively. And now we've got Lee Sin on curve. This isn't the sort of deck that's going to kill your Lee Sin, right? When we look at Jamon's list, there's a lot of defensive cards teched in, but nothing crazy like a Culling Strike. You still have backup for Bastion if you're really afraid of something. And now we still have the Charger alive, ready to punch through.
Absolutely correct about that one. Lee Sin, though, little ways away from actually leveling, and the problem is there's not I guess super cool star chart's probably the easiest way to get a double spell proc off, but that's not able to happen until after attack. So Lee Sin, I would imagine, probably not attacking this round.
You could, if Prism Sword takes the round end here, it would be, a good play, I think. But you want to start calculating a little bit deeper beyond that, of course, especially at this high level of play. Do I attack with Zoe, get the star chart, get a little bit more utility? Do I want to just put the Zenith Blade on the Lee Sin right now? Maybe try to use this attack token a bit more effectively.
Just gonna fire off the Zoe's Sleepy Trouble Bubble off the bat. Maybe not.
So here's Trouble Bubble. I think I got a glimpse into the mindset here. Trouble Bubble onto the Braum. Then maybe Spacey Sketcher to discard the Paddle Star, hoping to get Equinox or Moonsilver.
Sure. I don't hate it.
And the other thing that I've neglected to mention is that Zoe's about to level up.
Oh.
This whole time we've been talking just about setting up defense, but this is the other win condition.
Very true. Yeah, that is, that might just be good enough, Scarzig. Just good old-fashioned Zoe level up. There's the Equinox, potentially. If Prism wants to go for the double spell.
Yeah, if you play the Equinox, then your Eye of the Dragon procs at the start of the next round, you get AoE lifesteal.
Probably pretty good against a relatively aggressive beatdown deck. And oh, by the way, free Behold the Infinite as well. Let's not forget that.
Oh, 0 mana Behold the Infinite. Heavens to Betsy. Just, again, the inability to cleanly deal with Zoe really coming to bite the Vladimir Braum. Not even an Avalanche or anything play. I don't even think Zoe was threatened. There wasn't like any shenanigans around, haha, my Pale Cascade sidestepped.
No.
But it was just that early Zenith Blade was what it was, right? It was like round 3, I think, Zenith Blade on Zoe, and there was no reason to even attempt to threaten this unit.
Right. Yep. Lee, I believe, still off of leveling, but will have barrier here. I don't believe there's a 1 mana way to proc the barrier, so this is just going to be a clean kill onto... could just be going for an attack. Feels a little risky. Also, get that Zoe in there, bud.
Yep, just thinking about the turn order here, the attacking order.
Right. Not attacking with Zoe feels like that makes no sense to me, but I might be missing something.
Maybe just...
I'm thinking that it was an oversight. I can't think. I'm trying to think.
I guess.
Of why you wouldn't get a...
there's no mana for Death Lotus to threaten.
Death Lotus also, it doesn't threaten at all. It's nothing, I think. I think is what it is. But regardless.
Zoe's done her job. Even if you don't get the Behold Infinite.
Just give her a rest.
Yeah, even if the Behold Infinite wasn't part of her level 2 at all, the achievement's already been done.
Right.
The AoE lifesteal has been granted to your Lee Sin, who's also going to be getting Challenger.
Right. Well, there's Hush, so I guess there's really not any sort of risk or threat here of something crazy happening. Also, there's just not enough mana on this side of Jamin, and despite perhaps a gift of a free non-attack, it does not look like it's going to matter very much. This should be wrapped up relatively cleanly on the side of Prism here.
We have, let me think. There is a line where you've got like a ping for the spell shield, and well, I guess that's if Prism Sword preemptively sets up the Bastion. Right. And then you can ping off the spell shield and then hit it with 3 Sisters and Tomb or something like that.
Sure.
But that's just surviving. That is not winning you the game. Scarmother can't carry against Double Hush.
Right. Maybe Prism just hates Zoe.
Wait. Are you just gonna tank the Scarmother Vrina here? You might as well.
Hey, you're gaining 6 of it back? No, more than that. You're getting a decent amount of it back. Almost died from that Scarmother Vrina.
I know, that's scary.
I get that there's now 1 fewer blocker with the Zoe trade, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe Prism is just making a stand against Zoe in general. That's a possibility.
And yeah, because you don't get the Behold Infinite, you don't get like potential for a big additional elusive attacker, maybe granting AoE spell shield. But yeah, the Vladimir proccing on the Curator buffed it thanks to Scar Grounds, and that allowed it to trade into the Zoe.
Yeah, and now we're actually
Crescendum pull.
Is it another eye? Is there a chance that it's a goat, maybe?
There are no goats in this list, actually.
So it's just auto eye.
And
yeah, I mean,
yeah, the early glimpse beyond, I thought that, you pick up Gravitum or something. A lot of players will, even pick up Severum for the extra +2. One off here. Should be just enough outside of Death Lotus. So you've got to kick the Scar Mother back. She's too big.
Yeah, and also these units don't have elusive because they just have lifesteal, so these are actually just blockable. So we're not quite there. Scarzig, I think that this might just be what we talked about coming into this round, in that players just might not be used to playing a 9-round tournament, and there might be.
And you're playing Lee Sin, and this deck is notoriously hard to play. So many lines.
Little bit of looseness coming through, seeping through, but that's okay. As
Whispered Words doesn't get any sort of Three Sisters or an Entomb to stop that kick. Even if Scar Mother lives, you still have the Hush.
Right. Okay, we get another eye.
But despite everything, you can't remove Lee Sin from the board, and it's just more AoE coming through.
Okay, Scar Mother Verna. I mean, outside of the 2 Hushes, I mean, it's still... it could theoretically still be close to threatening an almost scary attack. is about as much as I can give it.
I know Prism Sword has shown, not willing to take the big bops, and if there was an AoE lifesteal as part of the equation, Prism Sword would be in a much worse position. Actually, just going to silence the Tarcast to rob that ping.
Okay.
And there's so many tools in the deck that I talked about that are able to mop up these low HP units, and none of them have been employed by Jamon here. It's just all play units and swing in.
Yeah. Here's a potentially awkward thing here. Now, I personally would have preferred using the deny on the Tarkaz trigger here. Because well, I guess we're not really scared of Scar Mother Verna here.
Yeah, there's the only other thing you can really deny in this matchup is the Basilisk Bloodseeker proc. But from the position like this, just to mitigate as much of that going through as possible.
Right. Yeah, this feels like a pretty clear skip block. Just let the damage go through. Being at 12 or being at 20 is of no consequence. And you have the open Hush, and there's another one too. With Spell Shield to back it up, I don't think that there's much that Jamon can do to stop, either halves of this lethal threat, and that's just going to be Prism. Perhaps a little clunkily, but still able to take it down here, unless... Okay, Troll Chant plus a freeze would do it.
Double Troll Chant.
Not enough, and that's going to be Jamon.
Oh, man.
Given the Vlad GG, Real Prism Sword, taking game number 1 versus Jamon in round number 7.
So Lee Sin against Braun Vladimir, you can see the weakness of the lineup there. Just Lee Sin, again, not a very popular deck. I don't think a lot of players were expecting to see it, or at the very least, you'd maybe run into it once across the Swiss rounds, and sure, you take your 1-0. But going into Scouts, this definitely feels like a matchup where you're designed to be much more favored.
Absolutely. Depending on how Prism plays this one out, I mean, Jamon's deck can just tear up the board of Prism, and even can do it at fast speed, you know, with the Death Lotuses, with the Ice Shards. That can really be devastating if timed properly, and if Prism can't get a Ranger's Resolve off.
It's going to be similar, I think, to the Freljord Shadow Isles matchups that Scouts also wants to target. But the difference being that Jamon has the ability to threaten those AoEs while simultaneously developing a meaningful board of blockers. You aren't just pass, play Trundle, tapping out of all of your mana on that round, and getting punished for it.
Yep, absolutely. Now, early Lucian coming out. Now, we see multiple angles of defense here for the Lucian if there were, say, an avalanche next turn. So the Prism decides and opts for that free 3 damage.
So we still have the procs going. Still nothing that can block Lucian safely. And there is only one copy of Ranger's Resolve in Prism Sword's lineup, but even if it's only one card, we saw it before with Game Boy Rob, you need to try to set up a thing where if your opponent has it, it's not absolutely blowing you out of the water if they do.
Yeah, the way Game Boy Rob played it was, I would say, perfect, where it's, you know, you're just going to try to bait it out for, you know, a 3 mana investment. That was fine. It's the times where your opponent absolutely needs to resolve something like an avalanche and it gets Ranger's Resolved that you're just completely boned.
So now we've got a couple Scouts coming through to back up this Lucian, get some extra reps. No Emperor's Deus once again, and this does give Jamon a little bit of a leg up, potentially. Maybe sets up a Braum here. It is quite slow. Same thing with the Scar Grounds. And these Scout decks, you know, in any variant, have been designed to punish these sorts of decks since the beginning of time.
Absolutely. If Jamin has a relatively slow start, it can be devastating for them. And this deck can certainly take advantage of that. But now the rubber is meeting the road here for Prism. Has to decide, do they want to commit a piece of interaction here to try to save one of these Scouts? And if so, which one? And also, is it even worth it? Do you need to save, you know, the Sharp Sight to save Lucian? Do you need to save the Shapestone for, you know, the Beamer? I don't know. This is a tough spot, and Prism says, "Yep, that's fine."
Let's
Scouts
go through.
down.
Yep, that's a death for Lucian to proc. You still have a 3/4 to swing in with. The stats are still very much in your favor, and there's no Scar Grounds in play. So, I mean, the Ice Shard is purely for defense, and you get a card off the Crimson Curator.
Absolutely. Another small thing that is not particularly relevant in this scenario, but could be, you want to put the Lucian last in line to attack. If the death of the Badger Bear were to level up Lucian, we'd want that to happen before the Lucian attacks. And there it is. Deus Ex Machina coming through for Prism Sword. There we go. It's actually relevant that time. I wasn't sure if I was going to get the chance to say it again, so I cashed it in the last time we saw this game, or this deck. But there it is. Part of the, really the cogs of the deck that make it really function.
And with the double Sharp Sight and the Shapestone, this Lucian is going to survive. And leveled up Lucian with that consistent rally, it means that without Scar Grounds, without getting that tough setup, your board is just going to be trading down or trading 1-for-1 into a lot of what real Prism Sword is going to be threatening with. And when we dig deeper into the assemblage of the list, we saw some slower, late game oriented, combo oriented variant. This one is much more streamlined for early tempo, caps out on a couple Cythrias, and is running the Remembrance tech.
Ooh, I have liked the Remembrance. I've played against that version a couple of times, and it just is nutty.
As soon as you stabilize, you're so happy for yourself.
Yeah.
I wiped your board, and then there's like
0 mana 5/5.
mm-hmm. And then you get the moose, and that's all she wrote.
Okay, this looks like a calculation of death procs potentially. That's
yeah. So
the
again,
math on this deck can be so tough sometimes. Oh, it's a great draw. That was a great draw.
you can Valor, attack in. Yeah, you get another rep of the Sand Soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
For Lucian, you've got Cataclysm to rally again. So it depends. It really depends on what Jammin has to respond to this. At this point, you're in the situation, right, where it's like, oh, I really have to avalanche this. I sure hope it resolves.
Right. Yeah, Avalanche would still be pretty. Actually, every time I think that something is going to be pretty good for Sand Scout's opponents, what that really means is that Sand Scouts probably just wins instantly, because Lucian would survive and level, after being saved, and I'm not favoring anyone against that. Yeah.
Wait, no, you take more than 8? That. No, you die. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just die.
Yeah.
And that was the calculation that Prism Sword was making the last round.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying, if there's Avalanche, I have the double Sharp Sight. And Ice Shard is the choice.
Well, I would imagine you probably can't just let that resolve as is what my first inclination would be. Lucian for starters. Let's save Lucian. I don't mind saving the Valor as well. I think beyond that is where I start getting more skeptical.
Yeah, because the Sharp Sight would protect Valor against another Ice Shard or like a Death Lotus, maybe. And then you get to pull perhaps a bigger target that your opponent wants to develop here.
Right. Okay, this is going to level up the Lucian. So instead of saving the Valor, decides, okay, I'll just take my free Lucian level up and then can attack from there. Proc a Sand Soldier, which will rally again.
You could maybe even hold back the 3/1 in this case.
Right? You don't necessarily need to fire off the 3/1 if you don't want to.
But I think the idea is just to just force Jammin to trade away the entire board.
Right. Force them to trade as much as possible. But, I mean, in this situation, you get blocks here. The next attack is also able to be chump blocked. And then if Jammin develops something like a Vlad or a Tarkaz, all of a sudden, Prism's not in the best spot here. Yes, you do have a level up Lucian, but it's only going to be a 4/3. Unless you get it actually to 8 attack or to 5 attack, it's actually just trading. Yeah, there's Tarkaz. Now all of a sudden this attack is fine because Prism has pump spells, but theoretically it is not the safest attack. I mean, it is because of the pump spells, but it's kind of a scary spot for Prism potentially.
Yeah, and you might not risk the Tarkaz here. Yeah, just sacrifice like this.
All right, because we won't be getting another rally. Now, Prism could use another pump spell and the Cataclysm to kill the Tarkaz, but that seems like a bit of a waste. Azir, quite nice. A little late, but still quite good here.
And Scarmother coming down alongside Tarkaz the Tribeless. That proc is going to go off, and that's +3 attack now for Scarmother to punch through. And when you have these units with such huge HP pools, they're able to just chump block the Sand Soldiers and everything else you're trying to do.
Right. There's just not a ton of... I mean... Prism here can go to 5, which I think is fine, but it does price you into essentially winning next turn. Which could be a tall order, especially considering that there could be freezes from Jammin. Even something like Troll Chant makes the math pretty hard.
I wonder if you sacrifice a Zir here to get a rally with the Lucian. Attack back in. They block with the 2-1. No, they just chump with the 2-1.
Yeah, You can jump with the 2-1. Okay, so we can see a pump, Cataclysm, pull either, auto kill. The Sand Soldiers will give a full rally. Okay.
Oh,
so we're getting
baby.
a real rally off the Cataclysm here because of the Sand Soldiers and the leveled Lucian. We even have the Sharp Sight to follow up here. So this is looking pretty good. And let's level up a Zir on top.
And just when we thought the tides were going to turn the tables have now turned the tides. And Real Prism Sword is fighting back with this Cataclysm.
Yeah, with 1 mana on the side of Jammin. I mean, attack here into open attack feels like it's pretty done and dusted, as the pros say. Okay, another chump blocker is going to be good. But
Azir just gets so many stats from these Sand Soldiers. He buffs them and himself. You have to sacrifice. And this is just throwing the attack token right back into Prism Sword's open attack.
Right. I was going to say, I like the Sharp Sight onto these ear, just kill the Tarkaz. Open attack just very clearly does it. There's not even any sort of combat trick shenanigans, Troll Chance off the table. All of that is gone. Clearly, any of the slow speed stuff isn't going to matter because it's going to be an open attack. Ice Shard,
I guess
you would need 3 Ice Shards to do it, but we've already seen one cast. Also, there's not enough mana to do that. This one seems pretty ready to go here from Prism, unless something insane happens.
Yeah, what's the line? Death Lotus wipes the Sand Soldiers, then you have 3 sisters, something.
Yeah, and then how are you beating the rally is the question.
Yeah, because you just attack. Even with a Frostbitten unit, it procs the dais.
Mm-hmm.
Bada boom.
Bada boom is correct, and that is going to be Real Prism Sword taking it down 2-0 in round number 7, and it has got to feel great to get a 2-0 this late into the tournament. It can really be, maybe there's some of that fatigue, but it can really be a boon to your mental. Get that 2-0. Hey, I still got this. The lines I'm making, maybe, if I look back and go through it with a fine-tooth comb, maybe it's not the most optimal play, but guess what? Scoreboard, 2-0. Who cares? The ends justify the means. I can keep going. Real Prism Sword getting it done 2-0, and I'm not sure what their record was going in to this round, but certainly, winning your round number 7 is going to put you on a good track to finish out these last 2 rounds.
The bans came through and definitely made the correct choice. There was 2 players with such unique lineups, you didn't really know which thing you wanted to ban, and Prism Sword made the right one. The scouts cleaned up beautifully there, and when you're playing in these later stages, we talked about the fatigue. Scouts is a deck that will punish you immensely, so even if you aren't playing it to a T, your opponent still has a chance to misplay. They aren't accounting for a rally, they mistime their AoE against your board, and then you just punch through. And we saw Lucian came down, was properly defended, and just managed to rally and beat down even the Tarkaz and Scarmother Brenna.
Yeah, and Scarzig, we still have 2 more rounds to go, but it is closing time on Twitter as we're jumping into closing times match here versus Omegalol is what I'm going to say, because it's probably a name that is going to make me say something inappropriate on stream, so I'm just going to go with Omegalol. And we are in the midst of it. Closing time up 1-0. And okay, that is a blocking watcher, not an attacking one. And just like that, the watcher doesn't need to attack to win. It just needs to be there. And that's going to be it. Tying it up 1-1. And a mirror we've seen a couple of times on Cam, Scar, the Thresh Nasus.
The Thresh Nasus mirror match. I mean, it's a classic. And players right now are just teching against it, running the Withering Whales, main decking Box, maybe even trying to run. Some versions only run 2 atrocities, some versions run 3. Some versions getting very greedy, only running 1 right. And so there's still a lot of, flexibility to how you want to construct this list. It seems very straightforward at first, but there are still certain matchups you need to account for.
The Thresh Nasus Masters Classic. There we go.
Ooh, I like that one.
That's the new tournament. You only bring 1 deck, and that deck has to be Thresh Nasus, and it will be a battle for the ages. And no one will tune in. No one wants to see that. But hopefully you do want to see this one here as we're going into game number 3, closing time versus Omegalol here in round number 7.
And getting a closer look at closing times variant of this list, running the pretty, I think, standard across the board, has triple Ravenous Butcher and triple Spirit Leech, which some players tend to move away from because it can get pretty bricky. But having the triple Ravenous Butcher just, I think, indicates that closing time is trying to get that early aggressive high roll to just close these games out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly is an interesting mirror, and the slight differences could end up being a massive difference maker here in this mirror. But we're seeing a relatively unexplosive draw from closing time.
Yeah, in a slower matchup, theoretically, Doctor would be favored. Has the Undying as a tech for the mirror match. Before today's broadcast, I did see some whispers on Twitter saying that Undying was the way to go for the mirror.
There's just no way I'm ever believing that. I believe that people believe that to be true, but there's no way that I believe that to be the case.
I support
the card
your
is,
right
is
to
hot
believe
garbage. The card is hot garbage. There's no way. Did you know it can't block? Anyways, how many times has this deck had board space issues? That card does not help with those. But anyway, I do see the value in always having essentially a fodder unit, as we like to call them. Here, Doctor opting not to attack. I'm trying to think of the mind games and the mental gymnastics that you have to go through.
It was an empty board, right?
One.
Missed out on the
an empty
1-mana
board.
Decimate?
Missed out on the 1-mana Decimate, yes.
I think perhaps there was a pass there, hoping for a development, maybe into Ravenous Butcher to threaten a little bit more around the side.
Right. Could you not just also play that regardless on an open board? Like,
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Again, maybe Doctor is next leveling here. Maybe it's just we're in round number 7 and we're
so it looks like it is Drock. DR, then Omegalol is supposed to be the O.
Right.
D-Rock.
D-Rock. Okay, I like that.
Against closing time. And again, both players very slow starts compared to what we've seen out of this list. And honestly, overall, we have not yet seen, at least on broadcast, like the ultimate put you in the dirt Blighted Caretaker miracle opening.
Right. Yeah, no caretakers to be seen quite yet. Closing time, though, the Curse Keeper certainly is good. And there it is,
baby,
the
on
Undying.
curve.
Maybe it is the Mirror Breaker. I could certainly see Closing Time potentially wanting an Undying right now, but Curse Keeper also pretty good in this case.
Yeah, Curse Keeper, Rite of Calling. Maybe try to get something set up here. When we look at the attack tokens, Drock is attacking on odds, which is very favorable for this list, where you have your Blighted Caretaker potential on 3. You get the first strike with your Thresh on 5. But that means that Closing Time gets the first strike potentially with a big Nasus on 6, as long as that work can be done. When Nasus comes down as a 7/7, you kind of consider it an inevitability. But over the course of today's broadcast, we've seen Nasus be a 4/4 on round 7 or round 8, or a 9/9 on round 8. So it's really hard to say.
It's definitely quite variable. Again, Drock, D-Rock, Dr. Omegalol, whatever his name may be, just does not like to attack, apparently. Who needs damage on your opponent's face when you could keep them at a healthy 20 and atrocity them for the full 20?
There's some sort of secret achievement that that Drock is going for here. Going into the seasonal, you bet a buddy and said, I bet you I can one-shot somebody. But there it is, the attack goes through.
Right. The Vegas prop bet that he bet on himself. I don't think that is actually the case, in case anyone is investigating. No, probably not the case, but it does seem the lines of play do definitely seem a bit weird.
Yeah, missing out on a few points of damage might come back to haunt, because your opponent being at +2 or +4 HP, is going to put them out of range of your atrocity, or maybe your Nasus just being able to hit them.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that this is a matchup where you just want to essentially give your opponent 4 life. I mean, by my estimation, there was no reason not to attack there. Again, I've been wrong on this cast already, so I'm willing to admit that there is a possibility that pass there was fine. But, hey, I am also potentially maybe wrong about this Undying, as it's already starting to generate a little bit of value, giving the Spirit Leech a free target to draw 2 cards.
When I'm trying to figure out why you would do something like that, and I'm thinking it's like, if you open attack and they Vile Feast, and then they develop post-combat, they get a stronger open attack against you, so by passing, you just maintain a little bit of defense. I think that just shows that, Rocky here is maybe struggling with the hand. Maybe something a bit clunkier. You've got the Undying, you've got value, but you need activators for it. Maybe missing out on Thresh to get this mid-game spike. And there it is, right on time.
Yeah, but Closing Time also with the Thresh. And now, if I'm just sizing up one board versus another, I'm certainly in favor of Closing Time here, as yes, D-Rock can pull the Abomination here and eat it with Thresh, but guess what? That puts his own Thresh in harm's way of Closing Time. So it's almost like a moot point. And Closing Time Thresh is also going to get the procs from the deaths. So this is what we've been talking about all day with this deck in general, is that, right now, D-Rock just a half a step, maybe even a full step behind on the tempo, and we're going in to an attacking turn for Closing Time with the Thresh in play, with a quite big board. As we can see, Butcher can come out here. We could potentially have a lot of power in play, and yeah, D-Rock going to essentially put the Thresh into harm's way here.
Struggling to even out the board. You need to be a bit more aggressive with your trades in order to remove these threats, because the Undying can't block. You have to supplement this card. You talked about it, you know, a lot of players really liked its presence in the mirror, the way it keeps scaling, makes it the ability to kind of fix some of the bricky hand states you might get with Blighted Caretaker and whatnot. But from this position, the classic formula of just playing out these fat threats is paying much stronger dividends.
Right. I mean, you look at, yes, the Undying undoubtedly will provide value and provides you an avenue to really, you know, grind advantage. But like we talked about, this matchup, this deck is all about tempo, and the Undying for the most part is just a tempo negative play a lot of the time. And you know, we're seeing it really come to fruition here as this, you know, open attack is going to be putting 7 damage onto D-Rock. It's also going to be killing a Thresh. It's going to be putting Closing Time's Thresh that much closer to leveling, and looks like Closing Time even considering just, you know what, just jam the Nasus. Let's threaten a Nasus level up as well.
You've got the Nasus now at a 9/9 Thresh, able to pull the enemy Thresh, getting that Slay proc, leveling up the Nasus to 10, and then it either hits the Nexus or whatever chump blocker you develop this turn, and then there's the level.
Okay, Caretaker going to stem the bleeding a bit here, but this Thresh is likely going to be leveling up here. And oh, also, how about just doing a bunch of damage too?
Put Nasus down at the bottom if you'd like.
Yep. We could have potentially seen the attack on the side of Closing Time as well. Of course, it would just be chumped by the 2 saplings, but it would be, you know, some additional slays with Nasus. Probably not worth it. You don't really need to do that.
Yeah, getting Nasus to 10, that's all you need to care about. It's like the Zoe level up. You just have to get over that hump, and then Spell Shield on Nasus just means it's the only way, right? The only way we've ever seen these big Nasus is these Nasi get removed from the board is the enemy has to play a Nasus of their own that's equally stacked and can threaten somehow forcing you to trade it away.
Yeah. I think the plural of Nasus is Nasassafrasses.
Suffering Nasassafras.
Nasassafrasses! And you have to say it like that, or else it just doesn't make sense. Anyways, here's a Black Spear, going to finish off the Thresh, but damage has certainly been dealt on the side of Closing Time, and we are an atrocity away from ending it, though. Drock here going to be drawing either a Thresh or a Nasus. And I'm not sure about the count here, Scar, but it could be close in terms of power of Nasus here. Oh,
never mind.
You know what?
It is close.
There's an atrocity. It was kind of close, but also that's game.
And there we go. Even without the atrocity there, you know, just having this big Nasus in play, forcing your opponent to continuously block, maybe glimpsing there, looking for Blighted Caretaker to pull their blocker to the side. You know, it was definitely all she wrote. And so Closing Time actually taking that one there.
I mean, it was kind of close, I think, but I mean, let's be honest, the Undying is a trash card. Why are you playing it? But I don't think it was the it happened one time on camera, therefore I'm right. No, I think I would reevaluate that card, but also I don't need to perform in tournaments. So anyway, Closing Time does take that one down and keeps the tempo up and keeps it going. We've got 2 more rounds here, Scarzig, and a lot of these players that we're watching are going to need to 2-0 these last rounds. But we will be catching those last 2 rounds after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We still got 2 more here in the Seasonal Swiss. Welcome back, everyone, to the Empires of the Ascended Seasonal Swiss Rounds. I'm Blevins, joined by Scarzig, and we are moving into the penultimate round here, round number 8 of 9 in this event. Scarzig, we have seen a ton of great matches today, and even some fresh Nasus mirror match classics.
Now, we haven't run into that mirror match as much as I thought we were going to today, which is a nice breath of fresh air. Oh, no.
Of fresh air.
You're rubbing off on me,
no! I don't want that.
But the variety, we touched on it a little bit towards the beginning of the broadcast, that the number of decks that are viable to bring for the tournament lineup is probably the widest that it's been. And notably, we're going to be looking at some decks from Squeebie, who has a mixture of some top meta decks, and one we have not yet seen. Squeebie here did bring the Matron deck, of course. This is one of the biggest, baddest decks in the metagame next to Nasus Thresh. And when we go down the list, we see the Spirit's Journey technology.
The hot tech. Yeah, Spirit's Journey was one that I saw early and didn't think too much of it, but then, you know, when your opponent is playing Targon and they try to silence your Watcher or stun it at slow speed, all of a sudden you use Spirit Journey. That resolves. The stun or silence is negated. And oh, by the way, Spirit's Journey is a fast spell. So you immediately get to attack with your Watcher and obliterate their deck without them having any reaction to it. So really have liked the Spirit Journey. Not to mention you can use it on something blocking a Trundle. You can use it to save one of your units. Definitely an all-around high-power utility card. But Scarzig, this is one that you alluded to, maybe a little off-kilter, at least in the past couple of weeks, the Zoe Aurelian Soul Demacia.
This list started to come up so heavily in the metagame. The ability for it to go above and beyond any other deck in terms of value was allowing it to just really shut down a lot of lists. We saw the early DNA of this list with like Fiora Aphelios type builds, and after the Aphelios nerf, and Dragons getting a little bit more love. Even Shyvana still doesn't make the cut, unfortunately, but the sort of the blood was put in the water, right? And all the players were like, wait a minute, Dragons are actually kind of dope, and they kind of got a taste once again for the Eclipse Dragon into Aurelian Sol type decks. And then all of the healing still with Solari Sunforger and the Fangs, supplemented further with fantastic cards like Single Combat, Concerted Strike, and Sharp Sight. When it comes to healing, this deck does it better than anyone else.
And oh, by the way, let's not forget the casual one of Judgment, which could absolutely come in the clutch if opponent is not able or is not willing to play around the one of in an open deck list format. Just putting the fear into your opponents. I absolutely love it from Squeebie. And the last deck to round out Squeebie's lineup here is that Thresh Nasus. And this is an interesting one for sure. No Withering Whales. We see 2 main decks box, 1 of Vengeance. This is definitely, you know, it's got the same DNA as a lot of the other decks we've seen, but it's certainly really pulling some different number and card choices here in terms of what Squeebie brought.
The box, I think, has proven to be perhaps a bit more of a consistent counter in the mirror match. And we saw earlier against like Zombie Ash and a multitude of other things that 3 damage AoE can come in so clutch. And I do like this a lot. The one of Vengeance is a little bit scary when you're going into the mirror matches, but something's got to give. You got to make cuts when you're trying to tech like this, and it's only got 1 Bakai Sand Spinner. And the difference of between running 1 or 2 or 3, you know, it's really hard to say what the proper mixture is, but suffice to say, this is a solid lineup at that. Squeebie is still 7-0. And if he's able to win this next round with this lineup, will be locked into the top 32.
Yeah, absolutely. This is certainly a win and in. And obviously, I mean, it goes without saying, you want to be XO in the tournament, right? But Squeebie and their opponent for that matter are in the get the opportunity now for 2 back-to-back win-in-ends, which, I mean, as a competitive player, that's got to get the blood flowing. That's exhilarating. Yes, we're on hour like 8 or 7 or 8 right now, and you could get a little down, but this has got to bring it up, and we're gonna be jumping down into Squeebie, looking at maybe checking to see if he has his music playlist downloaded from LimeWire. I'm kidding. I kid.
Do the kids these days even remember LimeWire?
No,
How old are we, Blevins?
Only 90s kids
Back
remember
in my
LimeWire.
day.
Back in my day, Metallica wasn't getting muted on BlizzCon Line. They were muting us. But anyway, we see here Ash
we need our
LeBlanc.
own CDs.
Yeah. What's a CD?
But Ash LeBlanc looks to be a Marauder list.
Ooh, okay.
A lot of these, I think Ash LeBlanc, this is like the new wave for Frostbite. You're bringing the Marauders just because if you're playing against anything slow, you get set up. Oh, wait. Oh, no Marauders.
No Marauders.
I jumped the gun. This is a more classic variant. Just has the LeBlanc there to shore up that turn 3 play. Sejuani's proven to be perhaps a bit too slow. Really shines in the plunder-based decks and the ping-focused decks that can level her consistently, but you want to get that early tempo and punch through.
Absolutely. I do think that LeBlanc and even potentially more specifically the cutting of Sejuani has really opened up that list to run, cards like Whispered Words, where if you had Whispered Words and Sejuani, all of a sudden, your mid to late game just starts getting really clunked up, and you've already got cards like Harsh Winds and Reckoning, all these cards that are just so expensive, and you just have to take too many turns off and you fall too far behind. LeBlanc really smooths out the curve, as well as just puts on just a massive clock, right? I mean, you've got, turn 2, 5 power unit, turn 3, 5 power unit, turn 4, 5 power unit. And, that can work out sometimes. Forget all the other things with the deck. That can just work.
It allows you to get out of the gate a lot faster with Frostbites, and having the troll chance and all the other defensive spells means that you're able to shore up LeBlanc's weakness of only having that 2 HP, especially on defense. Notably, I think we got a quick glimpse there. No Reckonings in this list, so going all in for the tempo and not worrying about falling behind and having to come back with a big Reckoning.
Sure. I do think that in general, the Ash decks are pretty decent into a Thresh Nasus deck, but not having Reckoning certainly opens up some line, some opening for Thresh Nasus for sure. And, before we jump into the bans here in the next 15 seconds, I do want to call out Squeebie was on the top 10 Giant Slayer players to watch list that I authored. Ooh. So Squeebie, the one breaking the curse. I know there's a lot of other players on the list that did not make it, or perhaps even forgot to sign in, making me look like a fool. But Squeebie is standing alone, holding the torch. Actually, I don't know if he's standing alone or not, but he at least is one of the few holding the torch here, keeping
Squeebie
the Giant Slayer
went down
top
the
10.
list, and he space jammed them. He took their power for his own.
Squeebie confirmed a Monstar, and Danny DeVito's character went up to Squeebie and said, "We need more attractions."
And he said, "I got just the thing Zoe, Aurelian saw."
Yeah. Did you have Blevins makes a deep cut Space Jam reference on your bingo card chat? Because if you did, you are crazy, and for that, I thank you. Squeebie snap banning out the Ash deck, and looks like Damien 1917 still debating. I would imagine, level 1, it seems like it's got to be the TLC, but it's actually the Zoe Aurelian Soul. Okay.
This is very tricky. When it comes to TLC versus Nasus Thresh, that's a pretty hard matchup just because of all the board wipes, but they obviously Squeebie knows better than we do like what needs to be banned, what matchups you're trying to look for. So we'll see how Ezreal Draven plays into the good old TLC here, going into round 8.
Oh, absolutely pivotal. Again, as we mentioned at the top of the round, back-to-back win-and-ins here for both players. Assuming that Squeebie didn't get paired down, but I'm not going to assume that they did. We are going to be seeing a win-and-in for Squeebie, and that's what you like to see for the TLC deck. You absolutely want to draw your champions at some point. Might as well get them in the early game, and luckily this is the Ezreal Draven and not the discard aggro, as this hand could be a little bit too slow for a discard aggro potentially.
When it comes to Ezreal Draven, you're running at there's no things being developed on Squeebie's side really that you can remove. So your removal spells are just kind of sitting there not doing much. You're struggling to level up your Ezreal, and any sort of chip damage you can punch through with kind of gets negated. But Draven is a nice card to see here, attacking on round 4. Maybe if there's a couple thermogenic beams as well, we could have Damien pull off the miracle that as soon as Squeebie goes to stabilize, develops the Trundle, it gets cleaned up with a big tri-beam and then an open attack to seal the deal. There's only one Captain Farron in Damien's variant, so not a lot of top-end burn.
Oh, and Damien actually taking the pass there. Very interesting. I think in general, if you can, in the abstract, if you can take a pass and have your opponent burn, what was that? Just a ton of mana there, you're probably fine. But against TLC, I don't know if I like that play that much.
You've got to do some early homework in order to deal some damage to at least make the pressure of an Ezreal and the Captain Farron start to present lethal. Because if you can put Squeebie on the back foot, then all the mana goes into survival and trying to fight back for tempo rather than having full spell mana, developing Lissandra, getting the Spectral Matron pieces at their own speed.
Yep, and again, I have talked about this on many casts before, but a lot of times Trundle's just not relevant in this in any of the matchups. Trundle's work is done the second he poops out that ice pillar.
What is your purpose? You generate ice pillars.
You generate 8 mana free spells. Oh God.
Welcome to the club, buddy.
Yep. That's what Trundle sounds like. I know that in the game it kind of gets toned down quite a bit, but Trundle actually does sound a lot like a small robot.
And the removal here actually finding some good targets. Not going to lie, against the mid-game Trundle developments, but this is really all Squeebie. Look, triple Trundle, triple Ice Pillar. The Watcher combo's all here. The gang's all here.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a pillar into pillar into pillar into? Like, we can see pillar into pillar into pillar into Spectral Matron, the Lissandra, if we want. Also, we'll probably just see pillar into Lissandra next turn. Then, of course, the classic Spectral Matron turn. Now, the question is, the outcome of this beam could be very impactful.
A 4/5 is pretty decent on average.
A Bull Elnuck is fine.
Burns an Avalanche there, I think we just saw.
Yep, that is also, I think, fine from Squeebie. You don't particularly care about Avalanche, but what are we going down to here?
Also, that's a new card there, the Resplendent Stellacorn. Never before seen.
Never seen that one. Taking 12.
I thought that Damien was taking this too slow and suddenly just jumps out, being able to answer all 3 Trundles on curve. This has been, I think, the curse of TLC. You play Trundle because you want to stabilize, but it taps you out. And as long as your opponent has board control, they just get to threaten you so heavily in response.
Right. The problem here is this is not a ton of damage. And Squeebie is, in fact, going to be able to go pillar into pillar into pillar into Matron. Oh, there might not be board space. I wonder if there's not going to be enough board space. No, we can just go pillar into pillar into pillar, into Fading Memories pillar, into Lysandra, into Zero Mana Watcher.
Oh,
So
yes.
the question is, does Damien have an answer to a Watcher?
And it's... No, right? Because they play the Watcher. You have to damage it first to at least open up Scorched Earth. And so the Watcher already attacks you. There needs to be like an Ezreal's Mystic Shot or a Draven's Whirling Death in the hand to shuffle a champ in to buy one extra round.
And what was that Mystic Shot? What was the point of that?
Trying to level up Ezreal, I guess. Very desperate for targets. Is he like 5 out of 6? Yeah.
I don't... Okay.
Trying to level up and get as much damage through this round to set up Burst Speed Lethal next round.
Okay, this also makes a Watcher, a Zero Mana Watcher. This is fine. Oh, and also, yes, now, okay, this was better because now you have Fading Memories for the Zero Mana Watcher. Yes, this is why Squeebie is X and O, and again, I'm sitting here in the booth.
I was relying completely on you to figure out the line because I have no games on this deck.
I have played a decent amount of it.
I watch it be played, and I see my opponents do their thing. I've seen the mirror enough from casting Fight Night, but again, once you get into these later stages of the match, you need to know what your sequencing is. How much board space do I need? And so now Squeebie is rewarded by having 2 Watchers.
Okay. I mean, you have to pull. Oh, no, right. You can't pull Ezreal. Okay.
And now, with Lysandra in play, that's a tough nexus. Makes the burn plan even more difficult to achieve.
Yep. I think you want to pull Draven because that will remove a champion in play, right?
Yeah, so there needs to be an Ezreal's Mystic Shot or again Draven's Whirling Death.
Okay, I do think, because now if there's Draven's Whirling Death, that's fine. Damien doesn't die, but... Okay.
Yeah, you can't attack with Lysandra there because of Axe Whirling Death to clear.
Yeah, I was not on board with the Lysandra attack.
But an absolutely monstrous draw from Squeebie. Triple Trundle, had the Spectral Matron and the Lysandra all ready to go. And despite that early tempo, all it took was a Harsh Winds to cut off all of that threat.
Right.
And there's no concede here, so I think Damien does have the ability to cast a champion spell, and it's just calculating what's the best target.
I'm just... I think you need to, get the damage plan out of your mind, because now, this looks like it's going to be Axe into Draven's Whirling Death, level up Draven, which is going to be a little bit scary. And now Damien's going to be drawing another Draven's Whirling Death instead of a Draven, which would be a blank, which is going to give Damien another turn of life.
And it allows you to just keep forcing through your tempo on this combat.
Yeah, getting this damage in from Squeebie is basically useless, as far as I can tell. Getting 6 damage in, okay, sure, that doesn't matter at all. And I think Squeebie needed to really get these units. This is
and I overlooked that this is Lysandra was summoned with Spectral Matron, so it's actually going to go away next round. So the Nexus is fair game. So after some deep calculations, Damien finds the right target for Whirling Death and is going to try to make something happen this next round. 7
and
7 drops are dangerous. Oh,
Unless
oh, 7 drops so
Unless
dangerous.
2-2. Yikes, that's awful. But I mean, this open attack is looking pretty scary. Granted, Squeebie does have a good number of potential answers here. But Damien is not dead again because of the Draven's Whirling Death.
Just shuffles that back in.
Now, I think you had to flash freeze Ezreal and vengeance that Draven. Okay, Squeebie, buddy. You know that the way that he survives is with the Draven being cast.
If you vengeance the Draven, you just Whirling Death on response to it anyway.
Right.
So you have to double kill it.
Yeah.
But that's just not going to be possible, right? I guess what happens is you let this go through, you blighted Ravine, so that the Draven gets wiped, and then they draw a Draven and not a Whirling Death.
Right. Also, I think this is going to be fine going into this turn because okay. Because in order to cast the Draven's Whirling Death, Squeebie's going to need to attack, whereas he doesn't actually need to attack because there's already no cards in the next
Yeah, so Whirling Death on Draven in order to move this pillar out of the way to punch through a little bit more damage with the Overwhelm.
Yeah. Also, if you vengeance in response to the Whirling Death, it counters the Whirling Death, so there would be no creation. So
that's true, it would fizzle it.
A bit loose on the side of Squeebie, but again, we're in round number 8, and that is, I mean, okay is a strong word, but it is not, I don't think, game losing in this particular scenario, but I may have spoken too soon. There's an Ezreal's Mystic Shot as well.
Oh my god, Damien has all of the champions surviving against the Watcher onslaught.
Yep. Yeah, that is just... Well, that is heartbreaking for Squeebie there. As I think that was a win that slipped through the cracks, unfortunately. But we will move in to game number 2 here. Squeebie now down 0-1. Needs to fight back and win 2 in a row against Damien's Resh Nasus.
Now, this list, again, the TLC has been, I think, overall the most banned deck. And a lot of players, I think, brought it with, you know, basically the expectation that it would be banned and they're going to play their other 2 decks. But it's similar to Nasus Thresh in that because it is such a prominent deck in the metagame, its weaknesses are also very well known, and you know how to play around that matchup, right? And so Damien found the line, knew what he needed to do. Despite the Watcher coming down with the perfect combo, as long as you have that champion in play to shuffle the extra card into the deck, buy yourself an extra round or 2.
Absolutely, but you know, if you're in Squeebie's scenario here, just gotta forget about that last game. You'll check it on the VOD review after the tournament. For now, you need to focus on this one and this one only because it is absolutely critical that you take this one down, and as well as the next one.
Now, again, Squeebie is 7-0. Can potentially still qualify if you take this loss. You have a couple more chances to still end things as an 8-1. But you still want to try to get this locked in to take some stress off. Even if players are out of the running, playing through your seasonal matches, you're still accumulating those world championship points.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you'd rather get the win this time and not have to worry about about next round, but yeah, here we go. Spirit Leech coming down for Damien, and this really makes me think it's a slow hand.
The problem here is sometimes you can get some really aggressive openers, like with the Abomination having 3 HP, you can sneak through a lot of hits, get some of that chip damage through, but with TLC wiping your board, you're also denied the ability to slay your own units to stack Nasus up.
Yep. Then a gigantic Nasus is certainly going to be annoying for Squeebie to deal with, but of course there are ways to do it. Frostbite is definitely one of them. Vengeance, another one, though. The Vengeance now being cashed in on the Thresh early.
Just not wanting any sort of damage to come through. Even if you can survive by some modicum, if Nasus does manage to stick, you know, as a 7/7 or an 8/8, you tap out with Trundle and they hit you with the Siphoning Strike, you know what I mean? Then suddenly he's way too big for you to deal with and is threatening to gain Spell Shield and clear with Atrocity. There are ways around that, thank goodness, in TLC, right? They've got the Flash Freeze, there's the Three Sisters, and Spirit Journey. So it is up to Damien to put in this early aggressive work and get that tempo. Once again, Blevins, tempo for Thrash Nexus.
Thrash the Nexus, for sure. And this Avalanche comes out, and it's fine. I think I would have liked the Blighted Ravine a little bit more. Doesn't make it too big of a difference here. And perhaps the Blighted Ravines have more of an inevitability and value later on in the game. Yes, I do suppose it prevents the two from attack from coming in, so there is value there.
And maybe you're trying to use it more as like a stopper card when your opponent is really geared up for an aggressive turn. You play the Ravine and say, okay, don't develop anymore. Thank you very much. And there's a weird world where you get your crazy board space after your Matron combo, everything's filled up, you play the Ravine, and then you just, because your board is full, you overwrite it before it pops, you just keep the 4 healing. But overall, 16 HP is very comfortable at this spot. Nasus only has maybe 3 or 4 procs, I think.
Yeah, I'm thinking there was 1 from the Spirit Leech, now 2 from the second one. There was the Glimpse. So yeah, probably 3, maybe 4. There's one that I'm not remembering. Not a ton of power on the Nasus here. And now comes the Blighted Ravine. Going to kill at least the Spirit Leech. It's going to weaken the Thresh a little bit, but Thresh is now also 4 out of 6.
Yeah, with the proper amount of procs here, you can level this Thresh to get a Nasus in play.
Yep, now it's almost oh, and this can be devastating for Squeebie if there's a Glimpse or a Vile Feast, or a Withering Wail, or a Vengeance, or a Black Spear, or yeah, this is
Three Sisters Entomb.
Okay.
Entomb your own.
It makes it so that you don't get completely blown out by the situation you put yourself into, but it doesn't feel great.
Or actually Fury of the North, right? Save a little
Fury
bit of mana.
Would do it, yes. True, but then you're still losing to Vile Feast. You're still losing to
yeah, that's true. It's
Glimpse, Vengeance, all the same cards that I just another Black Spear, yeah.
Yeah, so you got to put this Thresh on ice. Boy, am I glad that he's in there and we're out here.
Yeah, but the thing is that unlike with Spirit Journey, that Thresh is going to come back at 5 of 6.
Yeah, it is an exact copy being created, and Squeebie just barely dodging a big bullet there.
And also now we could see 2 Threshes, which could be now 3 Nasus. Yeah, this one, it's looking like it might have just gotten out of hand for Squeebie. I mean, Avaros and Sentry just does nothing here. We're going to have an almost fully leveled Thresh coming back. Matron, is a 6/6 that draws a card.
We were just talking about this Nasus. Oh, he only has like 4 procs, and he's like, psych.
That was before last turn where all of the procs happened.
All the procs happened, and Big Susan is done farming the top lane and is ready to backdoor this Nexus.
Yeah, this is Nasus was top lane in Narnia playing Minecraft by himself, and now comes in solo carries the rest of this game. But also there's a Thresh coming through. We could see another Thresh played here, which would be hilarious. Bakai Sand Spinner does the work as well. Still could see another Thresh. This one potentially just over on this next turn, and we could be seeing Squeebie losing their first match of the tournament and being forced to win that final round in order to hit the top 32.
The Prey pulling the Spectral Matron to the side.
No, you're the prey.
And so here it is. Even with the flash freeze, not enough resources to stop this coming through.
Yep, that's going to be the Thresh level up. The attack coming through, that's still going to be more than 10. Squeebie falls 0-2 to Damien 1917, and assuming that Squeebie didn't get paired down, that is going to mean we have just seen a top 32 player crowned in Damien 1917.
And a player that I don't think was on anybody's radar, but really strong showing against a 7-0 player. You know, as you move through the rounds, you start to see these players with really strong records finally getting matched up against one another and going toe-to-toe. So you get to see what these really clean lineups are doing. You know, what did they bring? And it's an entirely new layer of strategy where it's like, oh, I'll ban your one meta deck and try to win against your 2 anti-meta things that you brought.
Right.
And when it's triple meta v triple meta, you need to know those matchups. You have to have them down pat to know what to ban.
Well, and you think about it, we've been talking about so many people brought a ban TLC lineup where it's just, okay, I'm going to ban TLC, I'm going to play against the other 2 decks. How many times has Squeebie actually played TLC today? I don't know. I haven't been following the matches, but there's a chance that, you know, Squeebie has not actually played a ton of TLC today. We're going to be jumping into another match here. It is going to be Jason Florent versus Real Prism Sword. We have seen both of these players' perspectives today, and now they are matched up against each other with Prism up 1-0 versus Jason.
And Prism Sword on the Sand Scouts. Again, this is the more aggressive variant, has the triple remembrance at the top end, is looking to try to fight against Nasus Thresh for tempo. Because of the aggressive swings, because of the board generation with the Sand Soldiers, you potentially can force Nasus to block, but without Blighted Caretaker, they're going to have a hard time actually evening out the board. Jason also employing the Undying technology.
Oh, yes, the ever so successful and great card, the Undying. Okay, I won't harp on it anymore. Then the card harps on the decks that it's in. Okay, that was the last one, I swear. It is going to be developed here. And now, you know, Glimpse always has a target. Any future, procs that need a target are always going to have it with the Undying, and it's possible, you know, we get, you know, attacks aren't into just chip attacks aren't necessarily good into the Lucian deck, as it gives them free death procs for Lucian. But, you know, if the Undying can get to, you know, 3/3 or 4/4, all of a sudden it's starting to really chunk. And oh, by the way, Prism's down to 8 already on turn 4.
The lack of early development, even without, you know, what we see as a particularly devastating opening when you're kind of forced to not do much, you're still going to be falling way further behind because you need this Lucian to live. You need somehow for the rally to pop off. And every time we talk about scouts, we think that that's the way to go. As soon as you count them out, they get some board set up into a rally and things completely swing. But there is no play around Black Spear. If you do Ranger's Resolve Sharp Sight.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Does he have it? Or yeah, Shape Stone. And that is not great. It's not great for Jason, but it's actually not necessarily the end of the world. It is, you know, it's still a 2-for-1, right? You got to eat 2 tricks for your 1 Black Spear. So even though it kind of stings to have the Lucian still live here, it's probably not the worst. You also still, of course, have the Withering Whale potential to kill the Lucian on a future turn here. Jason going for the chump block, of course, to set up the Withering Whale on the Beamer. So that makes a lot of sense.
If I'm remembering correctly, Prism Sword only has the 1 Ranger's Resolve in this stack.
Yeah, and I feel like if it was there, it would have been saved, or it would have been used over the unprocced Shape Stone there to save the Lucian. So I think you can pretty reasonably put Prism on not having the Ranger's Resolve or having only 1 look at it in their draw for the turn.
And with that, it means that this Withering Whale has a much higher chance of connecting. Doesn't want to cash in the Withering Whale yet because you can sit on it for as long as you need to. Use it to wipe out the Lucian at a future point and potentially a few Sand Soldiers as well. Undying just sneaking in a little bit more damage and is going to provide a free proc with this Glimpse.
Oh, but Cataclysm is going to be unfortunate for Jason here, as that is going to be a free kill onto the Thresh. Now, there's not any Sand Soldier procs. There's no, pseudo rally happening. It is just going to be a 3-mana kill Thresh. But, hey, I think you take those a lot of the time if you're Prism.
Gets another one, but now we're heading into the territory where Prism Sword really starts to shine. Having board advantage with potential to rally, maybe even having something like, Fleet Feather Tracker or Blinding Assault to get that Valor, pull a blocker to the side is going to be massive.
And here, it looks like it's, Withering Whale is going to connect. We're killing the Lucian, no level up, no more Beamer. It's just going to be a 6/5 Cytheria, which, is still scary, but it is not as scary as it possibly could be for Jason here. And, again, maybe I spoke too soon about the Undying, as it's going to be coming back as a 4/4 next turn.
For every game that Undying just comes down and you lose, it becomes the locus of power for the rest of your activators in the deck.
Yeah, what it really says is every time I make fun of it on cast, it comes back with +1/+1. So it's actually figuring to be pretty big this game, if that's the case.
And with a Vengeance in hand, you can stop another powerful development, clear the Cytheria, maybe stop, a Remembrance from bringing Prism Sword back into this. The Cytheria development there, I think, shows that the last few cards in hand are probably combat tricks or rallies.
Right.
And so now Jason knows if I can keep the board under control, then Prism Sword's on a dead hand.
Right. Yeah, I think you pretty clearly pull the Grizzled Ranger here. You just don't want them to have a scout. I mean, even a single Sand Scout creator, you get so much value out of the scout keyword. And this is going to line up very nicely for Jason if Prism is blocking the Undying, as now Vile Feast all of a sudden kills Cytheria. And the open attack is not looking... I mean, it's looking fine, but it's not looking lethal, more importantly. So I think Jason feeling pretty good, and Undying just keeps on ticking.
Already up to a 5/5. This is just the slow creep. We talked about this deck kind of having a weird binary where in certain matchups it really needs to be aggressive, punch out early, or you're fully reliant on just your board getting cleared and you're just getting as many slays as you can to rely on Nasus at the top. And the Undying kind of gives you the best of both worlds. One of Ranger's Resolve. So Prism Sword getting very lucky here to get that, but still unlucky in that Emperor's Deus is completely cursed during today's broadcast. We've only seen it played once.
We've only seen it in play one total time, and I'm pretty sure that that game was won when it was played.
Yeah.
Jason looking like they're going to press OK here. I guess they're maybe fine with just the attack coming in as is, assuming that there's going to be another development here, which there is. It is that Remembrance.
Cast at full mana here in order to give
that's
Challenger
fine.
to the Fleet Feather. And another Challenger on top. Swiftwing Lancer,
good.
when it dies, will generate an elite unit. So this is going to get even more fuel for Prism Sword. Don't you have to Vengeance the Cythria here because of the Fearsome?
I was thinking the same thing, but this means that Cythria is dead, as the 2/1 can block the Cythria and trade. Yeah, you're gonna, Thresh is gone too, which stinks, and 4 is gonna get through via the Beamer, but I think you're kind of okay with this if you're Jason. I did have the same thought cross my mind, but I actually think I like this line a little bit better. The 5/4, the Swiftwing Lancer was just going to be able to just carve up this board a little bit too much and still get the additional value when it died.
And maybe there's a sharp sight that Prism Sword has here to protect the Cythria.
Sure.
The issue too that I haven't really talked about is that this Undying is an atrocity target. That's all we need at this point.
Sure is. It sure is. Well, now we're on. We're going to be going into this turn on Unknown Elite and card off the top. Jason is going to have up to 4 draws this turn after the initial, and it's Fleet Feather Tracker, which can be scary for sure. 2 draws.
Based on our earlier insight, this last card is a rally, I thought. Oh, no, it's the Swiftwing Lancer card.
Yes, it's the Swiftwing Lancer card. Yep.
So Silverwing Vanguard is an elite. So you got the 2 long neck birdie sock puppets challenging.
Yep.
It's like when you're taking care of a baby bird, you have the little sock puppet. They're feeding the Fleet Feather Tracker.
This is actually quite scary now.
Because now you have to trade away this board just to survive at 2 HP.
Right. At 3/1, I don't know if the 3/1 can come in. But if you're attacking with a 3/1, you might as well attack with a 1/1. Block, block. Block, block, block.
Yeah, 1 damage is the same as 2 damage, so you can take that. But like everything gets traded away.
Yeah.
You keep
But
Beamer.
this is fine for Jason. Oh no, but Beamer is gonna live. Oh no, yeah, this is potentially brutal. I mean, if Beamer survives. Oh, okay, no, the 4/3 was gonna live, regardless. Either Beamer and the 4/3 lives, or they both die. Okay. So this is fine from Jason. As now open attack is not lethal because Cythria won't gain Fearsome. You're getting 1 in, which is fine. And now, if you're Jason, you have, unless Prism draws something that creates 2 units, which could be, Azir, it could be not Lucian. Lucian does not do it because now the fading icon can come down and block the Lucian. And all of a sudden we're at a stalemate, except Jason has a much wider board, a giant Undying, and a glimpse to draw multiple cards. No spells on the side of Prism Sword are going to do anything to stop that. And this looks like Jason Florent is going to be tying this one up 1-1.
Manages to pull through there. We saw the window for Prism Sword to put in that work, but came up empty. No rallies to double down on that board, that very brief board advantage that Prism Sword enjoyed. And once again, no Deus. That would have been huge for pushing through a little bit more damage, maybe forcing Jason to be a bit more cautious in the developments there.
Yeah, my gut reaction without doing all the math made me think that that attack from Jason was loose, but actually it was great because it forced blocks from Prism there. I don't believe that there was a way to both kill the fearsome blocker and keep your additional unit with Cithria alive. So there was no way to set up an open attack that was lethal. So Jason really, painted Prism into a corner there, and it paid off handsomely, as he really just needed to fade one draw. He's gonna need to fade one more matchup here as he's playing against the matchup we talked about earlier, Scar, heavily favored for the Sand Scouts.
Now, the last time we said that, it was real Prism Sword gets the Deus on too.
The Deus Ex Machina is gonna be good for Prism. Certainly gonna set him up and put him in a better position than the last opponent we saw.
But, Jason has the hand you want to see. Double Vile Feast, Fading Memories to double down on some chump blockers. You can use it to steal a Grizzled Ranger for your side. And Trundle on 5, a big regenerating blocker, is exactly what the doctor ordered in this matchup.
Yep, and this is lining up. I mean, Jason needs to fade Shapestone and Ranger's Resolve here, but if he does, he's going to have a little bit of wiggle room here, as these two key Vile Feasts are absolutely huge.
Lining up again against these challenger units as well. That would just be getting value trades, trying to trade up with buffs.
Yep.
And that resolves as well.
Yep. So another Vile Feast, certainly at least potentially great. Yes, this will line up. I mean, this is, one fewer scout attack. It's, which means one fewer sand soldier coming through, though. It might not matter. It's possible that Jason just takes this, just trades with the spider, takes the 2, as that 2 is going to be gained back from the Tavern Keeper anyway. So might not actually need to use the Vile Feast here. Instead can opt to just block with the spiders.
Yeah, if you pop the Grizzled Ranger, they still swing on you with the 3/4. And, there is a world where you Fading Memories the Grizzled Ranger right now.
Yeah, Jason does have that option to just steal a Grizzled Ranger, though. Obviously not the most value, but you do get a free 3/4, which is nice.
Yeah, and Fading Memories on Kindly Tavern Keeper, all of the early game anti-aggro tools are coming through here. Typically, when you talk about Freljord Shadow Isles, you're like, oh, Withering Whale, Avalanche, Ice Shard. But those are all of the options that Scouts wants to make bad ideas for you to play because of Ranger's Resolve and Sharp Sight. And so getting Vile Feast instead to keep up with your opponent on curve before they have the mana to threaten those defensive options is enormous. And now the ball is back in Jason Florent's court, and there is Trundle off of the top.
I wonder if there's ever a world where you play the Kindly Tavern Keeper before the Badger Bear attacks, and then you block and kill with Vile Feast. Another Deus. I think now it's probably unlikely that Prism can, on 4 mana, pull off some sort of crazy win the game on this turn. So Trundle feels relatively safe, especially now since a development on the side, like a big development on the side of Prism, is going to get ice quaked.
Oh, that's right. The Ice Quake, the backbreaker. The thing about Deus is it lets you still get some damage through, as long as you have something that can activate that attack token for you. But now Prism Sword has to worry about just developing at all into this board.
Yeah, I have to think that. So this is actually a very interesting attack from Jason, because on the one hand, I would think, okay, this is, I feel like this is fine.
Yeah, you've got the Flash Freeze against Shapestone.
Yeah, you've got Flash Freeze, and Flash Freeze is not necessarily like super high value in this matchup anyway. You now also, Badger Bear is now in Vile Feast range. But what I was saying is this attack is interesting because normally I would say, oh, just snap take that pass. Why are you ever attacking? You want your opponent to pass in that scenario every time. But because Jason doesn't have the Lissandra yet, and you can't necessarily bank on getting it, right? You have to, you can't whittle yourself so low and then never draw Lissandra and just lose because of that. You still need to present a game plan and put forth a game plan that may or may not involve dealing damage with Trundle. So that attack there may have seemed loose, but I think it's an attack you kind of have to make as a hedge.
Yeah, you have to start fighting against your opponent's board, because with double Deus, any unit that sticks is so much additional threat is being attached to it. And if Real Prism Sword eventually plays something with more than 1 HP, could actually just, with the right number of rallies, can force this to swing back in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And now even, you know, the potential ravine coming down, can really put a squash to this board. But Jason just using one of the fading memories onto a kindly tavern keeper just to gain some life, provide a chump blocker. Okay, Prism saying, you know what? Just give me my 3 sand soldiers, please.
And the sand soldiers being summoned like this do proc Azir, working towards that level up. And you don't want to sacrifice these other healthy units, because you do need something alive to proc these. And the Deus, that is. But we talked a lot about Jason doing a really formidable job of surviving up to this point. Both players, you know, when you take a look at everything, pretty low on resources. So it's going to come down to Jason to get just a game-winning Ice Quake to wipe the board.
Ooh, Cythria does put a bit of a wrench into potentially some of these plans for Jason, as now this attack all of a sudden starts to look pretty scary, but double Spectral Matron.
And that's the open attack you want to see. Fearsome means that these Spiderlings aren't going to be able to block. The Sand Soldiers still make use of the Cythria buff as well. Trundle is, you know, perhaps under threat of getting traded up into. Once you've traded away this board, though, the Ice Quake maybe becomes a little bit of a better option. You've got the Matron, you've got the Ice Pillar already. As you kind of said before, Trundle's job is done, so to speak. Now we just need Lissandra as the final piece.
Right. I mean, this is scary. I mean, this is just... I mean, there's not much that Jason can do here, I don't think, but this is just dead to a rally. I think pretty cleanly dead to a rally. There's 3 cards in Prism's hand, 11 mana, and there's basically no more interaction on the side of Jason outside of that Ice Quake. I do like this block here from Jason, blocking the Sand Soldier, so that there's not more room to actually create more Sand Soldiers. Here. This looks like a rally. Okay, it's a remembrance. Sure.
So is Prism Sword thinking, what's that card on the far side of the hand? Some sort of AoE. Everything now, because, oh my goodness, Screeching Dragon.
Okay.
And so, I mean, you can, if you fear Rally, you can go for Matron right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to pre-commit it, though. You can do it after the rally. It's not like you have the ability to cast anything else. So you just, if you're afraid of rally, you just play the matron after the rally, because if you play the matron before, you're just losing a matron on attack. And right now, your way to win is by attacking. Again, we do not see Lysandra yet, so we're not able to, you know, win with the Watcher, because the Watcher's not there yet.
And this is the situation. It was looking really dicey for a little bit, but this is what scouts want you to do. They go all in, have the rally, because you can't block the damage that they get around the side, complemented with the Deus. And look at this. No Lucian, no Azir. It's just Deus now being added into the equation, and you can see the extra damage potential that this actually presents to the deck.
Deus for days on the side of Prism Sword, but it's not enough. Again,
so no rallies in hand.
Yeah, Lysandra mod check. No, I'm not seeing her. And here, I mean, we can get Trundle. We can crank Trundle up pretty high, but it's not. I don't think it's going to be enough. We could threaten to kill Cythria.
Yeah, you can Fading Memories the Cythria from Prism Sword, so you can swing in with a unit that can kill Cythria but doesn't sacrifice Trundle.
Now, this obviously does give an additional proc to Trundle. It also puts vulnerable on the Screeching Dragon. Outside of that, I think that's almost just like a burst pass from Jason here. And now I think you can, if you matron into matron, you can pull Cythria with the fake matron. You can pull Screeching Dragon with the real matron, and you can attack with Trundle. And Trundle's going to be a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 power.
That's pretty substantial. Again, fortunately, this Shadow Isles Freljord doesn't run Atrocity, but that still sets you up to, you know, Trundle just being able to swing through for a lethal. Deus overwritten for Lucian to take advantage of some of the death that is about to occur here.
Yeah, Lucian potentially complicates things, but because the Deus was overwritten, that means that's one fewer Sand Soldier. And now this is so tough. Not even attacking with Trundle. I don't blame the no attack for Trundle. A rally, just a raw rally, is so scary right now. Not to mention a rally where you've already given Lucian an additional proc. I mean, this is just so on the edge here. Cataclysm would be brutal. Really, any rally here is going to be quite good for Prism. Jason kind of at the mercy of what Prism does or doesn't have, and it's nothing for that turn.
So threatened something on the stack and decided against it.
Oh, and there's an entreat and a Azir. Is there enough? Oh, but we're gonna have a tough Nexus. If Jason can hit the Lysandra off this entreat, we're gonna have a tough Nexus.
And so the Sand Soldiers are removed from the equation.
They will still die and they will still proc Lucian, but Lucian can be blocked, and I have to imagine that this is just a tough Nexus. Although they won't, because Azir will proc them too.
Oh, they get boosted by Azir. He's leveled now.
Mm-hmm.
Just when it looked like Jason was going to be able to seal off a huge portion of this damage, you know, the leveled Azir shows up right on time.
Yeah, I still think you want a tough Nexus, though. Is my thought. Yes, nothing has Overwhelm, nothing has Fearsome right now, so the Sentry, you know, the Sentry still blocks just fine. You know, chump blocks just fine. And
this doesn't seem to me to be the sort of matchup, though, where your opponent just barely finishes you. It's usually they're threatening a lot of damage. So the difference between, you know, a couple extra, between 7 and 10, maybe kind of low here.
Now,
and do you just Ice Quake?
I'm wondering if you Ice Quake or if you Matron into fake Lissandra.
Because Azir is still alive. Another unit being developed to pull the pillar means you're losing out on a blocker entirely.
Oh god, this is so close.
Tavern Keeper to heal.
Yep, this looks like Lissandra plus Tavern Keeper. But the thing is, well, yeah, I guess you don't need Trundle or Lissandra here, technically. So you can throw them both away.
And Prism Sword, these are like the same two cards that have kind of been sat on for a very long time. If we've been tracking this hand for a while. And you can see the hover there. That's twice now a spell's been dragged out and then put back. That's got to be a rally, but Prism Sword has just been playing it so patiently. There's still 6 mana open for potentially some sort of Frostbite shenanigans here, and doesn't want to get completely put aside, I think, by a card like that.
Right. So this would be 5 plus 6, 7. This would be 7 damage going through if Jason just took the damage with Tough Nexus.
And when we're going into this, you can see here the Trundle, like, not attacking the last round in order to keep him healthy, in order to survive against a potential rally, means he never got that attack boost, and so can't trade up into this Azir the way you'd like to maybe see it.
Yeah, now Azir staying alive. I mean, that could be crazy. I mean, even to think that the Trundle, you know, not threatening lethal, that's fine. But the fact that Trundle now just doesn't trade into anything could end up being the end here. But now we've got good old Watcher on D. What? It went to time.
Oh my goodness. I never thought that scouts would battle Shadow Isle's Freljord down to time. Usually scouts rallies in the mid game, has a clear advantage and wants to end things, or Freljord Shadow Isles has their Watcher combo and they just win. But for both players to be in such a particular board state where every decision, there was so much hinging on each one.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame someone for going to time in that game there. That was, I mean, the last like 7 turns of that game were all like razor thin margins. I mean, and we still don't. I mean, I don't know what the what was in Prism's hand. We don't know what was in Prism's hand. I mean, it seemed like there was like a Cataclysm or a rally of some sort, but we're actually just going to jump in to the very next round. We're running it. We made it to the end of the round there. We're jumping in to the final round here right away. No breaks. Round number 9.
And this here is Prism Sword's win and in. 755 seed, I'm told. Prism Sword, we've already followed for a couple matches so far on the broadcast, needs to get this final win to make top 22 going up against Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you play for. These are the matches you practice for. This is why you enter the tournament. Yeah, I mean, you could XO and skate through whatever, but these are the ones you put it all on the line. It's winning in. You've been back to the wall the whole time. This is the type of stuff you gotta live for if you are a competitive LOR player, and you absolutely love to see it, and I'm glad we get to cast it.
Now, when you're looking at the lineups, I think that there's like this triple tempo, triple mid-range thing coming from Kevin, and so you just ban out the frostbites. Just get rid of that and try to punch through with the other decks. And when you look at what real Prism Sword is probably trying to ban here, it becomes a bit more dicey. Might just be a frostbites banned on both sides. We aren't sure if Kevin is running just the straight up frostbite version or the Marauder version.
Well, what I will say is that before the tournament started, before we even jumped into the caster chat here, I was talking with our production team, and the legendary admin Croc bestowed upon us this kernel of wisdom that the Sejuani Renekton Overwhelm deck is absolute trash and is a meme. If Croc is deciding this game, it's that the Croc in Renekton is not going to win this, and this will be Prism Sword taking it down. But again, I mean, that deck has absolutely had success on ladder, and even in tournament play we've seen it. So we will have to see. But this is it. Scarzig, round number 9, game 1, Prism Sword versus Kevin LOR.
And jumping into this first game, we've got Lee Sin Zoe versus the Frostbites. Now, you've got Troll Champ, Brittle Steel, etc. to stop the Zoe from getting that early value that she enjoys. And when you're looking at developing the early mid-game with this Lee Sin Zoe, you're constantly worried about Reckoning. If Prism Sword falls behind with, the developments of Ashe and LeBlanc and taps underneath that deny mana, Reckoning wiping out all of the Mountain Goats and Eye of the Dragon, etc., it sets you up to just die on the open attack.
Yeah. Also, by the way, kills Lee Sin too.
Oh, that's true. That is true.
Unless it's pumped up, which it very well could be with this Mentor of the Stones.
And digging a bit deeper into Kevin's variant, there is 2 copies of Reckoning, but it is not a Marauder version. Actually just running Reckless Trefarian and Kato the Arm. This is going to be a much more aggressive variant than we're used to seeing. And despite banning out Bannerman, you're still going to be under a lot of offensive pressure here as Zoe Lee Sin.
Yeah, Lee Sin, very, very strong deck, can do a lot in a lot of matchups. One of the gaps in the armor of a Lee Sin deck is exactly what you said, an aggressive draw from the opponent, being able to put so much pressure. And I mean, we can see it here. Having to play the Mentor of the Stones just as a blocker, yes, it's going to generate value and effectively be gaining 5 life here, or potentially, no, it would only ever be gaining 5 here. Well, actually, it could be gaining 10, right? Because it will probably stop the 5-1 from attacking, and then LeBlanc will get the free attack, which you can block. But even so, it's negative tempo, and while this deck isn't as reliant on tempo as some of the other, Thresh Nasus, it's still, if it falls behind, it's just as bad as every other deck that falls behind in tempo.
And it looks like Kevin does opt to clear Mentor of the Stones. Just attacking with the LeBlanc, doesn't want to, even if it was going to block the LeBlanc, you still want to guarantee that it dies. And this is 2 procs towards LeBlanc's level up. She's now 10 out of 15, and 2 reputation procs towards Whispered Words.
Yeah, as well as towards LeBlanc level up, which is certainly
the
not...
Serpent!
It's
oh
pretty
my
good.
Goodness, the snake coming out to attack Challenger. to scoop up this LeBlanc, keep her from leveling and becoming an even bigger threat. The Serpent, this broadcast, I think very specifically has showcased the power of this unit.
Turns out 0 mana, 2 power units with Challenger, they're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Ooh, but is Kevin LOR Yugimoto, and will they draw the 5/5 on the first turn? We shall see. But this is, a quick pass back to Kevin. Now, of course, there is the opportunity to have Troll Chance or even Elixir of Iron if the deck runs it to save this LeBlanc. But as it stands, this will be a 1-for-1 or a 2-for-2 because there is a Hush on the side of Prism as well. Which
I like the gem even here.
Yeah, actually, I guess Hush doesn't. Hush would not save from Troll Chance if both procs went onto the 2 challenging units. So we'll see, though. I think Prism
it's
doing
like
the
you
Troll
can
Chant
beat
math.
out Troll Chant, but you have to worry about Brittle Steel. I think you definitely go for it though, because
you definitely
this
go
LeBlanc
for
is
an attack.
very close to leveling.
Yeah, Brittle Steel, you can still you can hush your own snake. Yeah, Troll Chant is just not going to be beatable without a pre-commitment.
The double protect on the LeBlanc, of course.
Yeah, the pre-commitment would have been needed, but I mean, at that point, yeah, it would be. You would need to have cast a. No, actually, I don't even know if it was possible.
If you go for gems there, if you go gem pull, I think that you can still beat it out with a Pale Cascade. I'm probably miscalculating.
I think we're one off.
That LeBlanc survive, does level up, and that is 3 procs for Whispered Words.
Yeah. And this is now potentially getting rather dicey, especially considering that there's a Yeti. If not this turn, by the next attack token, there will be a Yeti in Kevin LOR's hand. A 1-mana 5/5 that is going to be threatening to do quite a bit. Now, the positive thing for Prism here is they do have a mana advantage, which certainly is not nothing. We do have the Dragonlings to chump block.
I think that the open attack here maybe indicates that Kevin did not draw the Yeti, because you really like to play
a pass. A pass. Oh no, I do not play Lee Sin.
You want to take this.
I like take the pass. I like Deep Meditation as a burst pass. Lee Sin. Oh no. That's the cardinal rule of Lee Sin. Do not put Lee Sin in harm's way.
That is what a pass from Kevin. Like, there's such an obvious open attack, but just saying, I'm just going to keep building up the current board state I have.
Right. I love this pass from Kevin because it does a number of things. Your board is basically at parity. I mean, your open attack doesn't even look good, right? LeBlanc gets chump blocked by a Dragonling, and the Trapper gets blocked by the 3/1. So your open attack is trash. You're down on mana. You can commit something, but your opponent is going to have additional mana to commit something more. If you commit too much mana and you leave an opening for your opponent to play a Lee Sin, you might be in trouble. The pass keeps the board at parity, and it also recaps you on mana. It offers to go back to even on mana, which is definitely an important thing to do in a Lee Sin matchup. So really love that that pass from Kevin LOR, and
very
Prism,
high level. You think you're missing out, but you really aren't. And just recognizing that, being patient, forces Prism Sword to go under Lee Sin mana and develops an additional threat on top. And if you want, you can attack with LeBlanc here, because with quick attack, you sidestep the lifesteal, and this will be the final proc for Whispered Words.
Yeah, final proc for Whispered Words and potentially even a Mimic. Or no, is it Mimic that it creates?
Oh, Sigil of
yeah,
Malice.
Mirror image. No, I mean for LeBlanc getting the...
Oh, it'll get her a little bit of progress towards that. That is true.
Mhm.
And when you meet Reputation, your Sigil of Malice will also be discounted. So a lot of value actually being caught up now with this early work with the LeBlanc paying dividends here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now that the 3/3s have been traded away, the path is just getting clearer and clearer to double down on this mid-game advantage. A Yeti due to show up right now.
Yeah, I think it's guaranteed at this point that there's a Yeti in Kevin LOR's hand.
And because of the usage of mana from Prism Sword last round, there's no threat of Lee Sin, plus a bunch of spells to back him up. This lets Kevin develop this turn without fear of one of those units getting eaten and challenged.
Yep. And this is now Prism really cannot afford to go below that deny mana because there is that reckoning threat that you talked about at the beginning, Scar. This will go below, and reckoning here would in fact be just that, a reckoning.
And that's got to be it.
There it is.
Reckoning coming through to wipe this board. This is going to threaten an 11 damage open attack.
Oh. And what if there's another Yeti too? Oh.
Oh my god, if you get the Yeti here for 1 mana. Okay.
Nope. Yeah, that is the laugh of someone who forgot that Reckoning was in the deck.
And now the question becomes, I think you just have to keep developing here. Despite how good this open attack looks, there is one Captain Farron on the top, so maybe you can get away with just attacking. Gonna Whispered Words.
Okay, that's a guaranteed Yeti.
I mean, I guess you're looking for Yeti, maybe a Glory Seeker.
Yeah, I mean, there was a second Trapper, so it was guaranteed that there was at least a Yeti drawn. And there's Ash as well. This is still pushing lethal, so Prism is going to need... Or is it? Yeah, it's 15. So actually, technically not lethal with Guiding Touch.
Yeah, still able to survive, still has some blocks. LeBlanc is going to proc the Mirror Image, which from a position like this isn't too relevant, but it does maybe let you generate a free blocker against something.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hush. Okay, just getting a block.
And now you just survive on 1.
Yep, but now we are priced in to winning next turn. And I think whether you're blocking with Zoe or not, the case is still the same. You're priced into winning next turn, so I would probably rather just have a Zoe and 5 fewer health.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think being at 6 versus being at 1 makes a difference at all.
In this matchup, the being at 6 versus 1 just means you don't die to Decimate. And it's just so hard from a position like this. You've got the Lee Sin in play. He's not quite leveled up, but no Zenith Blades. You have to keep stacking the attack, so the synergy just isn't there, unfortunately. You can kick something at the very least. Send it back to the hand.
Yeah, I think you have to kick Ash. Yeah, I don't think that this particularly matters here. Just kind of on air on the side of Prism, as open attack is pretty clearly a Open attack right now is pretty clearly a W.
Yep.
Open attack with Captain Farron, also pretty clearly a W. And that's going to be Kevin LOR taking game number 1 in our 9th round here.
9th round, and we are finally just getting towards the end, and you can tell that these players are starting to really get exhausted. The Reckoning was the one card that really blows you up in that matchup, and had to tap under deny, was just under so much pressure thanks to that LeBlanc coming down and leveling up almost immediately.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's the type of thing where I think, if I had to guess, just was not on Prism's mind, right? Because, you know, there was 2 1-drops played. You could have spared one of them, instead played the Eye of the Dragon. Now, you weren't getting an Eye proc. You could have maybe played Eye and then gotten a proc and still had it would have been close, but, you know, clearly playing a little bit loose into the Reckoning. But either way, Kevin LOR needs to get 1 win with their Overwhelm deck. Prism needs to 2-0 it in order to make it to our top 32 next week.
So we will see how this deck fares into Sejuani Renekton. We have the Hush to stop the Overwhelm. We have the early game against some of the perhaps more aggressive developments here. But we've talked about it before when it comes to Sejuani Renekton, is that sometimes they whiff, right? The deck runs very specific combinations of Overwhelm units that are very expensive, and the early game slowly gets cut away. Some versions don't even run Omen Hawk.
Right.
And getting the Ruthless Raider on 2 into the exhaust to snipe the Eye of the Dragon is absolutely massive.
Yep. This is at least decent, though, as you're able to save your Eye of the Dragon, but it's not great. Certainly not great, as now Pale Cascade essentially being used as a glorified elixir of iron.
And if you can keep these Dragonlings coming, you can offset some of the Overwhelm damage, but not all. And with a pass like that, Kevin, do you have the Renekton on curve? Just place Ancient Yeti instead.
Okay.
Still a lot of damage being threatened.
Finally, a unit that is slightly better stats-wise than Bull Elnuck. I think we've been waiting all day to see one. And it was Ancient Yeti that finally did the trick in the very last round. This goes to show you how good Bull Elnuck is. Anyways, potentially Zoe, potentially second Eye of the Dragon. We could see, I mean, there's a lot of options here on the side of Prism, and just needs to figure out how he wants to sequence these spells to best, save life while also putting forth a cohesive win strategy.
And this is where the skill ceiling of Lee Sin comes through, right? Is how much time can you consistently buy in these matchups? How well can you play when you don't have Lee Sin? You have to plan for the worst case scenario, is essentially the way this deck lives and dies. We've got Gifts from Beyond in order to get Gravitum, which is huge in this scenario, but actually goes for Crescendum, wants to just keep going wide.
Sure. Get the other Eye. I think we looked at it earlier. It's guaranteed to get Eye of the Dragon. Sure.
So then double Dragonling to offset this damage. This is theoretically a very winning line. A lot of decks, typically do crumble to the double Eye of the Dragon setup.
Absolutely. And now even has the option, let's get Mentor of the Stones down. If you kill it, sure, great. I get gems. That's going to be guaranteed Eye procs for quite some time. Also going to be pumping Zoe, or could even just pump an Eye to gain a little bit of extra life this turn. I'd imagine that Zoe's going to be a 3/3. We'll see.
It's tough because it's if Zoe is a 3/3, you're still going to be kind of blocking with her anyway. The life might actually be a lot better here. Spell Shield on the Rune Runner is going to be tough to deal with, but every other source of Overwhelm will get canceled out by this Hush. It does opt for the Zoe. Slowly but surely, we've seen it time and time again. These variants have a hard time answering this unit. And if she levels up, suddenly AoE lifesteal makes it difficult for your opponent to punch through. If the Ruin Runner can survive, it becomes a fantastic unit with Battle Fury. And even though Croc said that this deck was very inconsistent, he did mention that that is the way this deck wins games.
You're absolutely right. Now, so here's I was just gonna say, is there ever a world where Kevin just says, okay, doesn't kill the mentor, so there's no gems, and there's not a guarantee that we're gonna see a proc. Now, of course, it's pretty likely you're gonna get a proc of the eyes, and now actually Equinox could be good. If there's one more mana, we could see Hush into Equinox on the Ruin Runner. We might see...
All three of these are good in specific scenarios.
Sure.
But opts for Moonsilver.
Yep. Moonsilver is fine because it's the one that is, I guess, the least committal. Also, Spacey Sketcher is good because it allows you to discard Nopify, which I believe is actually dead in this matchup.
They're looking at the list. Yes, it's all burst speed spells coming out of Sejuani Renekton.
But you don't want to develop it there because, of course, you're already at full board space with the Eyes of the Dragon. Okay, Battle Fury.
Burst speed into the open attack.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you get to Hush a Yeti if you want to. Don't necessarily need to yet.
Goes down to 1. Hush, of course, does still beat out the shaped stone here.
Right. Yep, Hush on the Ancient Yeti is still fine. Nope, can't do it that way. This puts Prism to 1. So I like this.
I've seen it before, Blevins, with the Lee Sin deck stabilizing 1 HP and then getting an OTK. 12 HP on Kevin Lore's side, 3 damage being threatened from Zoe. Not a lot of work needs to be done for Lee Sin to come down and get that overwhelmed. You just need Lee Sin or Pale Cascade off the top, something to get that overwhelm.
Yep. There it is, the deny discarded. There's Equinox. I mean, you have to go for Equinox, right? You have a 14 power Ruin Runner. Choking on my own spit here. You have to go for it. Hush into Equinox to try to stop that.
Goes for the Serpent though.
Okay. Is this just I'm leveling up Zoe and we're gonna have lifesteal and everything and just win with Zoe? Could be.
Maybe, but yeah, you can just not discarding the Nopify there.
And passes on full mana. There is a deep meditation. I mean, what is the plan against this 14-6 now is my question.
The snakes. You can't not summon these serpents.
I mean... Oh, okay, yeah, that's a burst speed spell. That's fine.
Oh, the Glimpse
okay.
Beyond.
So now...
Saved. So now you Hush Gravitum on the Ruin Runner?
You don't need to do it now, though.
Zoe's gonna level here, yeah? And then you have AoE Challenger?
Oh, she is! Okay!
Wait a second. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12?
You can give everything Challenger, too, potentially. Does that do anything? You can kill a 3-1. Are we winning this game?
And then you've got Gift Giver for another gem, and then I mean, because you can Gravitum, so there's -1 blocker. I don't think it's enough though. You'd have to. I think it's Severum. No, Infernum on Zoe. Do you need to push through that little bit of extra damage? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
I
11.
I think you're on a 2-turn clock. So whether you do 6 or you do 11, I think it's the same here. I don't think you're winning. That is Infernum. On to the Zoe.
And then next round at the start, you get AoE lifesteal from the Dragonling being summoned.
Yes. But what about this 14-6 Spell Shield Overwhelm unit that has just been ignored?
I know.
What about that thing that you had multiple options to stop it? This is fine. You're not doing a ton of damage.
Oh, no, Sagwangi!
Squeebie. But so Zoe's still gonna hit and still gonna proc, but this is not even the full reason why I didn't like going for this line. Is you're not killing Kevin this turn.
I know.
So don't
the Ruin Runner.
Either kill him all the way or only kill him halfway so you kill him next turn. Oh, and please don't do the same thing as last time where we don't attack with Zoe for some reason. Okay. Okay. I got scared. What are we doing against this 14-6 Overwhelm unit?
All right, so you heal for 4.
Okay.
And then next round,
Okay,
you heal for
5. Do I have to? Is this mic working? Anybody? 14-6 Overwhelm unit. Your units have at most 3 health. Anybody? Anybody?
Because no matter how much lifesteal you have down the conga line of blockers, when the Overwhelm one-shot you at the top end, you don't get to heal.
Yeah, you're at 5. Not enough.
The board's already full from Dragonlings.
Yeah, and now, I mean, you can tell Prism is looking for, you know, a top deck to stay in this, but, I mean, there were multiple lines of things to get.
So let me...
None of those do it.
Let me see. What's the miracle top deck here? Guiding
Another
Touch.
Hush would do it. Guiding Touch, I don't think does...
Yeah, you need Guiding Touch to cycle, so that way... No, because you don't have anything that targets to pop the Spell Shield now. This variant does not have Concussive Palm.
Okay. Yeah, we could have had double Equinox. We could have had just the Gravitum would have done it.
Yeah, second Hush to stop this Ruin Runner.
Okay, Guiding? Okay, so Guiding Touch might actually throw off the math because we're at effectively 11.
Do you attack with Ruin Runner first in line?
I think so.
Kevin, okay.
Okay, so we Guiding Touch to go up to 7 here. This puts you at negative... This puts you at 1, exactly!
So,
okay.
But then it's all in against Ruthless Predator, Shaped Stone, Battle Fury.
Yeah, I mean, you're not beating any... You put yourself in a position where you're not beating any of those cards, but you're at least not dead to the open attack, which I think is more than Prism can hope for, given the lines that have been taken so far. And I think this might just be it. Written in Stars doesn't do anything. Hush, I'm pretty sure was still dead regardless.
Yeah, so it turns out, Blevins, that when you don't answer your opponent's enormous Overwhelm unit, that it ends up killing you. You were right all along.
You know, I was right all along, wasn't I? But you know what, Scarzig? I didn't want to be right. I didn't want to be right. And again, we have... Well, I would say normally we have caster vision, but we don't actually have caster vision here. We have the same vision as the player. But again, we have not been playing in these high-pressure situations for 9 rounds. We've just been casting completely carefree and saying, oh, absolutely. Why wouldn't you make these plays? It's so obvious. But of course, we don't have the pressure.
Quite obviously.
My monocle is out of reach, or else I'd be putting that on. But anyhow, really impressive run from Prism Sword, and Unfortunately, I think that is going to be they're going to be just out of reach there, unless you know, they get some massive luck in terms of the people who also X2'd. But an incredible run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Pleasure to cast. And, you know, big shout out to Prism for providing us such a strong perspective this deep into the Swiss rounds. And after such a long time, just being able to put up a fight at all and calculating these weird Zoe lines, you know, it does take that mental toll. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the broadcast, and specifically around Lee Sin. And we even saw Jason going to time with Trundle Ledros, like these really intricate decks that have so many lines, especially heading into the later stages of the game. You know, it just eats that time clock. You blink and you look back, and suddenly you have 1 minute left, and now you're playing speed Runeterra.
Yeah, I will also say, from the clock perspective, like, I still have no idea what any of the numbers on the clock in the upper left mean. I just see numbers going down, and sometimes my clock is red, and so I don't know. I would just assume I always have time, so that kind of stinks. But yeah, I mean, I've played in Magic events where I like line up a play, and it's like, you know, round 7 or something, deep into the day, and I look down and I just forgot to play my land for the turn, and I'm just like, yep, that's it for me. Scoop them up. Let's leave. I lose just from a complete misplay, and I really can't blame anyone for doing that. But Scarzig, that's going to be it for us for today. 9 rounds of Swiss. This was a great one. It's been a pleasure, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic cast. Finally got the dynamic duo together. Blevins and Scarzig. The beard synergy. But as you said, that is going to be it for us. The Empires of the Ascended seasonal Swiss round tournament is now concluded. And, you know, again, big shout out to our competitors and congratulations to those who did make it to top 32.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that top 32 will be played next week on the official Runeterra and Riot channel. So make sure you're checking that out, and stay tuned to the, you know, the GiantSlayerLor Twitter channels, as well as the Play Runeterra channel, for the full cut of players who made the top 32. But for the Giant Slayer production team, for Scarzig, I'm Blevins, and we've had a great time here casting the Empires of the Ascended Seasonal Swiss, but we'll see you later.